morning. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Abhijit Kaur has already arrived, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor is about to come. And before that, we are going to start the first session, which will be addressed by Dr. Gulati, who has come all the way from USA. And for starting this session, I invite Dr. Aishwarya Mishra to start the proceedings of today's meeting.
Thank you, sir. Esteemed faculties, respected dignitaries, honored members of NPT, and worthy pharmacology delegates, I welcome you all to commence the scientific session of the Second National Conference of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. Before we begin for the session, I would request our chairs to be escorted to the stage. Chairperson for the session, Dr. Rani Indra Saha, to kindly take her chair. Ma'am is Professor in HOD, Department of Pharmacology, Patna Medical College and Hospital, Patna. Welcome, ma'am. I request our second chair for the session, Dr. Babagrahi Rath, Sir is Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacology, BSS Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. I request our next chair, Dr. Navpreet Kaur. Ma'am is Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacology, Maharshi Markandeshwar Medical College and Hospital, Solan, Himachal Pradesh. Ma'am, please take your chair. I now hand over the mic to our chairpersons to take forward the proceedings of the session. Sir and ma'am, please.
tailored for patients facing massive blood or fluid loss. The US FDA approved phase 3 investigational new drug for patients with hypovolemic shock. We partnered with Dr. Reddy's lab for India market. He invented, developed, and obtained marketing authorization in India for an endothelin B receptor agonist, sovateltide, to treat cerebral stroke. The US FDA approved phase 3 IND using sovateltide to treat cerebral stroke and granted special protocol assessment. And he partnered with Sun Pharma as well for the India market. It's my pleasure to introduce you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is my esteemed pleasure to be at home, Lucknow, from where I was born, raised, did my MBBS from KG and MD from KG, then worked in CDRI for a few years before moving to US. I still remember, I still remember those fond days, and today's presence was a big ceremony for me, or the pleasure for me to see how Lucknow has changed and how our KGMU now has grown so big. And particularly Pharmacology department, I'm always fond of where I was. So I'm still professor at emeritus at Midwestern University, where I was dean for 15 years. University of Illinois, I'm still associated, where I worked as professor for 20 years. And then running the company became such a huge issue that I had to leave my positions to handle this, the company affairs, which became quite big ultimately. So what we have been doing, besides my career started mainly at CDRI, initially at Lucknow, doing some cardiovascular work. And then at CDRI, CNS and cardiovascular, I was quite heavily involved with, I learned a lot from there. Moved to US and then started working on the new peptide which was discovered was endothelin. So endothelin, we all know that endothelin A antagonists are already in market. They are for pulmonary hypertension. And when it was discovered, it was designed as one of the most potent vasoconstrictor substance, and the whole world concentrated on endothelin A receptors because they were the vasoconstrictors, and every industry, every academic institution, they wanted to synthesize endothelin A antagonists to treat hypertension. While we concentrated on endothelin B that time, since 89, and trying to find out the cardiovascular functions of ETB, and we were unsuccessful for many, many years. We could not find what is the function of ETB receptors, although they are present in the brain in the highest amount. So obviously we were thinking that so high concentration of endothelin B is in the brain, there has to be some function. But cardiovascular, we kept on working for many, many years and we could not find it. So then I started working on artificial blood with Baxter. That also failed. In 2000, phase 3 trial failed. Then came back to endothelin B once again. And that's the time in between we did some studies to improve the tumor perfusion. And that is where Dr. Hota was involved. The first in India, the clinical trial for phase 1 was done by him. To see how is the safety and all that. And then after that, we did again a phase 1 trial. While in US for cancer treatment, phase 1 was 36 patient was done. And then phase 2 for cholangiocarcinoma was done. So we had experience that in human safety is there. But we could not find the function of ETB receptors in the brain. So, but ultimately we found the function, we did the trials, and neurological outcome was very, very good in stroke, and I'll come to that story. So the Indian regulatory agency granted us marketing authorization on May 31st, and Sun Pharma had approached us, many companies approached, Lupin, Sun and many others, but Sun was very promising. because of their huge presence in India and CNS focus. So we partnered with Sun, and after due diligence of almost like a year, the product was launched in September, on September 14th. And yesterday I was told that more than 1,000 patients in India have already been treated with this, and the response is very good. So my intention to launch a new product in India first and then in US. So we took the data from India, gave it to US FDA and asked for phase 3 permission. And luckily, US FDA, without doing a single study in United States, they granted us phase 3 approval. So this has happened for the first time. They not only did that, the data was so promising that they encouraged us in writing that we submit a special protocol assessment. And we did that, and today I can announce that we got that approval also, which is quite good. And once again, the first from India to get a special protocol assessment approval in United States. We are also doing some studies on hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, and Father Muller is one of the centers. I think 3 or 4 patients. They are very difficult to enroll, those patients, neonatal hypoxic ischemic, but 4 patients have been enrolled. Another compound which is very dear to me and Dr. Nityanand is Synthaquin. This was synthesized during the tenure of Dr. Nityanand, and in his lab this was synthesized, and it was being designed as one of the substance which was to replace clonidine. And when it was tried in some humans, it did not work, mainly because tolerance developed and it failed. So I was working in CDRI on this compound. Later in US also I was working on it. And then when my blood substitute project failed, we took this compound and started studying, and we found accidentally that it always reduced blood lactate levels. And blood lactate level reduction is very important for patients with shock, where circulatory failure is taking place. So we started on that project, and that also has been now approved in India, and Dr. Reddy's has become our partner for marketing, and they will be marketing the product in India as Lifoquin. And once again, US FDA has granted us phase 3 permission straight without doing any study in United States. So coming to Sovateltide, now Sovateltide, this name was also coined by us. It used to be called IRL 1620, and when the product comes to a stage where it is about to be coming to clinical and those kind of things, the proper name has to be given. So we approached WHO that what should be the name for IRL 1620, because it cannot continue as IRL 1620. So we proposed certain names, and Sovateltide was selected as the name for this. So now it has become an official name in the world for that product. Then US Nomenclature Committee has also approved it, and now it is the standard worldwide. So these are the first experiments which we did, and the reason for these experiments was that, as I told you, that there are high number of receptors in the brain, and these receptors function was not known. Then it's about 2004-05, there was a paper published from Japan that tagged the atomic bomb radiation which was in the 2 cities in humans, and they proved by tagging that in human brain, adult brain, there are neurons which can be produced. So new neurons, neurogenesis does occur in human brain. That was the first time it was demonstrated. So we thought that so high number of receptors, we did some experiments and tried to see ontogenic aspects of endothelin, that when the brain develops or the heart develops or other organs develop, what are the changes take place. There was any other organ, there was no change. But in brain, what was happening is, with age, endothelin B receptor concentration was decreasing. So now how do we interpret? We kept on thinking, ultimately the thought process came that maybe these endothelin receptors are important for development of brain, and when the child is born, very high number of neurons are needed, and then the number of neurons decrease, and that is where these receptors are also decreasing. So we did correlative studies and found that yes, as the brain matures, endothelin B receptor concentration also decreases, along with VEGF, NGF and other factors, growth factors, they decrease with age. So once that was proven, then we thought that we inject sovateltide and see what happens. So when we injected in a stroke model first, we found that endothelin B receptor expression was increasing in the region which was damaged, while other regions were not affected. So that became even more specific that there is possibility that these may be useful in stroke. So then we did the infarct volume and found that almost 85-90% reduction in infarct volume. Excuse me. I can a glass of water. So apoptosis also decreased. Then our target was, if there are hidden stem cells in the brain and they are able to produce neurons, where is sovateltide acting? So we did a lot of studies to find out there are progenitor cells which are one step after the stem cells. That is where sovateltide is acting. So you can see all these pictures which are indicating that double cortin HUC, neuro D. Neuro D is the one where maximum effect is there. Then we took even in the Petri dish and found that neuro D is the one which is getting affected. And neuro D is the product which is for neural progenitor cell therapeutics. So Amresh Ranjan, he did further studies on protection from neural mitochondria and found that there is protection in mitochondria. All those markers are getting improved. So increase in fission, decrease in fusion. Increase in fusion and decrease in fission is taking place. Then even monitoring of mitochondrial DNA, which was very specific thing, also significantly increased. Electron microscopic pictures also in all parameters, cross-section mitochondria to all those, they were significantly improved. Thank you. We also measured cerebral blood flow, and this data you can see on the upper panel is vehicle down is sovateltide, and after 7 days of infarct, the sovateltide brain perfusion is much better than in the placebo. Then how does it act? So there are hidden stem cells in the brain, and endothelin B receptor is involved very heavily in regulating these stem cells, and neural progenitor cells are formed from stem cells whenever there is injury. Normally these stem cells are dormant, they are not active. Whenever there is damage, then these stem cells become active, try to repair the brain, but the activity is so small that most of the time we do not find any use. So neural progenitor cells are formed. From neural progenitor cells, the neurons are formed. So sovateltide is specifically acting on neural progenitor cells, and the big advantage is that instead of stem cells which can produce other types of cells, it is specifically neurons which are being produced. So it also increases cerebral blood flow, has highly potent anti-apoptotic, anti-inflammatory activity, mitochondria is preserved, neurovascular remodeling is taking place, and infarct volume is taking place. So once you accumulate all this data preclinical, this is so convincing that which made us convinced to move forward in clinical stage from stroke point of view. We did further research to see whether it crosses the blood-brain barrier. Yes, it does cross the blood-brain barrier in small amounts. It does not cross freely, but small amount are crossing the blood-brain barrier. Half-life is roughly about 5 minutes, and we also did all the permeability transporters and all that. So mostly the transporters which are affecting gut absorption, they are the ones which is affected, so it cannot be given orally, but otherwise membrane permeability coefficients are quite non-active. Cytochrome also, there is hardly any inhibition or induction, so not much of effect. So all the toxicology studies were completed and we embarked on phase 1 study. So phase 1 showed that the therapeutic dose, which is 0.03 microgram per kilogram, we could go all the way to 0.9 microgram per kilogram, and that is the time when we observed the first adverse event, which is vomiting. So vomiting and emesis, and once we repeated the dose, it was the same response. So we took 0.9 as the maximum tolerated dose, and 6 is the 0.6 is the max. Actually, 0.6 is the maximum tolerated dose, and 0.9 is the toxic. And our therapeutic dose is 0.3. So that also showed quite margin, which is pretty good, that even at twice the dose, we are safe. So following that, phase 2 results, phase 2 trial was done. This trial was done in 7 centers across the country, and these are the centers. It was 50 patient trial, and the time, based on animal experiments, we kept the time of 24 hours after the onset of stroke. So demographics are more or less similar between the two groups, normal saline and sovataltide, and time of administration was roughly about 20 hours after the onset of stroke. So most of the time in US, Japan and other countries, the time will be much less, but in India, the time was roughly about 20 hours. But once again, this is quite appreciative that at least we do not have to wait for 4 hours for TPA to be administered. So the primary endpoint improved, and change in modified ranking scale, which is, modified ranking scale is the most important point, and that improved, it just missed the level of significance. P is 0.05, so it is not less than 0.05, but the changes are very big. Almost, we can see that number of patients, percentage of patients where modified ranking scale improved more than 2 is 77% in 40% in control and 60% in sovataltide. Then patients with modified ranking scale of 0 at 90 days, that means complete recovery, also is improved. So all that data was also promising, and we published this data in CNS Drugs and ultimately launched on phase 3 trial, in which almost 58% of the patients were enrolled in bigger centers having at least 40 ICU beds. These are the centers, 18 centers where the trial was conducted, and design of the trial is this. So basically there were 5 visits. First visit was assessment and the treatment. Second assessment, third assessment, then for day 4 is treatment, and visit 4 is treatment, and visit 5 is assessment. So in other words, we excluded the patients with intracranial hemorrhage. So that was part of the criteria which we consulted with FDA and Indian regulatory agency, that intracranial hemorrhage should be excluded by CT MRI if that is there, because it will confound the results. 24-hour window was kept once again, and patients with more than 6 or more NIHSS was the important criteria, so which showed that moderate kind of stroke patients are there. And once patients were randomized, and these are the results. These are the results from the trial for the phase 2 and phase 3 also. The same design was kept in phase 3. So 760 patients were enrolled in phase 3, out of which 600 did not meet the eligibility criteria, mainly because we did not want to take recurrent stroke. So All India Institute, where a lot of patients with recurrent strokes were coming, they were excluded, and 158 patients were included, randomized, 78 in control, 80 in sovataltide, and completed 90-day follow-up, 70 completed in control, and 67 completed in sovataltide. And there were 4 deaths in sovateltide group and 2 deaths in control group. So mean demographics, you can see they are very similar: age, body weight, male-female ratio, NIH-SS aspects, which is the volume of infarct, radiologically defined is the same, 8 and 8. Thrombolytic therapy, that is more patients in control got thrombolytic therapy than in sovateltide, but in spite of that, results are much better in sovateltide. Large artery atherosclerosis, there are more patients in sovateltide, which is more devastating. Still the results came out to be good. Interval between the onset of stroke is 18-19 hours, very similar. Diabetes, comorbidity, diabetes, and hypertension, all are very similar between the two groups. So subtypes of strokes are also similar, excepting a little bit difference in large artery atherosclerosis. Now coming to the results. Head-to-head comparison at 90 day, the p-value is 0.007, which was quite encouraging. And then we thought, let us analyze the change in modified ranking scale from baseline to 90 day. That also p-value is 0.004. Then we thought of another parameter, NIH-SS. That also head-to-head comparison is 0.02. One thing which you will notice is that it is always 2 zeros, not 1 0. The statistical significance is quite high. So change in NIH-SS from baseline of 6 or more in patients, once again the population or the percentage of patients who are showing much better response in change in NIH-SS is P01. Barthel index, which is another indicator, but it is modified ranking scale is the most important one. NIH-SS is the next one, and Barthel index is more of cognitive functions also, but still it came out to be significant. And the change in Barthel index of 40 or more just missed the level of significance. Other scales also, which they are showing improvement. So basically, every scale you measure, there is improvement in patients with stroke. So we further thought of analyzing the data that how many patients have fully recovered. So once again, in every parameter, whether it is modified ranking scale, NIH-SS or Barthel index, full recovery is about 10% more in sovateltide group. Mortality, as I told you, there were 4 deaths in sovateltide and 2 in control, and statistically not significant. And when we further analyzed, there were 3 patients in stroke in sovateltide group which died, had large artery atherosclerosis, and that carries very high mortality compared to small vessel occlusion. Intracranial hemorrhage, absolutely no change. So whether it is, that is another adverse event which is monitored. So no change in intracranial hemorrhage between the control and sovateltide group. Adverse events, they are all common adverse events, and not a single adverse event was recorded because of sovateltide. So these are common adverse events which were recorded in stroke patients, and none was related to sovateltide. Then US FDA asked us to do a study whether it affects the clot lysis or not. So we did that study, and we are showing results that this does not affect lysis of clot. Because if it has to be given along with TPA, then we need that study. So TPA is doing clot lysis, sovateltide is not doing any clot lysis. Then we combined with TPA, and we see the picture is almost the same. So basically, it does not affect clot lysis being induced by TPA and has no effect on clot lysis. Although we knew that because mechanism is very different, but still it was important to complete that study. We did further patient analysis in which TPA was given and TPA was not given, and we can see that exactly the same p-values are there, rather than p-value decreases a little bit without thrombolytics. NIH-SS also, Barthel index also. So all parameters are showing that even with TPA, it can be given safely. So ordinal shift, most other neurologists, they are looking for ordinal shift, which is how much change has taken place in modified Rankin scale during the time of treatment. And we can see that 0 is normal and 6 is death. So the shift which is taking place from control to sovatiltide is very dramatic when 0 to 2 modified Rankin scale is considered. That is close to 22% shift, which is a huge shift which is taking place. And we analyzed that or compared with TPA. TPA, the shift was reported as blocks of 0 to 1, 2 to 3, 4 to 5 and death. So we could not take 2 as the parameter, we could only take 3. And once again, the absolute increase in favorable outcome with TPA is 9%, while absolute increase in favorable outcome with sovatiltide is 12% at modified Rankin scale 0 to 3. If it was 0 to 2, it would have been 22%. Then another parameter to analyze is the primary endpoint of modified Rankin scale 0 to 2 at 90 day, how many patients are with lower modified Rankin scale, and this has become the primary endpoint in our US trial. So we find the p-value as 0.002. Number needed to treat is another way to analyze. With TPA, it is roughly about 9 to 10. With sovatiltide, it is 5. So any way we analyze, it is coming out to be significant. These are summary of the significance of the parameters, and we try to make a small presentation.
Our research shows that endothelin B receptors are high in nervous system and they are very crucial for development of central nervous system. Pharmas has discovered a new endothelin B receptor agonist drug sovatiltide. This is given intravenously. Sovatiltide increases cerebral blood flow and prevents cell death. Sovatiltide stimulates endothelin B receptors in the brain to promote repair of the brain in case of damage. It starts healing process by promoting neurogenesis and angiogenesis by stimulating neural progenitor cells. Molecular studies shows synapses are formed in new neurons and the synaptic communication is resulting in significantly better clinical outcome. Sovatiltide stimulates endothelin B receptors in the brain to promote neuro-restorative process or repair the brain in case of damage, and no drug-related adverse event was reported in human.
So this is the official letter we received from FDA showing that phase 3 study is approved and we can move forward with the study. And then we filed the special protocol assessment, and this is the official letter from US FDA that the SPA is also approved. So we feel we are proud that from India we could go to US FDA and get all those achievements which have been done for the first time. So now the challenge is to get the drug approved in US. That is the next big challenge. And this is the protocol which has been approved by US FDA and the SPA is already in place. So we thought the primary endpoint is 0 to 2 modified Rankin scale, but the change is that instead of 6 and more NIHSS at baseline, it will be 8 and more. So more severe patients in US will be considered. So we took the data, our own data from India, and analyzed it with patients having 8 or more NIHSS at baseline, and found that the p-value further decreases. So it becomes 0.0016 or something. So we are quite confident of moving forward in US to see that this drug can move forward. So sovatiltide intended as a novel first-in-class therapeutic to be used 24 hours within the onset of stroke. It has demonstrated practice-changing results, statistically significant, clinically meaningful improvement in patients. Approved in India on May 31st of 23, launched by Sun Pharma 14th of September 23 under their own brand name, Tyvalzi. US FDA has approved phase 3, and 28th of September we got the letter for SPA also. It is, we signed the agreement with Sun Pharma. They will be using the brand name Tyvelzi. Dosing is very simple. It is supplied in 5 ml vials. So the dose is 0.3 micrograms. So we put 5 ml, and according to weight, we take the unit and inject. Bolus over 1 minute, 3-hour interval between each doses. So 3 doses are given on day 1, 3 doses on day 3, and 3 doses on day 6. Total are 9 doses. So they have kept the price of 1,300 rupees per vial. Total cost for treatment is 11,700. So independently, the journal Drugs, which is quite a prominent journal in our field, they covered this. This is once again first time. Most of the time, the first approval by drugs is covered for drugs which are launched in Europe, US, Japan, and others. This is the first time a drug launched in India, they covered it as a primary story. So I'm once again proud of what we have done. So the clinical team which is there, they have a big team which has put together. We are not into manufacturing, we are not into sales, we are not into those kind of things. Our whole focus is to do science and take the product forward using scientific methods. And thank you very much, and I'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Gulati, for a very informative talk and enlightening us on the role of this novel agent for the management of stroke. So now the house is open for question-answer sessions. So anyone from the audience, if you have any doubt or questions, you can ask Dr. Gulati. So if there are no questions, so we'll close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a minute, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, there is one question, sir. So there is one question Dr. Naresh wants to ask. Mic, please. Mic to Dr. Naresh.
Good morning, sir. Your work is inspirational, and drug is looking very promising, very much needed in our setting. So I just want to ask that it is given within first 24 hours after the onset of the stroke. So is there any comparison we can give within 4 hours or within 6 hours, within 12 hours, within 24 hours? Is there any advantage to give it early? Of course, it's within 24 hours. If we give it within 4 hours, it is better than if we give in within 18 hours.
Actually, that's a good question. How did we select 24 hours? We selected 24 hours based on lot of data which was collected. So we started with 2 hours, went all the way to 48 to 72 hours, and ultimately found that till 24 hours we can go safely and have the maximum efficacy. So obviously it is that we need to have a good time, the maximum time which is possible. So, I mean, it would have been ideal if it was 72 hours or even more than that, but 24 hours is the best time. Although it still works after 24 hours, but that was the best time. And since we did our trials 24 hours, so it is approved only for 24 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So anyone else? Okay. Please pass on the mic.
One more question, sir.
Hello. So in the landscape of newer interventions for the various drugs available for ischemic strokes, I think this drug is a new inclusion, and results are very encouraging, sir. So my specific question is like, how do we give it? Do we give it solo or in combination with other drugs for stroke? Yeah.
Actually, the only drug which is officially approved for treatment of stroke is TPA. There is no other drug which is approved. But in India, a lot of drugs are used, like citicoline and cerebrolysin and on, mannitol, they are all used. So because the treatment was being given to patients standard treatment. So many patients did get citicoline, many patients did get mannitol, they got some TPA. So all that was also being treated, and we did analyze the results in subsets, that if mannitol is used, then what happens if that, and it came out to be that we can keep on using the drugs, and so vortaltide can be added onto that. So there is no interaction with or interference with any of the presently used drugs, but interaction, we did study, that is the only approved drug in the world for stroke. And this has become the second drug, which is.
Can you also enlighten on the cost effectiveness of this drug? Conventional medicines.
Combination of?
Cost effectiveness. How expensive is this drug?
How
expensive?
Yeah, I told that Sun Pharma. So Sun Pharma has kept the price of 1,300 rupees, and the total treatment is 11,700, which is way less than TPA.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close. Okay, one more question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the inspiring talk. So one question which I had in mind was, you had was there any specific reason phase 1, phase 2, 3 trials in India, and then went back to the US FDA for phase 3 trials? That was number one question. Number two, sir, do we expect to see any head-to-head, trials between TPA and this particular drug?
Yeah. So let me, I just want to be brief that why we selected India. India is, when I started the project, that I want that to be approved elsewhere. And the economic impacts are quite big, not only quite big, and that Department of Commerce and the Secretary of Commerce visited Chicago, they called me up, and facility is in India, which is US FDA approved facility. Now if we get the drug approved elsewhere out of India, the export which will be taking place can be quite big. So I had to give back to my country, so that was one of the reasons. Second, important, throughout my life, I didn't have any interaction with Wall Street to raise money. So it was like how to get it done at the most cost-effective way to raise close to $45 million for the trial. In India, we could do it in $4 or $5 million. So my capacity to raise money is not there right now. So it is coming, but we'll see how it shapes up.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll close the session now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I'll request Dr. Navpreet Kaur, ma'am, to give memento and certificate to Dr. Anil Gulati. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sachan, sir, to felicitate ma'am, Dr. Navpreet ma'am, and Dr. Raj, sir. Thank you, ma'am and sir. Now we will proceed to inauguration ceremony.
Esteemed dignitaries, respected faculties, honored members of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, cherished guests, and worthy pharmacology delegates, a hearty welcome to this magnificent day. We welcome together to commemorate an important milestone, the inauguration of the second National Conference of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, NAPTICON-2023, under the aegis of the Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, King George's Medical University, Lucknow. If there were only one truth, you couldn't paint 100 canvases on the same theme. Such is the theme for this year's conference, which is Role of Pharmacology and Therapeutics in Holistic Healthcare. We are truly honored to stand before you today at the inauguration of NAPTICON 2023. This event represents a significant landmark in the world of pharmacology, bringing together some of the brightest minds, researchers, and professionals in the field. As Margaret Fuller rightly said, if you have knowledge, let others light their candles in it. As we embark on the journey of discovery, innovation, and collaboration, I extend my warmest welcome to everyone present over here. I now request Dr. Sarvesh Singh Sir, Organizing Secretary, NAPTICON 2023, to escort the dignitaries on the dais. Sir, please. Our Chief Guest and Patron, Professor Sonia Nityanand Ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, King George's Medical University, Lucknow. Professor Abjeet Kaur Ma'am, Pro Vice Chancellor, King George's Medical University, Lucknow. Professor Amod Kumar Sachan Sir, Organizing Chairman, NAPTICON 2023. Professor Anuradha Nishchal Ma'am, Organizing Co-Chair, NAPTICON 2023. Professor Padmaja Uday Kumar Ma'am, President, National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. Professor R.K. Dikshit Sir, General Secretary, National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, to take a seat on the dais. Professor C.M. Kamal Sir, National Coordinator, National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. Thank you, sir. It's our absolute pleasure to welcome our dignitaries with flowers. I would now request Dr. Elisha Raj to present a floral bouquet to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am. We are honored to have you with us today, ma'am. Bouquet to Professor Abjeet Kaur, ma'am. Ekal Pushp to Professor Amod Kumar Sachan, sir. Ekal Pushp to Professor Anuradha Nishchal, ma'am. Ekal Pushp to Professor Padmaja Uday Kumar, ma'am. Ekal Pushp to Professor R.K. Dikshit, sir. Ekal Pushp to Professor C.M. Kamal, sir. Equal push to Professor Sarvesh Singh, sir. We also have amidst us our former head of department and some distinguished faculties. I request Dr. Suyog Sindhu ma'am to present equal push to Professor K.K. Pant, sir, former head of the department. I request Suyog Sindhu ma'am to present an equal push to Gautam Palit, sir. I request Suyog Sindhu ma'am to present an equal push to Dr. Chandishwar Nath. An equal push to Professor Anil Gulati, sir. An equal push to Mr. Amod Gujral, sir. An equal push to Madam Mrs. Amod Gujral, ma'am. I also request ma'am to present an equal push to Richa ma'am, wife of Dr. A.K. Sachan, sir. Thank you, ma'am. To make this event a blessed one and invoke Goddess Saraswati, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward and kindly light the ceremonial lamp.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहां हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you, sirs and ma'ams. I now invite Professor Amod Kumar Sachand, sir, to welcome the guest.
Good morning, the dignitaries sitting on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sonia Nityanand, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor Dr. Abhijit Kaur, the National President Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar, and National Coordinator Dr. C.M. Kamal, National Secretary Dr. R.K. Dikshit, Co-Chairperson Dr. Anuradha Nischal, and Organizing Secretary Dr. Sarvesh Singh. The dear esteemed delegates and distinguished guests, and the various participants who are coming all across India and few from overseas, I extend warm welcome to NAPTICON-2023, the second national conference of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. As an organizing chairman, I feel privileged to host this gathering of esteemed professionals, passionate learners in the field of pharmacology and therapeutics. Our conference theme, the role of pharmacology and therapeutics in the holistic healthcare, underscores the pivotal role these disciplines play at delivering comprehensive and patient-centric healthcare. Aligned with the WHO's definition of the healthcare, which advocates for a holistic approach that consists of the physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual well-being of the individual for achieving the optimal health outcome, not only through medicines, not only through medications and other therapeutic modalities, but also through meditation. I will give you a small presentation afterwards. We are treating the patients with medicines left and right through in every discipline. But to know why these diseases are developed, the best way to understand, we should understand the three-dimensional healthcare. And I will be giving this small presentation in this afternoon, which will tell how we can prevent the disease to appear and how these diseases can be cured in a much better way. NAPTICON stands as the national largest annual gathering of MD pharmacologists, and I am profoundly grateful to the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics for entrusting us with the privilege to host this esteemed association, the second national conference. Our carefully curated program includes 9 plenary sessions covering academics, clinical researchers, and the and pharmaceutical industry, the first of which has already occurred through Dr. Anil Gulati, who has come all the way from US. Over 75 eminent experts will share their insights through approximately 300 presentations, encompassing 156 oral and 126 poster presentations across the wide spectrum of pharmacology and therapeutics. The next 2 days is promised to be a delightful and enriching experience for all the delegates, providing numerous opportunities to expand knowledge and professional networks. Lucknow, our host city, known for its stunning architecture, historical monuments, and the world-famous Tehzeebs, invites you to explore its rich cultural heritage. We are very rich in our cultural heritage, and I will invite all the delegates who are coming from all the corners of India that they should visit these monuments, particularly in Lucknow, the old Bada Imam Bada, Chota Imam Bada, and various other things. Besides this, this is the state which is prevalent for all the Hindu religious places. For example, birthplace of Rama in Ayodhya, and the Kashi for Shiva, and the Mathura and Vrindavan for Krishna. And I would invite you to please visit. The appropriate arrangement has already been made. Whosoever wants to go visit these places can make a plan. I also take this opportunity to highlight recent advancements in our departmental research and development. We focus on three-dimensional healthcare, continuously studying the significance of medication and meditation. We are focusing on the main important topics of the pharmacology. Pharmacology is the only subject which involves each and every discipline of medicine. In whatever discipline you want to work, you have to see that medicines are there. And the pharmacology can play a pivotal role in helping those departments by giving their services in terms of pharmacovigilance and in terms of prescription audit. The National Pharmacovigilance Program, which is running all across India, the Government of India has decided that every medical college should have a pharmacovigilance center, and it should coordinate with the National Pharmacovigilance Center, the PVPI, and should send the data for all the adverse drug reactions happening in their different hospitals. India is one of the biggest countries where the maximum number of patients are there who are being treated by medicines, and we can support the whole world in sending those adverse drug reaction reporting to the Uppsala Center in Sweden. So this is very important, and we should be #1 in the whole world in reporting, so that we can prevent those adverse drug reactions appearing in the drugs, and we can guide the world that this drug is important to use and this drug is not important to use, or this is having adverse reactions. That is the most important thing. We are doing this exercise in our university. We are running this prescription audit program and pharmacovigilance program in a big way. And we offer all those delegates who have come that they should initiate this program in their own respective institutions. Rational drug use guides optimum treatment choices, reduces costs, and improving the patient outcome, combating issues like antibiotic resistance. Recently, the Government of India and the state government, both of them, they are emphasizing that we should use generic drugs. Generic drugs not only prevents the various difficulties in prescribing the medicines, but it also reduces the cost if it is properly used. So, and it has been really appreciated by the government, as well as including the Supreme Court. They are also emphasizing that we should use the generic drug. So we should increase this thing in our prescribing habit. In closing, I wish NAPTICON-2023 to be an epitome of this extraordinary gathering. I eagerly anticipate engaging in meaningful discussions and collaboration with each of you. Once again, I welcome NAPTICON-2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we will be showing you a video related to NAPTICON 2023, the second national conference of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, organized by the Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, King George's Medical University, Lucknow. I now invite Dr. C.M. Kamal, National Coordinator, NPT, and Professor and Head, Government Medical College, Saharanpur, to take us through the journey of NPT.
Good morning, all. Esteemed dignitaries sitting on the dais, my esteemed pharmacology colleagues, dear friends, my future pharmacologists, postgraduate students, the phenomenal success of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics is the testament to the collective efforts and dedication of everyone involved. And it sets a promising path for the future of pharmacology and therapeutics in our country. If you believe in the future of pharmacology is bright, please give a big round of applause for the future of pharmacology. Esteemed friends, we are well determined in our mission to establish our organization as a sole representative of pharmacology, clinical pharmacology, and therapeutics like other clinical branches which are existing. The starting of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics has been started on a humble beginning during the COVID time as a WhatsApp group. Some of our head of the department and professors have started a group there. Then, with the passage of time, some other colleagues and friends have suggested that group should be increased. In this group, this keep on increasing with the passage of time, and it has taken probably the biggest group on WhatsApp group, professional group, which is exclusively of the head of the department and professor. And from this dais, I'm proud to say, in that group, we are of the 550 medical colleges, we are around 400 professors and head of the department in that WhatsApp group. With the passage of time, some of our friends have suggested us, since WhatsApp group is not the legal entity, to give it a registration and to give it a shape of the organization. We have registered, and it has took the shape of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. We are involved in academic activity promoting pharmacology and therapeutics across the country, and we believe that pharmacology is a linking specialty which is linking pre- and paraclinical specialties to the other clinical specialties. We see a very, very bright future because the demands of the pharmacologists are increasing with the passage of time. Many of the members of the organization or pharmacologists, apart from involving in the academic activities, they are working in the industry, pharmaceutical industry, pharmacovigilance, clinical research organizations, and other research organizations. So with the passage of time, demands of the pharmacologists are increasing, and we are looking a very bright future of the pharmacology and therapeutics. We, from this dais, want to convey our sincere gratitude to all our friends and fellow pharmacologists for their wholehearted support to the organization National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. Thank you all. I will be playing a small video of the organization. Just please have a look, and you can see how the future of pharmacology and therapeutics is. Please.
Thank you, sir. Now we all move towards NPT journal release. National Journal of Pharmacology and Therapeutics is the official journal of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, released quarterly. I would now request Professor Sonia Nityanand ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, KGMU, to kindly release the hard copy of the journal. I request Dr. Dinesh K. Badyal, sir, Editor-in-Chief, and Dr. Sukanta Sen, sir, Executive Editor, to come to the stage and join the dignitaries on the stage for the journal release. Thank you, Madam and Sirs. We are very sure that high-quality contributions from the pharmacology fraternity will help the journal to achieve heights. Dreams can become a reality when we possess a vision that is characterized by the willingness to work hard and a desire for excellence. Having said so, I request Professor Padmaja Uday Kumar ma'am, President, National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, to please address this august gathering with her words of wisdom.
Respected dignitaries on the days, of the days, esteemed pharmacologists, and everyone gathered here. A very good morning and a warm namaste in this cold Lucknow weather. It's great to see the gathering, the enthusiastic gathering. We can see the meticulous work done by the organizing team. You have been working hard and you have done extremely well. Hearty congratulations to the entire team. And your hospitality is A++. Our NPT journey, as told by Dr. Kamal, started when the corona hangover loomed large around the world. And as we started, I'm proud to say we did some activities, and in about 3 years, we have reached great heights. Thanks to all of you. The evidence is in front of you. When our conference NAPTICON-2023 was announced, immediately or somewhere around the same time, several conferences were announced. But I can affirmatively say that we got the maximum response to NAPTICON-23, and we have the cream pharmacology group here. Hope all of you present here are members of NPT. Hope you have all taken up your life membership. If not, right now is the time. As you go out in the counter, you can please register for NPT before the charges go up, as the demand increases. So please register, and it's just the click of a button, and it's worth your time. I am delighted to know that there are 26 postgraduates who have joined MD Pharmacology this year at KGMU Lucknow, and that speaks a lot about the institution, the head of the department, and everyone heading or in the administration here. It's a big round of applause where many colleges around the country, we are not having enough postgraduates. 26 is a big number. Dear postgraduates, I hope pharmacology was your first choice when you applied for your PG seats. Even if not, you have done a favor for yourself by getting into pharmacology. You have ample opportunities both in the industry as well as in academics, and I am sure you will settle much before your peers. And having settled, I request all of you to give back to your specialty. Only then the specialty can attain better heights or can do well in time. Before I conclude, I have a request for all the esteemed pharmacologists here. In the face of global health challenges, there is need for genuine or quality research. Let us overcome our temptation for Me Too research, and let us all contribute and prove our worth to the world. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak a few words. Thank you, one and all. Jai Hind. Long live NPT.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As they rightly say, remember to celebrate milestones as you prepare for the road ahead. I would now request Professor Rakesh Kumar Dikshit, sir, General Secretary, National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, to take us through the journey of NPT.
गुड मॉर्निंग. मज़ा नहीं आता ना गुड मॉर्निंग में. लखनऊ में आदाब. So good morning, adab to everyone. And Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, our patron, and Pro Vice Chancellor ma'am, Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar ma'am, then our respected HOD sir, then Dr. Kamal, Dr. Anuradha, and Dr. Sarvesh, and all the esteemed guests from different part of the world. आप इधर से देखोगे तो आपको एक अलग सा महसूस होएगा, because you will see every part of the world, India is covered. So every part of the India is covered if you see from this place, and that is our proud moment, and that is why we are having a proud on us. So I am indebted to welcome you all in this second National Conference of Pharmacology Therapeutics, and this association has started 3 years back, but the pace of progress is very rapid. And because of that, many of the pharmacologists are worried about this particular platform. I can say from this place only. In the previous year, the organization has conducted the first conference at the Mangalore, and that was the mega hit. And I think that we will be able to have that conference at that particular par. Thank you, madam, for initiating that particular stone. That actually, the first stone, हम लोगों को पढ़ाया जाता है, पहला कदम निकालना सबसे difficult होता है. पहली conference कराने में कोई आगे नहीं आ रहा था. And madam, we are thankful कि आप आगे आई, and suddenly you gave the boost to all the things. To increase our strength and visibility, we have planned to invite our residents to become member with certain riders. So that will be announced by Dr. Kamal in late evening. The time is limited, so I am highlighting some of the achievement of our association. The first, we all have started a very well-planned website, and if you just click the website, every information is just one click away, and that is very meticulously planned website. Number two, the YouTube channel, there are lectures, there are talks, there are materials, reading materials which can be downloaded from there. Then we are publishing RX Factor, that is our magazine, and that is really a proud moment to say that it is one of the best pharmacology magazine throughout the India. And for that, I appreciate the effort of Dr. Sushil Sharma, sir. And the second is that you have seen that launch of this our journal, and that is also under the process of indexing, and very soon you will be having this indexed in a suitable platforms. So we are conducting online platform sessions, online sessions on the, not only on the pharmacology, but how to teach pharmacology. And that is teaching learning process through that to train our colleagues to make our students in the better way. The research award in this year has been initiated by our committee, and multiple research awards they have been initiated, and they will be given to promote the energy which is present in the budding one. And that is why most of the awards are focused in such a way that they go towards the young brigades. Those who achieve some excellence related to the pharmacology are always appreciated. And ultimately, at the last, this is not the end of the list, but because of the time constraint, and madam has to go because मैडम के पिताजी की तबीयत ख़राब है, तो हम लोग सब प्रार्थना करते हैं कि सर की तबीयत अच्छी हो, और मैडम को जाना है, इस वजह से हम जल्दी से ख़त्म कर रहे हैं अपनी बात. एंड आई ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ एसोसिएशन अगेन वेलकम यू एंड थैंक यू ऑल. जय हिंद, जय भारत, लॉन्ग लिव NAPTICON. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I request President NPT, Dr. Padmaja Udaykumar ma'am, to kindly take over.
Dear friends, as has been already announced, we know the Lifetime Achievement Award of the year 2023 goes to none other than Dr. Neelima Arun Ksheersagar. Madam, can we please have the privilege of having you on the stage? Kindly be seated. Yes, it's my privilege to read out the citation. Amidst the stars in the galaxy of pharmacology, there shines our own Dr. Neelima Arun Ksheersagar, an eminent Indian clinical pharmacologist. The drug liposomal amphotericin B, which was used to treat the Indian mucormycosis epidemic of 2021, which started post-COVID-19 treatment, was developed and patented in India by Dr. Neelima Ksheersagar in 1993. She has formerly held various prime posts such as Dean Director, SAGS Medical College, Mumbai, Neonal Chair, Clinical Pharmacology at ICMR, Acting Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Dean Director, ESIC, PGIMR, to name a few. She has over 280 publications in globally recognized journals. Her areas of expertise include clinical trials, pharmacovigilance, drug development, tropical diseases, drug resistance, phytopharmaceuticals, drug delivery systems, infectious diseases, tropical diseases, regulatory science, and medical education. Dr. Ksheersagar's dedication and groundbreaking breaking contributions have garnered remarkable accolades, including 23 university awards and gold medals. As her career progressed, Dr. Neelima's contributions to the field of pharmacology won several national, international awards and a myriad of oration awards. Madam, may your academic endeavors and your selfless contribution to improving patient care from pharmacological aspect ignite a burning desire for excellence in one and all among the pharmacology fraternity. We express our sincerest appreciation, affection to this great and extraordinary person, an exceptional educator, researcher, and administrator, and a perfect role model for budding pharmacologists. In fact, we are honored to present you with this Lifetime Achievement Award in recognition of your unmatched contribution to the field of pharmacology and therapeutics. Give me the citation. I request the dignitaries to join for the felicitation.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Sheer Sagar, ma'am, to kindly address the audience. Ma'am, please.
Vice Chancellor, Sonia Nityanand Madam, Dr. Amod, Dr. R.K. Dikshit, Dr. Kamal, Dr. Padmaja, Dr. Anuradha, and Dr. Sarvesh, and all my dear friends here. I'm absolutely overwhelmed by this wonderful affection and love that all the organizers of this program, all the award committee, and all of you have bestowed on me. I've never been so nervous and so embarrassed as this. Not even, not even when I injected the first liposomal amphotericin in the patient. I'm more nervous than that. But I'm extremely grateful to all of you for this wonderful award. And also the citation that you read, and Padmaja mentioned she was working on it over the night. Sunai then? I have to say that I was also very embarrassed to sit in the chair with all the dignitaries standing. I was also very embarrassed to be sitting alone on the chair, which I'm never used to. Either there are 10 people sitting with me, or there are 10 people standing with me, which will always include my students and colleagues and friends. So I have to say that whatever that I have contributed to pharmacology, I owe it to all my teachers, particularly, I won't name all of them, there are so many, particularly Dr. U.K. Sheth, late Dr. U.K. Sheth, so many of my students, friends, and colleagues, not only across the disciplines, but across the globes. But whatever that I have contributed, I would say just a drop in the ocean. And I think today's students and the energy that I have seen in this conference, I'm absolutely sure that you're all going to achieve much, much more than what I have and people of my generation have done. Collectively, what we can achieve and what individually we can achieve is something enormous. A pharmacologist, as pharmacologists, madam, we have all been contributing quite a lot to product development. We've just heard Dr. Anil Gulati, and yesterday you had a very wonderful pre-conference workshop. Madam Padmaja also just mentioned about contribution in academics and in research. If you look at the theme of this conference, it is Pharmacology Therapeutics Contribution in Healthcare. And I think that is one thing, I put that as a kind of goalpost for the NPT to take up. I was recently, some months back, giving a talk in Glasgow at the IUFAR. And one of the things that I noted was that if you look at the United Nations or WHO's healthcare personnel requirement required globally for healthcare, we always say you require 1 doctor per 1,000 population, maybe 3 nurses per 1,000 population, and so on. The names of various specialties, gynec, obstetric, pediatric, but it is not mentioning pharmacologist. And I think if I was thinking, is that ever possible? In fact, globally, that's also what people are really lamenting. But when I see the energy of this association and all this young audience here, I'm sure that is something which can be achieved. So I put a goalpost to all our wonderful organizers here that what you must do is to try and see that in the WHO list for healthcare professionals globally requirement, we must have the name of pharmacologist in it. It may be not 1 per 1,000, maybe 1 per 10,000 or 1 per lakh, but whatever, I think it must come. And this particular wonderfully organized and initiated association, I think, can achieve it. I didn't think it is something that can be achieved, but looking at the energy of everybody here, I'm sure it can be achieved. I'm extremely, once again, grateful to all of you, and thank you all for this bestowing of this award. This is something which I will cherish and would absolutely greatly consider very, very fortunate to have received it. And thank you all very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. This felicitation ceremony is not just a validation of your accomplishments, it's a reminder of your limitless potential and the incredible things you are capable of. So currently, we move towards the felicitation program. I request Professor Amod Kumar Sachan sir to present a memento to our chief guest and patron, Professor Sonia Nityanand ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, King George's Medical University, Lucknow. I request Professor Anuradha Nishal ma'am to present a memento to Professor Abjeet Kaur ma'am. I request Professor Sonia Nityanand ma'am, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, to present a memento to Professor Amod Kumar Sachan sir. A memento to Professor Anuradha Nishal ma'am. A memento to Professor Padmaja Uday Kumar ma'am. A memento to Professor R.K. Dikshit sir. A memento to Professor C.M. Kamal sir. A memento to Professor Sarvesh Singh sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. I invite Professor Amod Kumar Sachan sir to invite our superannuated faculties and guest of honor who will be felicitated today.
Thank you. I am very happy, delighted to see few of my teachers who have made my career in this department of pharmacology. Long back in 1985, when I joined the department as an MT student, it was really quite uncomfortable for me to adjust in that department. And one of my teachers, who is sitting here very much, Dr. Chandishwar Nath, he has really helped me in all the way in making and shaping my career in Department of Pharmacology. I welcome Dr. Chandishwar Nath. Please come on the dais. And I will request my Honorable Vice Chancellor to please felicitate my senior superannuated teacher. He was working here in the department and in the team, in the unit of the CDRI, and subsequently he went there in the CDRI, and from there he is retired from a unit, toxicological unit of CDRI as a director. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and coming to bless us. Now I will invite Dr. Anil Gulati. He was the demonstrator at that time when I was there as an MBBS resident. Subsequently, he joined the CDRI, and from there he left to US, and he has established his own company in Chicago. And he's 50% time he remains in India, 50% time he remains in the US. And I'm really obliged that he came all the way from US just to attend this conference. Dr. Gautam Palit. He is another senior to me. He was also in this CDRI unit working in the department. The Department of Pharmacology was upgraded Department of Pharmacology department, where there were so many units of the central government, state governments, they were running in the department. And Dr. Gautam Palit was one of the senior scientists there in the CDRI and was working in the college. I'm really obliged that he came here just to bless us. Now I'll request Mr. Amod Gujral. He's a worthy son of a worthy father, Dr. Emil Gujral. He was having some busy schedule, that's why he has to leave a little early, but he came here and he spared valuable time. He is the son of the first head of the Department of Pharmacology, Dr. Emil Gujral. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam. Ashwin? Yes, please carry on.
Thank you, sir. Patience, persistence, and perspiration make an unbeatable combination for success. I now request our chief guest and patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor, King George's Medical University, Professor Sonia Nityanand ma'am, to kindly address the audience with her words of wisdom.
Dr. Abjit Kaur, the Pro VC of King George's Medical University. Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar, the National President. Dr. CM Kamal, who's our National Coordinator. Dr. R.K. Dikshit, the Secretary. Dr. Amod Sachan, the Organizing Chairperson and the Head of the Department. Dr. Anuradha Nishchal, the Organizing Co-Chairperson, and Dr. Sarvesh Singh, the Organizing Secretary. All the esteemed faculty members who come from all over the country to lecture in this conference, the staff, delegates, and our media friends. A very warm welcome on behalf of the university to the NAPTICON-2023, the third conference of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, with the theme of Role of Pharmacology and Therapeutics in Holistic Healthcare. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Neelima Shirsagar for the Lifetime Achievement Award, and also add from myself that your discovery of liposomal amphotericin B has saved so many lives. Much before the emergence of mucormycosis because of COVID, for years, as a as a clinical hematologist and moreover as a bone marrow transplanter, I would like to say that amphotericin B is very, very important for us. When patients become neutropenic, they develop fungal infections, aspergillosis, and even other fungal infections. And at times, most times, we have to empirically use amphotericin B. So it's like a lifeline for us. And I would like to personally, I did not know that you were behind it. I am very delighted to know that you are behind it and would like to congratulate you, and more important, for having saved so many lives. Our patients would not have been alive if it was not amphotericin B. I would also like to congratulate the whole team for the launch of the National Journal of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. I think it's a milestone development. We all know that drugs are at the helm of clinical medicine. We can diagnose diseases clinically and through investigations. But it's of no use if we don't have drugs to treat them. But we should also realize that drugs are a double-edged sword. It is important to have a deep knowledge about their side effects, their pharmacokinetics, their pharmacogenomics, and use correctly the drugs. A few months back, Dr. Atul Jain, who's sitting with us, he knows he had celebrated the Pharmacovigilance Week in Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Institute of Medical Sciences, to which I'm still attached. And I highlighted there also that it is pharmacovigilance is a very, very important field, because a lot of things one comes to know about drugs due to the post-marketing surveillance reports. A stark example for many of you who might know is the drug ticlodipine. It was developed as a very powerful antiplatelet drug. But people did not realize that it led to fatal pancytopenia and bone marrow failure syndrome till the post-marketing surveillance reports started coming out. I have myself been a witness to the death of a patient who died because of pancytopenia and bone marrow failure syndrome. And people were bewildered why he died. And then when we started searching literature, we realized that there were at that time a few reports on ticlodipine-induced bone marrow suppression. So pharmacovigilance, this is my first take-home message, that pharmacovigilance should be promoted in every institute, and a cell and a unit for pharmacovigilance should be formed and taken very seriously. The second thing I want to highlight is that India has a global visibility. And one of the most important reasons, one of the most important contributing factors has been our Indian pharma industry. And I feel very proud to be an Indian, and our Indian pharma industry to be probably in the top in the world. One of our goals, I want to give a take-home message, is that we have to fiercely protect our Indian patent laws, because that is what has made drugs available to the common man. It's for this young generation to continue this and to take a pledge that we have to protect our Indian patent laws. Otherwise, the common man in India will not be able to afford drugs. This is one area of medicine which has gone leaps and bounds ahead through research in new drug discovery. And you know now we have targeted drugs. I would like to urge all the young delegates here, young participants here, that it's a very exciting era of new drug discovery, and pharmacology is a glamorous area, and one should take on from targeted drugs, that so many targeted drugs have been developed because of the knowledge of the pathophysiology of diseases that has led to the development of targeted drugs. And this is an area which needs to be taken more and more forward because therapy now is individualized. In the end, I would urge Dr. Sachan. He's already maintained the high standards of the Department of Pharmacology at KGMU, which has very rich tradition. It has a very rich history. From the first head of the department, Dr. M.L. Gujral. Unfortunately, I think his son, Dr. Amod Gujral, has already left. I mean, he was a stalwart in pharmacology. Followed by Professor K.P. Bhargav. When I joined here as a student, Dr. K.P. Bhargav was there. I mean, what an individual he was. And what a department of pharmacology had been set up in KGMU. And then, of course, was Dr. R.P. Kohli and many more, and now Dr. Sachan. So the department has maintained this rich heritage that it has inherited and has taken the department forward. And I would like to congratulate you, Dr. Sachan, that you may take it more and more forward and take it to greater and greater heights. So with these words, I would like to congratulate the organizing team for organizing this very important conference, and I hope all the delegates have a very fruitful time and a scientific feast during these 2 days. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your precious words. I would now invite Professor Sarvesh Singh, Organizing Secretary, NAPTICON-2023, to present the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all, and dignitaries and guests, distinguished guests and delegates. It gives an immense pleasure to express my heartfelt gratitude and extend a warm vote of thanks to everyone gathered here today for the second National Conference of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, NAPTICON-2023. Your presence and participation have been pivotal in making this event a resounding success. I extend my deepest appreciation to our chief guest, patron, Professor Sonia Nityanand Ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, King George's Medical University, Lucknow, for gracing this occasion with her magnificent presence. Your insightful words and resolute support have truly enriched our event and inspired all of us. Your commitment to fostering academic excellence and promoting the exchange of knowledge has truly inspired all of us. Your benevolent and unwavering support have been to the cornerstone of our success. Your visionary leadership, characterized by a profound dedication to advancing the frontiers of medical education, has been a beacon guiding us through the enlightening journey. Thank you so much, ma'am, being with us today. From the bottom of my heart, I express my deepest gratitude to Professor Abhijit Kaur, ma'am, Pro Vice Chancellor, KGMU. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to our head of the department, Professor Amod Kumar Sachan, Organizing Chairman, NAPTICON-2023, Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, Lucknow, for his invaluable guidance, unwavering support, and inspiring vision, which have been pivotal in shaping the overarching success of NAPTICON 2023. Your dedication to the advancement of pharmacology and therapeutics is steadfast, and we are deeply honored by your leadership, sir. Thank you, sir. I would also extend my heartfelt thanks to co-chair NAPTICON 23, Dr. Anuradha Nischal, Professor, Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. Her leadership in spearheading the logical aspect of the event has been invaluable. Ma'am's attention to every detail and unflinching commitment to excellence have set a high standard for our future endeavors. Ma'am, your expertise and tireless efforts have made this grand event possible. Thank you, ma'am. I cannot overlook the immense contribution of the members of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. A special thanks to our esteemed President, National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, Professor Padmaja Uday Kumar, for her visionary leadership, unparalleled dedication, and unwavering commitment towards advancing the field of pharmacology and therapeutics. Your valuable and unmatched expertise round the clock have been instrumental in shaping the success of NAPTICON 23. I would fall short of my duty if I do not thank our very own Professor Rakesh Kumar Dikshit, Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, who is also General Secretary, National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, who played an inseparable part of the journey right from the conception of the thought of the second national conference of NPT here at KGMU, Lucknow till date, when the thought has come alive and present here with each and every one of us. I would also like to Professor C.M. Kamal, founder and national coordinator NPT, for his unflinching support for this magnanimous event to take stage here at Atal Bihari Vajpayee Scientific Convention Center, KGMU, Lucknow. Sir, took a keen interest to support the work of our conference secretariat. Your support, enthusiasm, and collaborative spirit have been the driving force behind the success of this conference. Your dedication and commitment to the field of pharmacology and therapeutics is truly commendable, and we are deeply grateful for your active involvement around the clock. I would also like to express my biggest gratitude to the organizing committee, Chairman Scientific Committee, Dr. Rajendra Nath, Professor Pharmacology Therapeutics, King George Medical University, Lucknow, Advisor IT by Dr. Sanjay Khatri, Professor Pharmacology Therapeutics, KGMU, Lucknow, Finance Secretary, Dr. D.K. Katiyar, Professor Pharmacology Therapeutics, KGMU, Lucknow, Joint Organizing Secretary, Dr. Rahul Kumar, Professor Pharmacology and Therapeutics, KGMU, Lucknow, Accommodation and Transport, Dr. Narendra Kumar, Registration and Reception, Dr. Suyog Sindhu. Senior residents, our extremely hard-working residents and staff, for their tireless efforts and unwavering dedication in ensuring the seamless execution of NAPTICON 23. I am very sure that it is because of their hard work and commitment that this conference will achieve a remarkable success. With immense affection, I acknowledge all the participants, presenters, and attendees who have contributed to the vibrant exchange of knowledge, ideas, and experiences during this conference. I take pride in announcing that we have received a massive number of 290 abstracts for oral and poster presentation. I firmly believe that your active engagement and enthusiasm will be the driving force behind the enriching discussion and collaborative initiatives. It would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and invaluable contributions of our sponsors and partners. Our sponsor and partners are RBL Bank, Surgeon Chicken Studio, Gupta Chicken Emporium, Kamal Kishore Skoda, Royal Ocean India Infratech Private Limited, Kite Technology, JP Brothers and Medical Publishers, Elite International Perfumes, Medimation Education Private Limited, Mitra, a Cipla Initiative, Solimar Corporation, Sheer Sagar Sweets, Sunny Toyota. Your commitment to furthering the goals of this conference is deeply appreciated. Last but not least, I express heartfelt gratitude to all the media and radio partners who played a very inseparable part in making our event cognizant in the entire city and country and facilitating the fame of NAPTICON-23 beyond the horizons of our pharmacological fraternity. Thank you, and may you all take a pleasure in our hospitality in the city of Nawab, Adab, Pehle Aap, and Kebabs. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir. Our national anthem unites every Indian and depicts the true spirit of every Indian through words, speech, signs, and expressions. May I please request one and all to rise in the honor of national anthem.
विनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request the delegates to kindly be seated. We are going to begin our next plenary session.
Dr. Sneha R. Ambawani, Ma'am is Professor and Head of Pharmacology Department, AIIMS, Jodhpur. Dr. Professor Pinaki Chakravarti, Sir is Head of the Department of Pharmacology, Tezpur Medical College and Hospital, Assam. Dr. Jagriti Bhatia, Ma'am is Professor of Pharmacology at AIIMS in Delhi.
हटा लो, सब कुछ हटा लो।
नहीं नहीं कोई ऐसा ब्रेक अनाउंस नहीं होगा।
So just we can have 2-3 minutes break, and after that we are having a very important session. And because we all are faculty or we are student, so ultimately we have to go with the curriculum and assessment. So for that we are having a very interesting talk, very interesting topic, and that is CBME curriculum in MD Pharmacology. So I request everybody to be present here within the hall, because if you miss this, you will miss something very important. Thank you. Please be here. हाँ कोई बात नहीं, उसके बाद हो जाए, ठीक है। ये बताओ, तुमसे कहा था कि
हम गए थे रेजिडेंट्स को बुलाने, वो वाले आ ही नहीं रहे बाहर, ये अंदर नहीं आ रहे।
कौन सा रेजिडेंट था बताओ जरा उनको।
एक करण है, उसको
बुलाओ,
करण भी गए।
बुलाओ जरा, बुलाओ। किसको तुमने कहा वो नहीं आया, बुलाओ जो भी हो। अब कोई भी जाए कम से कम उसके साथ जाओ, ठीक है? थोड़ा तमीज सीखो, खाली वहाँ
अभी एक टेबल टॉप भिजवा दो, वहाँ स्टेज के एकदम ऊपर टेबल रखी हुई है, वहाँ पर टेबल टॉप लगा दो। इनका करा करके ये ब्राउन हॉल में करवा दो, ठीक है, और इनका फाइल मांगो, उसकी फाइल रेडी करा दो, रात में मिलेगा नहीं हॉल। और कोई काम पेंडिंग हो जल्दी बताओ।
I would request the speakers of this session to come forward on the stage. Dr. Sneha Ambani, ma'am. Professor Dr. Pinaki Chakravarti, sir, and Dr. Jagriti Bhatia, ma'am. Please grace the dais.
ठीक है, ठीक है।
अपना प्रोग्राम कल ये NAPTICON वाला शाम को इधर
प्रेजेंटेशन है, हाँ, डेमोस्ट्रेशन, डेमो अभी सेशन के बाद।
I would again request the speakers of the next plenary session to grace the dais. Dr. Sneha Ambani, ma'am. Dr. Pinaki Chakravarti, sir. And Dr. Jagriti Bhatia, ma'am. I would request the chairpersons of the second plenary session to please grace the dais. Dr. Dinesh Badial, sir, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, CMC, Ludhiana. Dr. Nirmala Rege, ma'am, Professor, Department of Pharmacology, Eraz, Lucknow Medical College. And Dr. Major Jitendra Singh, sir, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, MUHS, Nashik.
So very good afternoon to all of you.
हमारे डिपार्टमेंट रेजिडेंट कहाँ है सर? इधर आओ। बाहर जाओ, कोई भी अगर दिखाई पड़े बाहर देख लेना, डॉक्टर हो, ठीक है? उसको जल्दी कैसे दिलाओ? आवाज आ रही है? जल्दी जाओ, जल्दी आओ। हाँ, पता लगा वो सड़क पे जा रहा, बोले भैया हम चिड़ियाघर देखने आने, चलो प्लीज सब लोग अंदर आ जाओ। रीजन है कि ये वाला अगर आप पढ़ लोगे तो पढ़ाने लायक बन जाओगे, और ये वाला अगर पढ़ लोगे तो असेसमेंट करने लायक बन जाओगे, और ये वाला पढ़ लोगे तो पढ़ के पास होने लायक बन जाओगे। सो दिस सेशन इज वेरी क्रूशियल। और बाहर कोई भी दिखाई पड़े, कोई भी, खाली उससे पूछो आप कौन है, बोले डॉक्टर, चलो अंदर चलो। सो प्लीज जल्दी जल्दी आओ। जब पूरा हाल भर जाएगा तब पढ़ाई चालू होगी। जाओ, ए बेटा, बाहर से जरा बुलाना सबको।
शालिनी को ये दिया हो गया वीडियो बनाना है ना। हाँ यार, साइलेंट कर दो।
Sir, start this.
So good afternoon to all present here. As we start an important issue here, conducting MD pharmacology exams as per the NMC guidelines. So all of you might have seen the guidelines which are updated now as per competency-based curriculum. And if you're gearing up for that, because already we assume 1.5 years has passed, that is applicable from batch 22. So if we are gearing up to that assessment, it means you have to change your teaching learning also. So the examination pattern, if you see the titles of the question papers have changed, all the 4. There are important updates in the internal assessment. It means that is already going on, and this will lead to your MD pharmacology examination, which will be there. So how to conduct that examination? Even internal assessment, which has been introduced there. Okay, so it means it's already ongoing for this 2022 batch. Almost 50% time is over. So looking at that component, we will see that how today you will get enlightened about that part.
Thank you, Dinesh. And I would like to introduce, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. C.M. Kamal. Usually we start saying that speaker doesn't require any introduction, and that is absolutely true for Dr. Kamal, because everyone over here knows that he's a founder of National MD Pharmacology Movement, and we are all over here because of the platform which has got created through his efforts, the National Association of Pharmacologists and Therapeutics. Dr. Kamal is a professor and head SMMH Government Medical College at Saharanpur, and he has a 15 years of academic experience, but he is also a pediatrician and practicing for more than 18 years in pediatrics. He worked also as a CRO at a clinical research physician, and he has set up Department of Clinical Research at Sharda University Hospital of Greater Noida and was director over there. He is the author of a book in drug therapy in pediatrics. I no wonder that he is a trainer now for GCP, certified trainer in medical education, and UG and PG teacher too. He has developed number of his own units and methods to teach students, which are very, very useful for us as pharmacologists, and that is why I request Dr. Kamal now to take over and conduct this session.
Thank you, madam. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, my pharmacology colleagues, at this NAPTICON 2023, we have organized this special session performing MD pharmacology examination as per the recent NMC guidelines. So we all know it very well that National Medical Commission New Delhi guidelines are in place, and we are highlighting through this conference at Lucknow that there are certain changes that we need to make during the assessment of postgraduate pharmacology students. I will be especially emphasizing over the final professional practical examination that we conduct after going to various institutions as a medical examiners. It is very useful session for the examiners and examinees as well. So in this presentation, I will be discussing some historical aspect of the postgraduate MD pharmacology, and then basic principles of assessment for postgraduate MD pharmacology. We will be discussing what to assess during the assessment of postgraduate MD pharmacology examination at the time of practical examination, and how to assess postgraduate MD pharmacology based on the recent NMC guidelines. This session is a little bit different from other session, probably the conventional sessions, because what I have tried to organize over here, we have created a simulation over here. We have tried to create a simulation over here. The patient is here, exam going student is present, and there are two assistants. This is the OSCE and OSPI station. But before the session can start, through National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, we want to convey sincere gratitude to all the pharmacologists who have worked hard and helped shifting pharmacology curriculum towards a more meaningful role. So relevance NMC guidelines are there. So the question arises in our mind, are our MD graduates training program, postgraduate training programs adequate for students satisfying their future career? So we'll be having some discussion over the features of the competency-based assessment. The competency-based assessment operates within the framework of competencies. Assessment tools should align with the competencies and objectives that have been designed. Competency-based assessment should help to acquire the competencies, objectives, assessment for learning, and their certification, of course, which is assessment of learning. Competency-based assessment is a continuous and it is an ongoing process. Because it provides opportunities for developmental feedbacks. It provides us the direct observation of the students to improve utility of competency-based assessment and feedback. Multiple assessors, multiple tools, and multiple assessment improves the validity of competency-based assessment. So why do we need assessment? Because it is providing that learning has been carried out. It provides us evidences that the learning objectives have been achieved. Student assessment also provides, we know it very well, that if there is assessment, it is leading a lot of motivation among the students for learning process. It is required because we are giving certification and any competency judgment. Whenever we are needing any kind of the judgment, we need certification, then assessment is required. Teaching program development and implementation, it provides us accountability, and it also helps us in understanding the learning process. You know it very well that the history of the pharmacology practical examinations have been tied to the dog in the past, and our senior colleagues in the faculty members have told me that the students' life have been bound to the dog. If dog is alive, a student exam is alive, and if anything, God forbid, happens to the dog, everything is finished. But we are moving from there. These are the historical, some of the instruments that we were using, because we were pushing the MD pharmacology curriculums towards the more meaningful role, towards the clinical practice, towards the clinical other branches. This is the current status of the animal experimentations. As per the recent NMC guidelines, it is desirable, not mandatory by now. So animal experiments must be compliant with the regulation of the Government of India that have been notified from time to time. So of course, some experiments can be performed by the computer simulation studies, models or facilities. Other experiments can be performed, but they must comply with the CPCA guidelines and other government regulations. A paper has been published in 2014 when the study has been conducted, and 96.6% have responded that they did not use their knowledge of the bioassay during the 10 years of post-MD career, whether in the pharmaceutical industry, whether in clinical research organizations, whether in pharmacovigilance, or whether they are working in academics. So friends, medical sciences is changing almost on weekly basis. We know it very well. So it is time to change the assessment in line with the demand. We will be discussing some principle. This is showing, I am showing the basic Miller's model, where you can see that on the base there lies, it is starting from the novice, and it is making at the top of the pyramid, you can see expert. So there have been division from knows how, shows and does. In brief, the Millers proposed a hierarchical model for the assessment of the clinical competence. And this model starts with the assessment of behavior in practice. Professional authenticity is increasing as we move up the hierarchy, as the assessment task resembles the real practice that a student needs to perform in real life. We know it very well, a difference between the formative assessment and summative assessment. Formative assessment goes on throughout the professional training period of the postgraduate exam. It is just like a chef which is testing a food before its preparation, before serving to the client. And what is the summative assessment is when along with the friends and families, we are going to the restaurants and we are enjoying that food finally. So that summative assessment resembles to our practical pharmacology examination that we are performing after the 3 years training period, and this is happening in each and every medical college after the completion of 3 years. So what to assess? This is expected, this is blue and yellow is the taught. You know it very well that there is a very small period of time, and the entire thing that have been expected, that have been taught, cannot be assessed. There is a small portion of that can be assessed. We need to give some highlights to the career after the MD pharmacology. Then we need to align our assessment in line to the career. If our postgraduate training programs are not aligned, the assessment is not aligned, a student will not be motivated for learning that. And there are the various careers available after the postgraduate MD pharmacology: teaching faculties in the medical institutions, pharmaceutical industry, clinical research organizations, regulatory bodies, pharmacovigilance, family physicians, specialists. Many are practicing as diabetologists. So these are the basic principles that have been divided in three parts: cognitive domain, affective domain, and psychomotor domain. All these have been provided in the draft that have been released by National Medical Commission, New Delhi. So before postgraduate MD pharmacology, the essential prerequisite for appearing in the exam, we know it very well that logbook needs to be completed, work done during the training period, including rotational posting, departmental presentation, and internal assessment report should be submitted. There must be at least 2 presentations at national level conference. 1 research paper should be published, accepted in index journal. It is suggested that the local or university review committee assess the work sent for the publication. It is mandatory that the theory examination should be held in advance before the clinical and practical examinations. Answer books to be assessed and evaluated before the commencement of the clinical and practical and oral examination. Thesis must be submitted at least 6 months before the theory and clinical practical examinations. It needs to be examined by at least at least 2 examiners for theory and clinical examinations, and acceptance of thesis is mandatory before a student can appear for theory and practical examination. We are having various tools available for the assessment in our hand. We are using in our day-to-day practice at our institutions also: assessment of the knowledge and skills, written test, MCQ, long questions, OSCE, OSPI, documentation of the work in the form of the logbook, manual, portfolio, reflections, discussion in the small group, teamwork, feedback on the performance, EDL, PDREX, etc., task-based checklist, procedures and communications. So these are the various modalities available at our disposal that we can perform a direct observation of the procedural skills, assessment of the communication skills. We can perform a table viva. We are already doing it. Assessment of the communication skills. It is possible to assess the communication skills now. Here, an environment have been arranged. The simulated patient which is giving communication, and examiner can assess communication skills now by creating the simulated atmosphere. We can arrange the simulated patients that I have tried to arrange over here at this stage. You can see with the help of my students. Then seminar, club presentation, also mandatory part. This is again a method. So we are pushing the Viva VOC towards the bedside by giving the message through this national platform of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics that it is the time to change our pattern of exam, push pharmacology and therapeutics towards a more meaningful role, push your examination purpose slowly. First you can push by creating a simulated atmosphere that I have created over here. Then finally we can think of performing in real hospital setting, real patient setting. I am presenting here the blueprint, summative assessment, again to be divided in 3 parts: thesis, theory examination, and practical examination. I will not be going in details of the theory, thesis. I will be concentrating, giving blueprint, what can be done during the practical examination. So, you can divide it as, you can see with the green, then blue, orange, green, and gray. That long exercises, short exercises, OSCE and OSPE, grand viva, and presentation. Many of our professional colleagues are doing grand viva and presentation in a routine way. I will not be going into the details because of the constraint of the time limit. What I would like to emphasize over here that National Medical Commissions have provided a blueprint also, and it is free up to the institution that they can develop their own blueprints. Many universities have already attempted it. Many are in the process. That a long exercise can be performed. We are performing it already, but the pattern is little bit changed. Of course, some of the institutions are doing it. Short exercises. Now it is mandatory as per the recent National Medical Commission guidelines that OSCE and OSPE should be necessarily performed during the postgraduate MD pharmacology examination to test the students' thorough knowledge and assessment of the training that he has achieved. You can choose one of the exercise protocol designing, can choose the case audit. We can perform experiment or the simulated experiment as per the postgraduate regulations. Then from the short exercise, you can see from here that demonstration of the effect of the drug, interpretation of the result in human, dilatation of the pupil with the tropicamide, or we can perform it on the rabbit eye. That is, some software are also available. Medical software are available through computers. That exercise can be performed through the use of the computers. Or we can do ECG or spirometry exercises. So many institutions are having the facilities. It is the time to utilize our own services, at least that are available at our medical institutions. We need to think beyond the routine, what is happening. This is the pattern of the examination that have been provided blueprint. I am thankful to my senior colleagues, Dr. Rajan P. Nerurkar from Topiwala National Medical College and Nayar Hospital, who has allowed me to use his blueprint during this presentation. He has devised it in 400 marks. Long experiment, 125 marks. Short experiment, 75 marks. OSCE, Viva OC. This is a division of marks to give a suggestion how it can be done. Long exercise can be given to 125. Protocol synopsis can be given as a section of the protocol designing or critical assessment. Comments on given protocol. Prescription audit exercise can be performed in the OPD or IPD as a case paper related to the prescribed therapy. Critical appraisal of the research article from a journal or abstract, that can be done. In the short exercise, can ask a student to perform bioassay experiment, or we can replace that short exercise with the simulated patient that I have created, tried to create it over here. Here I have tried to show how important it is now during the MD pharmacology examination to organize an OSCE. This is the one of the OSCE and OSPE stations where we can test the knowledge of the student by giving an exercise like intramuscular injection or using an instrument like the nebulizer. So this would be more providing more meaningful role of the training of the MD pharmacology. Interpretation of the result, previous biopsy can be given. Performing simulated experiment that I already discussed. Demonstration of the effect of the drugs on animals and instruments used for experimental pharmacology. Demonstration of the short procedures such as giving injections, feeding small animals. This is the blueprint for the with various OSCE and OSPI. This is just a suggestion. Institutions can modify this list as per their requirements. So the calculating pharmacokinetics, we have given here 10 numbers, statistical exercises 10, evaluation of the drug promotion literature 10, adverse drug reaction, analysis of rational and irrational formulations, selecting P-drug and writing prescription ethics, assessment of the preclinical toxicity study, drug delivery system short, dosage form, exercise on the mannequins, use of the various route of the drug administration, basic cardiac life supports, then Viva. Of course, we are already performing it as a routine part. Dissertation, thesis presentation, and the grand Viva. So practical clinical examination of the MD pharmacology should be aligned to the more meaningful value. We can test the knowledge of the student of the various devices that are being used for the routes of medication administration. We need to capture that opportunity that all the devices that are being used for the medical routes of the drug administration, now our training should be given in the Department of Pharmacology itself. This is the circuit of the OSCE that I have shown. We know it very well that it is a entry and we need to put the procedural station, then there are rest stations. This is the combination of the various stations, and you will be able to notify that there are station number 3 and station number 6 which needs observer. For rest of the stations, there may be a combination response station along with the procedure, and you can use. So a student is entering at from one end, then after OSCE and OSPI, like I have shown here, one station I have shown, it can be performed quite easily. Then the grand viva, then assessment of teaching and presentation skill. But main part that I have discussed over here, that as a short exercise, we can create a simulated atmosphere. This is the patient that I have tried to create at the dais. Student is available. I will be just giving you idea. More than the idea, it is just a message to the entire country that it is the time to push MD pharmacology towards a more meaningful role. So this is our students. What is your name?
So my name is Karan Suneja.
Karan Suneja. What is the patient?
So the patient is a case of COPD. The patient is a case of COPD. He came to the emergency department because of the acute exacerbation.
Okay. Karan, can you let me describe this patient in the view of the pharmacotherapeutics?
Yes, sir. The patient was a known case of COPD, and he was suffering from severe breathlessness, and he had high fever, due to which he came to the emergency department, and he had low BP, and his pulse was normal, and the emergency department gave the first aid, and the following drugs were given, like IV hydrocortisone 100 mg IV Rantac, and IV Derifylin, and he was nebulized with levosalbutamol and ipratropium bromide.
Can you let me know which is the device that is being used for this giving the drug device? Can you let me know the various parts of this device?
Yes, sir.
What is this device?
So this is IV drip set. So this is IV drip set. The various parts of this drip set are: it has a spike, it has a drip chamber,
Very good.
Drip chamber, and it has a drip filter too. It has a PVC tube, and this is flow regulator, and this is needle cap, and this is needle.
Okay. So what are the various drugs that are being given to this patient?
So the various drugs given to this patient are
this is piperacillin.
Piperacillin and tazobactam.
Is it a generic drug or the?
No, sir. It is a
It is
branded.
branded.
Yes.
Branded. What is the difference between the generic and branded?
So the generic drugs are available at a low cost, and the branded drugs are available at a higher cost.
Okay. Can you let me know the mechanism of action of piperacillin?
So these are beta-lactam antibiotics. These are basically cell wall synthesis inhibitors.
Okay. Then probably this patient is being given levosalbutamol and ipratropium bromide that I am having in my hand over here. And can you let me know the adverse effect of the levosalbutamol or salbutamol?
So the adverse effects are basically the muscle tremors and palpitations.
Good, very good. So what is this drug?
So this is Dolo 650, and the drug is paracetamol, acetaminophen.
Okay. And what is this drug?
So this is IV. This is Rantidine.
This has been given by which route?
So IV.
IV route. Okay, very good. What is the mechanism of action of this drug?
So it is H2 blocker.
Very good. So, dear pharmacology, as colleagues, we can create this kind of the atmosphere at our department. We know it very well. Sometimes teachers are giving me the excuse that we are not having a good relation to our clinical branch colleagues. We need to establish our rapport with the clinical branch colleagues. Then only we will be able to take pharmacology towards a more meaningful role towards the clinical side. And if we find unable, little bit, it is difficult that we are not able to go to the clinical department in the real hospital setting, we can easily create, because I have created this on this stage. So this will provide a learning atmosphere to the student. Student will be taking more interest. We know it very well. Pharmacology as such is very boring subject. We need to make it interesting. So through using these ways and means, we can make pharmacology a more meaningful role. Thank you all.
So thank you, Dr. Kamal, for this wonderful talk cum demonstration which you have given for the audience. I think the examiner will understand what is to be done. The examinee would understand how they have to do it. And yes, I mean, what has been conveyed, a very important aspect which has been highlighted, is that if we have, very good relations, or if we can establish that rapport with the clinical departments, it will definitely, ease up our task, because we all know at this level what are the various issues which we face, once we are entering the ward. So this is something which is, again, a matter of discussion, but that has been pointed out in a very nice way. And this is how we need to train and make the students talk, because communication skill is something which I feel is lacking still. It is not coming in that proper way in which we can really establish the rapport with the patient. And let me tell you one thing, as we all know, it's the drugs and the talk, both is important once you are delivering the therapy to your patients. So thank you so much for that presentation, and now the session is open to the audience. I think we would be having so many questions because this is our bread and butter. We do it every six monthly times. Thank you. Yeah, questions? Yeah, Dr. Singh.
Sir, when we are planning this kind of simulation, do we require the consent from the patient?
Yes, of course. We require the consent from the patient, and consent have been taken.
Okay. This is a patient of COPD with acute exacerbation.
Yes.
I am seeing the patient is supine position. Patient is having no breathlessness.
Yes.
So this simulation, and one young girl and boy, they are the attendants of the
They are the attendants.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, please introduce.
I am Professor Amrish Gupta.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask one thing. Animals or no animals? We have to decide this because it will create a lot of confusion in procuring the final assessment schedule.
Yes.
And if we have to standardize, NAPTICON and NAPT are there to standardize the things. So this is the right forum to decide whether we continue with the animals or we go to this CAL lab and this skill.
Sir, it is up to us and National Medical Commissions, if you will be able to find in the document, details in the document that has been released in August 2022, it clearly mentioned that animal experimentation now a mandatory part. And see, you know it very well that a day is having 24 hours. So similarly, timeline is also limited when that is available during the MD pharmacology practical examination. It is up to us to decide whether we want to contribute the pharmacology session towards a more meaningful role like this, or we want to continue with the experiment. In the beginning of my talk, I have already suggested that 96.6 of the pharmacology respondents have told that they are not using their animal knowledge in their life. And now there are clear-cut guidelines, and if needed, it can be performed by the simulation method. Simulation method with the computers. Sir, we need to give a space like this. Then we will be able to do justice for the pharmacology. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Please introduce, madam.
Hello, myself Dr. Is again regarding the consent, like we first time we are going for the PG examination and the things for newer curriculum. Now we ask for the patient from the hospital setting, and we just try to do these practicals over there. So why we need the consent? File is already there and we are not doing any intervention. It is a routine thing, and should it work, or we need an extra document to develop and sign for that? Because these things we are not going for any intervention, it is a routine thing. And we are just trying to make it more perfect by counting the points 1 to 10. And please clarify.
Yeah, madam, as per the guidelines, we need to take consent for performing any kind, whether this is the procedure of any kind or like this creating, we need to take. This is as per the guidelines. Of course, the guidelines become more stringent if we are attempting this in a real hospital setting with the real patients, because we need to take consent of the consultant and consultant of the patients also.
Sir, consent is okay, that we well aware. Now we are just trying to make our student learn PG, and we ask the chest physician in our hospital to send 1 or 2 people. So sir, consent is already there in the file and we are not doing any intervention.
Even then the consent is required because it is as per the guidelines.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Doctor, consent is not one-time phenomenon. Consent continuous process. So consent has been taken by the clinician that your treatment is going to be done, whether you are giving consent or not. That patient has given consent for the treatment, not to be examined by the student for the teaching purpose. So when that patient, same patient is to utilize for this purpose, then again the consent should be taken. So every time you change anything,
Sir, in advance I will apologize for if I am asking something different. Now my question is that we are giving... Yes, I am Dr. U.S. Singh from KGMU.
Yes.
Yes.
Pathology department.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Because the NMC people are, NAC team is also there, so I would like to ask that MD we are giving and we are doing so many of the assessment and this and that, and for centuries we are doing. Now all over the globe, if you know, there is something like if someone is given a degree, it is always said that you should be worthy of the same and things likewise. So my question is that what will be the probable expiry date of this MD pharmacology, or for that matter all the MDs? Do we have some mechanism, 5 years, 10 years, when we assess and say that you need your, this is restricted, your practice of this is restricted, and you need a revalidation? Because this is what when we are giving this MD degree, then at that point of time, no doubt that this person is, qualified. But what is going to happen after 5 years and 10 years, and likewise, especially in the surgical branches? So what are the mechanism of accountability of the concerned authorities to take care of this quality? Thank you.
Yeah, sir, already there are some regulations that are related to this. Probably some of the answers that I have already given is that you are asking the validation. Validation have been, the various guidelines related to the clinicians have been released by National Medical Commission.
Let me clarify it. In US, this is very much there, that everybody has to attend certain number of seminars and conferences with the credit hours. Only then he or she is renewed after 5 years. Every 5 years, the license is renewed. But here in India, it is in process, and hopefully in few years' time, we will also have the same.
Probably, sir, is asking about the preclinical and paraclinical branches.
Everywhere. Wherever you are, you have to have certain, like this credit hours we are giving for 4 hours or 8 hours.
NMT is in the draft process of...
My question is indirectly. I have seen people, like surgeons specifically, the neurosurgeons, this and that, but there is no mechanism by which their practice can be stopped, even if they are having Parkinsonism.
Yes.
This is not off the record. I can quote the persons. So do we have some mechanism that if there is an ophthalmic surgeon and he has tremors because of so many regions, what will happen?
Sir, already has given some partial answer to that.
No, CME, he is saying, is a different thing. CME attending the tremors cured. So what is the physical fitness of that person? Is there something in the skull or dementia or Alzheimer's and still practicing or not?
Your concern is well taken. For driving, we have in India. Healthcare industry.
We have to take care in future. People are considering it, but as of now, there is no such mechanism.
Healthcare industry, which is high risk, we have just re-accreditation, which happens 5 years, but not recertification with the skills.
Yes.
So that is not right.
Maybe in future.
We can take last question from
Yeah,
Dr.
because of the paucity of the time. Yeah, ma'am, please.
Last question. Sir, last question.
Last.
Dr. Tripti.
But what we are doing is to make them more expert on this clinical side, we are doing a vertical integration program, and every week we are having a case presentation in the department where we call the specialty concerned when the patient is there. That can orient our students for this OSCE.
That's why, sir, you will be aware of this, that after the postgraduate examination, during the counseling process, probably you have heard that as far as my knowledge is concerned, almost all the MD pharmacology seats have been fulfilled. And it is a positive sign for all of us.
This is a very positive sign.
People are attracted, students are attracted towards our specialties, and they are taking interest, a lot of interest now for the future purpose, because there are many opportunities available beyond the academy also. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Dr. Dept, ma'am, she wants to just add something.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm not asking any question. I have a suggestion to make.
Yes.
Under the banner of NPT, which is such an important organization, I think it's very important that you should have a sort of, you may say as white paper or a consensus paper on what should be the curriculum at undergraduate level in pharmacology, what should be the curriculum for MD pharmacology. And I have a suggestion here. Dr. Nima Rege is now your education chairperson. So under her chairmanship, you can select 15, 20 people, have online meetings or whatever. And my important suggestion is, and sir, Dr. Kamal sir, you had mentioned that Dr. Nima Rege explained to you what is competency. So I would say that first go backward, I would say. Just see what should be the skills and competencies of an MD pharmacology.
Yes.
What do you expect of him? And then work out as to what should be the practical, what should be the dissertation, etc. So that we will be taking really the next step forward. You have put out such wonderful ideas, and with many of them being with NMC, I'm sure it will see the light of the day and it won't just remain as a white paper, and that would give a very good focus also on this association. These are some of my suggestions, and I hope you are able to take
Yeah,
them.
thank you
so
very much for,
Thank you.
we are blessed with your presence and along with your suggestion. I would like to request our President Madam also that she must make a note of it, and we would be writing soon it to the National Commission of, National Medical Commission of New Delhi and Government of India as well, to make changes, because we are having a strong body now under this panel. We are representing, we have written so many letters already. Last question.
Congratulations, Professor Kamal.
And later on, yeah, like during the
discussion. Rest of the question we can take after the sessions also.
Yeah.
So since one of the members raised one question, very valid, pertinent question, which is being raised throughout the country, whether to have the clinical, animal experiment or this kind of thing, definitely this one is very encouraged. But I have a very important thing to tell, that if we are banning, we are not allowing our students for the animal experiment, we are closing one important part, that is toxicity, safety study. Toxicity, animal toxicity study, in fact, is a very big market, and our students can be trained in that direction. So if our students at least know how to handle the animals, and like Professor Gulati was presenting, suppose my student is now placed in a place of drug development. Even if he is not going, then drug development process starts from the very beginning, where our students need to be trained in the line of handling the animals and doing certain kind of animal study. So if you are totally banning the animal experimentation during 3 years course, which is such a long duration, then probably we are not probably making the holistic pharmacologist who will be needed or relevant throughout the world.
I do agree with you, madam. Yes. My suggestion is to present over here the ideas. It is up to the various institutions how they are going away. NMC has given freedom in that sense too. It has not restricted completely the use of the animals. Those who are comfortable, those who are having animal houses, well established animal houses. But there are certain medical colleges which are not having facilities of the animal houses at all, and they need to train the MD students. But if they are having well-established training setups in their institution, they can go ahead. I'm not, but I need to take into again that it is the time that we need to make a student more aware that pharmacology is again, because pre and para words have been removed by National Medical Commission in India. Okay, now all the branches, including pre and paraclinical branches which were earlier there, including pharmacology, pathology, all are the clinical branches now. Pre and para word is not existing. So we must be aware at ourselves, we must make aware our student as well. At the end of the sessions, with the permission of the chairs over here, I would like to read the name of my students. Please come forward, who have helped me. Please give a round of applause to them. Dr. Devbara Suman, Dr. Vishal Tiwari, Dr. Anup Kumar, Dr. Karan Suneja, Dr. Deepa Singh Rana. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for taking a keen interest. We have especially designed this session because it is very, very relevant, and we are having relevant office cheering also over here. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for this, after this wonderful discussion. So now I declare that this plenary is over. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Dinesh Badial Sir, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, CMC Ludhiana, to felicitate Dr. C.M. Kamal Sir. Now I would request Dr. Amod Kumar Sachan Sir to kindly come and felicitate Dr. Nirmala Rege Ma'am, Professor, Department of Pharmacology, Eras Medical College, Lucknow. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dikshit Sir to kindly come and felicitate Dr. Major Jitendra Sir, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, MUHS, Nasik. Now we are having an interval for lunch break, but please do kindly come back to enjoy the invigorating sessions. Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
And now hand over the mic to our esteemed chairpersons to continue the sessions forward. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, all. After lunch, we are starting our sessions, post-lunch sessions. So, as you know, the next topic for this presentation is role of pharmacology and therapeutics in holistic healthcare. That is also theme of this our conference. And as you know, this currently we are seeing that it's not only the medicine which we are giving to the patient, it's holistic approach should be taken care for the patient care for every health. It's not socially, emotionally. There are so many other factors also we look after when we are treating a patient. And we'll discuss those factors and points in upcoming session.
Welcome back, everyone. It's my honor and privilege to introduce to you.
Hello. Hello.
So it's my honor and privilege to introduce to you Professor Debashish Hota. Sir is Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacology at AIIMS, Bhubaneswar. There are so many things to tell about Dr. Hota. Apart from being a genuine human being, very dedicated pharmacologist, he is the founding or the first professor and head for the Department of Pharmacology at AIIMS Bhubaneswar. He has set up the department there, and he started the MD Pharmacology program soon after in 2016, and also DM Clinical Pharmacology in 2021. Dr. Hota has more than 80 publications, and he has also started a very dedicated therapeutic drug monitoring service in his institute, which was started in 2018. And at present, the stadium facility is able to, he has standardized 18 drugs in this facility. This is a very brief introduction for Dr. Hota. Since I've known him from my postgraduate days, and he was a senior resident, and it's a pleasure to invite you, sir, on the dais for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon, chairpersons, and my esteemed teachers, my colleagues, future students, and so many intelligent people are around me. I am very happy to see these happy faces. This is a topic, actually it is a never-ending topic. You can add as much data or information as you can. So we are talking about पीपीटी खुल गया अब चेंज करा दो So this topic has been assigned to me for presentation. So everybody knows at least 75 to 80%, that is to the best of my knowledge, about holistic health and holistic health care and the role of a pharmacologist, how he can be a resource person in comprehensive healthcare administration to a patient in any setup, may it be the primary, secondary, tertiary, or in the administrative setup, how we can be of value. Pharmacology has undergone a sea change in the last few decades, starting from the initial days when more emphasis was given to animal experiments. Now the emphasis is more on the patients and how we can use our clinical skills and knowledge for administering the healthcare, providing as a support or as a bridge science to provide our expertise for better healthcare. So this is a very well defined definition by the WHO. So physical, mental, and social health. So we are very much aware of the physical and mental health. Social health is actually a domain of the sociologist, but WHO has incorporated. During my MBBS days, I have been told that spiritual health is also important, but unfortunately, I could not find it recently. So this is how holistic care is different from holistic health. Holistic care starting from the development of the symptom to seeking medical help, taking medication or the intervention by the caregiver, treating physician, and finally which results in a cure or suppression of the symptom. That is the essence of therapeutics. So we must have everything together. And one more thing, even if we are in the richest country, having every resource available, still the resources are always limited. The cost is paid by somebody, either your insurance company or by the government or from your own pocket. So it is the overall cost that matters, overall cost to the individual, to the state, or to the manufacturer. They cannot also provide, like what we have seen in the last pandemic. Remdesivir was out of market. So many fake Remdesivir brands were available, and people have purchased it at a cost very, very prohibitive. That is because lack of Remdesivir. So we have seen this only recently, so this is in our recent memory. Like, if we talk of inflammation, very common condition. First chapter of pathology book, any standard textbook of pathology will teach what is inflammation. But what are the consequences? It can affect the joints, arthritis, it can affect the CNS, neuroinflammation, brain neuronal death, Parkinson's, it can affect the lungs, COPD, it can affect the bowel, IBD, it can affect the pancreas or the overall tissue, liver, muscles, diabetes, heart. So everything is affected. So one simple thing starts as inflammation at a particular site, but it can give a plethora of symptoms or disorders that can be the outcome of such thing. Now, COVID has taught us very solid few lessons. One thing I fully agree, that this drug development process, as a clinical pharmacologist by training, has been taught that it is several billion-dollar investment. And India has shown the world how we can produce vaccine for the nation. Also, we have exported in a very short time span and in a very cost-effective manner. Everybody must have got minimum 2 doses. So how we have achieved it? So that apart from that expenditure part and time constraints, it is the knowledge and the expertise that matters most. Like COVID taught us variety of targets. People have tried interleukin-6 as a possible target, tocilizumab and other things they have tried, although it didn't work. Angiotensin converting enzyme, which was a key factor for the pathogenesis, that has been also evaluated. So lot of targets were there, how it enters, how it is integrated, how it produces damage. So finally where we landed, we have checked all the drug targets. we have seen what can be done. Only 2 drugs have shown some effects. One is that antibody cocktail, indevimab, casirivimab, and second one is, to a certain extent, that I can say glucocorticoid, dexamethasone, right? And most importantly, it is oxygen and positioning the patient in the right manner, that helped. And all these big brands which have sold remdesivir or favipiravir, they have not improved the survival, nor they improved the outcome of the disease, like visiting ICU or intubation or going for this extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. So that has not actually happened. So nothing was actually changed except for these simple maneuvers. All these interleukins and all these, although were found, they were not the cause of this progression of the disease. Now, that does not mean that COVID has not taught anything to learn. Biomarker, yes, we can study lot of biomarkers, and every disease is now going towards an individualized treatment. And if some biomarker is there, especially in case of malignancy, we can find a biomarker. If the receptor is positive and if the antibody is available, we can control the disease. Like long back, chronic myeloid leukemia was practically incurable, only cytotoxic drug was given. Now virtually no patient is dying because of this imatinib by Novartis. Novartis provides free of cost to the patient. So this is somehow, it is a game changer, right? So imatinib, so that helped, so that made a big change in the survival. Life expectancy, many patients whom I personally know are doing well after 15 years, 17 years of diagnosis. That is something was unheard of prior to this. So not only we have to focus on the diagnostic biomarkers, also the prognostic biomarkers. What these prognostic biomarkers teach us? How the disease is going, how it is going in the positive way, how the symptoms are controlled, patient is getting better, quality of life has come back, or it is worsening. So we can stop or we can go ahead. Then cutoff value. One thing, Professor Dhaniria is sitting here, my teacher also. He always says, don't treat the piece of paper, the value of a something, some parameter. Treat the patient. Like we had discussed many times, phenytoin level is 10 to 20 microgram per ml, fine. But are we treating the patient on the basis of the plasma levels? The answer was literally no. If the patient is maintained well without showing signs of cerebellar symptoms, if the level is more than 18 or 19 or even 20, still you can continue because patient is not showing symptoms. This is a mid-range. That means there is a possibility that some patient may be above the range, some patient may be having a low concentration, but symptoms are well controlled. So don't treat the piece of paper, treat the patient. If the patient, because that is our paramount importance. Now coming to drug development. Without drugs, we are handicapped. Gone are those days when there was very limited number of drugs, limited number of physicians, lot of complementary therapies, and still people were happy. Now we have more diagnosis, more number of drugs, more number of doctors, more hospitals, more healthcare facilities. Still we are not able to meet the demand of our population. Because our knowledge is improving. We are going in a very positive way. We are expanding. We are micro-dissecting the disease and finding the best solution to target the disease and providing a longer health care. Like when India got independent, the average health was very bad. Life expectancy was in the 30s, 36 years. 36 and 37 if I am correct. Now it has doubled. Unless there is a healthcare improvement, drug therapy also added some meaning to it. Like even today, many patients are dying of few common diseases, malaria, tuberculosis, diarrheal diseases, pneumonia. We are still not able to control it. And one thing that I was talking to Ma'am Khisagar in the morning, that in the last 5 years, we have never seen a new antibiotic molecule has come to the market. Now, any patient who is admitted in the ICU, we start with 3rd, 4th, 5th generation cephalosporin or some higher antibiotics, colistin. What is next? If colistin resistance develops, already there is a report that the MIC of colistin in the ICU isolates is increasing. That means it is a warning signal for us. It is a challenge to the pharmacologists to develop new molecules. So we understand that this is an organism, this is the cause of the disorder, but we don't have a weapon to kill that tiny organism. So it is a challenge. Rather, what is the common research? Many of you are members of subject expert committee of the CDSCO. Diabetes, obesity, and lifestyle diseases, neurodegenerative diseases, the focus is more there. Industry gets money, but nobody thinks about it. So it is a challenge to the pharmacologist, I say in this forum, that unless we have good antibiotics, our future is literally in dark. And we do a study, get a result, publish the data. Is it enough? Probably it is just one step towards validation of a bigger result. We will have to conduct larger studies, larger population, multicentric, and we have to generalize the result that yes, this molecule is actually helpful. And variation, India is a source, is a gold mine for patients. We have patients of all types. We have so much of genetics, geographical variations, food habits, social habits, cultural habits, and our disease pattern changes with season, changes with region. So we have everything available. But what is lacking, that government spends now money on healthcare. It is still was neglected for a very long time. Government is now has opened the corpus and we are getting better healthcare facilities. And still some skeptics will not be happy today. They say, no, this is not there. But I am still comparing with my student days, what are the medicines available in the hospital pharmacy and what are the medicine available now in a state medical college pharmacy is totally changed, and we are getting better medication. And drug development, that is what COVID has taught us, but this is not the all that we can have a pandemic and we will all charged up and start making a drug. So it needs first objective. Suppose you want to do a study to find out an antibacterial for MRSA. First you take the isolate, then you see what are the drugs you have, how it acts. Is it a new mechanism or it is a me-too mechanism? How much is the safety dose? What are the adverse effects in the animal? Then you go ahead. Then inclusion and exclusion criteria are a must. Who is the right person? Who is the right person to take it? Who is the wrong person to use the medication? And once the results are out, how generalizable the results can be made. So this is very, very important, that many studies have found that it is effective only in a subset of population, not in all. That is because they may be lacking or they may be having something extra that can either metabolize the drug quickly or eliminate the drug quickly, or they may, their social life is different so that they are taking something. Like very common drug interaction we have been teaching, that charcoal broiled beef with this CYP1A2 inhibitor, that is theophylline. Theophylline gets metabolized by the benzpyrene present in that meat. So the person, we don't know. So only when research was conducted, it was found that theophylline gets easily metabolized and theophylline is not effective in that patient. So that is how we have to learn, we have to develop. It is not that what is written in a textbook is final. Still there is a scope for improvement, and we don't have many data from our population. Whatever Americans and Europeans have taught us, we are still having that mindset. We don't believe in the data of our population. We must generate data from our population, develop a molecule, and we must see that it is really helpful, apart from the commercial angle. I really thank Professor Anil Gulati that he has taken all the pains to develop a molecule. So what tide? And somebody asked him the question, why you have used India for the development? He said, I belong to India, it is my place, obviously. So it is a matter of pride. Now this is a very common picture, everybody knows. So what can happen? Personality change, let us start from the CNS, hyperglycemia, moon phase, irritability, susceptibility to infection, thin extremities, truncal obesity, osteoporosis, bruises, petechial hemorrhages. In women, it is amenorrhea, hirsutism. It can be due to glucocorticoid excess, either iatrogenic, or it may be a tumor in the adrenal cortex, producing excess of hormones. So these things we can only teach. But when in a real life situation, such type of patient comes, now in a tertiary care, it is very simple to diagnose. That patient comes with a prescription, you can see and say, oh, it is this. And we don't apply our logic there. Whether it is iatrogenic or it is a disease that has a tumor in the adrenal, we don't look into it. Then now we are focusing more on the investigations. When I was doing my MBBS, my teachers in medicine, they used to stress upon only one thing. They said 3 things we stress upon: diagnosis, diagnosis, and diagnosis. What about the therapeutics? Can you believe the same drug that is effective in patient number 1 is effective in patient number 100? Maybe yes, maybe no also. Your diagnosis may be correct. So rational therapeutics comes now. So that is what you know. So right dose, right patient, right frequency, right time of administration, right regimen, everything is there. But do you follow it meticulously? We have conducted a small study. You can also do it in your setup. Just before death in ICU or before discharge from the ICU, how many medicines are prescribed to a given patient? It is not less than 10 to 15. Cardiologist come, he will prescribe his medication. Neurologist come, he will prescribe his medication. Intensivist will come, he will prescribe his set of medication. Who will look after the holistic approach? Patient is receiving medicine from various specialists. Cardiologist will look only at the heart. Neurologist will look at the CNS. But there is nobody who can take care. We are actually treating the symptoms as if everything is free. We are not looking at the financial aspect of the patient also, if he has to buy. Now, government has introduced a scheme, insurance scheme for the poor people, but everybody cannot have that. 5 lakh rupees at today's cost is probably very less. But just about private hospitals, what is the average stay? About 7 to 10 days. What is the average expenditure for any disease? It amounts to several lakhs. Everybody cannot be lucky to have the luxury of being treated in a private hospital. And blaming the government also does not help. Government also has limited resources, limited number of medical schools, limited number of hospitals, limited healthcare providers, nurses, paramedicals, instruments, laboratories. So everything is in limitations. We cannot spend in a very lavish manner that, yes, this is there means we must spend it. No, it is not possible. And this is exactly what I was trying to emphasize, drug-drug interaction. Patient is taking many drugs. And my teacher, Dr. Dharneria, is a master of drug-drug interaction. He can study it very well and he can identify. And he has many publications on drug-drug interaction. So I'm really surprised how he was, because you have to have an eye fast, then you can think. He sees and yes, he can think. Now there are several drug interaction checkers. Does really anyone cares to check? The patient is in ICU receiving 20 medications. What may be the possible drug interaction? Nobody sees which one is inducer, which one is inhibitor. If the patient has another disease like HIV or hepatitis B, receiving another set of medications. Hypertension, diabetes, having stroke, having lung infection. Patient is intubated also, urethral intubation, so UTI, pulmonary infection, so everything is there. So we are treating only one bacteria or one site of infection. We are not treating the patient. So this is important to teach our students what we are looking for, what we want to do, how to minimize the adverse effects, how to maximize the available resources that we have in our hand, and how to make the patient get out of the hospital at the earliest. Pharmacogenetics, I was telling India is a diverse country. What is there in the Parsi population may not be there in people in Orissa, or what is there in Kerala may not be applicable to the people in Assam, because there is always some genetic variation. And Delhi is a cosmopolitan place. All types of people are there. If you do a study in Delhi population, it is very difficult to homogenize. Some people may show adverse effects, some people may show extraordinary benefits. So this is very, very important to emphasize on the genetic makeup. But for every drug, it is probably not required. And one thing, we talk of rational therapeutics. And today, Dr. Kamal has presented that live demonstration, how you can evaluate during MD exam. It's a fantastic presentation. Have you seen that any patient who is admitted into hospital receives pantoprazole or rabiprazole twice a day through his entire stay in the hospital? Is there any rationality? We have been taught it is a hit and run drug. Once the enzyme is inhibited, it is permanently inhibited HK-ATPase. Why it is receiving twice a day? And the effect persists for more than 24 hours for HK-ATPase to be regenerated. That is what pharmacology taught me. That is also taught to my clinical companions. Why they don't follow it? So something has to be. So who is guiding us, this prescription behavior? Is it our own intuition? Is it our knowledge? It is the knowledge that we have acquired from our superiors, or it is the pharma industry, quote unquote. Will they guide us? Are we that incompetent to be guided by someone not from our fraternity? And who is suffering? Ultimately, it is the poor patient, no matter whatever disease or symptoms he may have. Therapeutic drug monitoring, we have started. Many hospitals are doing it. Now many technologies have come. We have standardized many drugs for that. Whenever we get the requisition from our clinical colleagues, we do it. So we still lag somewhere. We don't have our Indian data. Like carbamazepine, 4 to 12 microgram per ml. It is not from Indian population. It is from the Western population. Phenytoin, 10 to 20 microgram per ml. Valproate, this is the level. Then this gentamicin, this is the level. Amikacin, this is the level. What is the average therapeutic level of phenytoin in our setup? We don't know that. So there is a necessity to generate data from our population. Now the era of omics has come. So a lot of omics are there, metabolomics, genomics, proteomics. Now individualized therapy is there. We will have a lot of things in future. Future is we will treat at the molecular level. Drug is a molecule, just 1 second please. So molecule, so we have to target the molecule and probably we get a cure, that is fine. Then kinetic, obviously it will be there. Then drug target network. So if something goes wrong at some point of time, that must be informed immediately so that we can know, especially if the drug is new. Then predicting the mode of action and adverse event, here we have the role of artificial intelligence is coming. So we can study a lot about the drug and the patient's genetic makeup, and we can target safely and effectively how the drug works, and target concentration initiative for our population, not the data that is obtained from Western population. So this is what we have discussed. Now the last statement, what my teachers have taught me during my MBBS days. Professor P.K. Kar, many people may not be knowing him. He was our esteemed faculty. He was a postgraduate from this institute. So his famous statement was, medicine without pharmacology is blind, and pharmacology without knowledge of medicine is lame. If you mix up, then only it can be holistic. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention and patience.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking and enlightening us. The session is now open for any questions from the audience.
I believe a lot of questions are there.
But what I liked about the whole presentation is that once we are talking about taking our own subject to newer heights, and as we celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, it's high time that we need to have our own parameters, like why we should have phenytoin and all these levels which are from abroad. So we have to be independent with our own data, and I think we have a responsibility to come up with this, at least the baseline markers, and that is possible. In India, we have so many, competent people and huge population. So we have big responsibility for our future. So any questions to sir? 1 or 2 questions we can take. Otherwise, we'll end.
Sir, every time I discuss things with Dr. Hota, I carry home some beautiful sentence to remember, like the last one. Pharmacology without medicine is blind, and medicine without pharmacology is lame. And this,
This is not mine. My teacher has told me.
But this actually sums up the status of medicine, or it actually defines the holistic approach to medicine. So when I was listening to the presentation, only this thought was ringing in my mind, that pharmacologist is that fulcrum around which the holistic medicine can develop. It's an excellent presentation, and really emphasizes the role of pharmacology in therapeutics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hota. Again, I must say it's nice presentation. And as Dr. Jagrati said, it's now high time to start with a holistic approach at all level. Not
All
just
Indian.
all Indians, means at all hospitals, pharmacologists should involve themselves in a clinical aspect. That is more important. Many times we see clinicians ignore us most of the time, and they do whatever, just as you said, they use medicine as their own prescriptions and all that without justifying it. So it's a role of pharmacologists to assess and, I must say, prescription audit what we say, do, so that in future that will be done. That is, I hope, all the clinicians and will take
care of the pharmacologist.
Unless we have
will work
our
together.
data from our own population and our own medicine, so we cannot have a holistic
So
approach.
one important step is taken is the antibiotic stewardship, in which they include pharmacologists in that. But in future we'll see that in every aspect clinicians will look.
I am
for
throwing a
pharmacologists.
challenge to my colleagues that please look into the problem, then you are the best person to find an answer for it.
Okay, thank you.
You don't need a textbook to guide you. You are the master of your own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this thought-provoking presentation. Now I would request Dr. Sneha Ambani ma'am to please felicitate our speaker, Dr. Devashish Hota sir. Now I would request Professor Dr. R.K. Dikshit sir to please come on the stage and facilitate Sneha Ambani ma'am. Now I would request Dr. Professor A.K. Sachand sir to please come and felicitate Dr. Pinaki Chakravarti. Thank you so much. Now I would request Dr. R.K. Dikshit sir to please facilitate Dr. Jagrati Bhatia ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, let's start the next plenary session, in which we have Dr. Reshma S. Quadras as the speaker, Medical Advisor, Sun Pharma, Mumbai, Dr. Praveen Kumar Sharma, Professor and Head of Department of Pharmacology, SLBS Government Medical College, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, Second Chairperson as Dr. Rangil S. Raina, the Principal of the Government Medical College, Haridwar, Uttarakhand, and Third Chairperson as Dr. Samina Farhat, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, Government Medical College, Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have amongst us Dr. Reshma Quadros, who is going to talk about role of medical advisors in shaping the course of medicine and research in industry. We all know medical advisor is an important part of an industry that not only communicates, analyzes and communicates the scientific information to various sections of the industry, but also communicates the scientific information about various products of the industry to the stakeholders. In this process, how does it decides the future of the industry, how does it decide the future of research that is being carried out is an important point. Medical advisorship is not only a field for the budding pharmacologists who are going to be pharmacologists, but even those who have had an experience with pharmacology. So we have organized this session especially in this conference, and Dr. Quadros will talk about it.
Good afternoon, everybody. So it's my honor to introduce Dr. Reshma S. Quadros. She is medical advisor and manager medical affairs Sun Pharma industry, Mumbai. She is consultant pharmacologist and medical advisor in the pharma industry. She has launched various drugs in the emerging markets such as Russia, Kuwait, French, West Africa, and Southeast Asia. She has contributed significantly to the awareness program on the gut health in these countries. She has delivered talks and webinars on various international platforms. She has recently done driving the launch of a new molecule, first time in India for endometriosis. As a clinician, she practices integrated and holistic medicine, including myofunctional and the myofascial treatments, sound therapy, and the functional medicine in addition to the pharmacotherapy. Her most recent patient success reversed and the broad remission of the psoriasis, rheumatoid arthritis, and type 2 diabetes using functional medicine approach. She has gait and speech correction in the cerebral palsy patient using novel innovative myofunctional and myofascial treatment. So she has very vast area of experience. So I'll just welcome you for the speech, please.
Thank you, sir. How many PGs in here today? Okay, couple of them. So this talk will be useful for most of you. So pharmaceutical physicians, or we say pharmacologists, has a long legacy in the industry. And the role has been consistently evolving. Like we know, in the past, they had a set role in the industry. But in current date today, we have expanded into multiple different domains. But can anyone tell me, have you found anywhere online a proper defined role of a medical advisor? How many PGs have Googled it online? What does a medical advisor do? Yes, I can see couple of hands. Did you find anything? No. This is because there is a sort of gap present wherein between the industry and the academics, wherein the role of the medical advisor is not elaborately described. So my intent today is to give you some sneak peeks into the changing trends of the pharma industry, as well as the role of a medical advisor, the evolving role. So the Indian pharmaceutical growth trajectory has been spectacular over the last few decades. So from India being a net importer of drugs in the 1970s, we are now standing as the third largest production of pharmaceutical molecules in the world. So basically 10% of the global pharmaceutical drugs are produced in India. 50% of this production actually happens through exports. India exports to multiple different countries globally. So we have also in those highly regulated markets like US, Japan, Australia, etc. Also in few new emerging markets like Russia, West Africa, etc. The reason for me to mention this is that medical advisor role does not limit to the domestic market. We also have scope in the export emerging markets as well as in the much developed regulated markets. Now this exports, basically when we say exports, we mean that the production is happening by Indian companies. So for example, Indian companies like Cipla, Lupin, Sun Pharma, etc. Why this is happening today is that there has been significant improvement in infrastructure as well as technology. We have advanced so much that about highest number of US FDA approved facilities are in India. So to tell you the number, there are about 665 US FDA approved facilities in India, about 1,400 GMP approved, WHO GMP approved facilities in India. So with so much of production of molecules, so many different brands, like there was one study that was conducted, this was by the National Competition Commission of India. They evaluated the number of brands for one particular formulation. On an average, they saw that there are 17 different brands for one formulation, and this is minimal. Like, anybody can tell me the commonest combination of drug used in diabetes, some PG, some anybody? Which is the commonest combination used in diabetes? Metformin and glimepiride. Can you tell me the number of brands of metformin and glimepiride in India? There are about 137 brands, and this is by 120 pharma companies. So you can see the market is huge. So who is regulating this market? Who is looking into this market? This is the need of the hour for doctors or pharmacologists to get into this different areas and utilize our expertise. There is a shifting trend in pharma from multinational corporations. For those who are, for the PGs who are not aware of multinational corporations, I am referring to multinational companies that are actually originating from a country outside but have their base in India, have a branch in India. For example, Sanofi, Abbott, Novartis, Novo Nordisk. These are all multinational corporations. So they hold their main medical literature, etc., in their particular country, and more of the organizing part happens in our country here. Whereas the Indian players, so these Indian players or the Indian companies more so go into generics or branded generics. So 97% of the Indian population, the consumption is branded, is generics. And amongst this 97%, only 10% are true generics. So when I say true generics, generics are the drugs that have gone off patent and are getting sold at a lower price in the market. Rest of the 87% of drugs are actually branded generics. This is a term, or this market is very unique to India. When I say branded generics, these are generic drugs that are sold by the company with a brand name. So with so much of load in the market, different types of drugs in the market, the role of the medical advisor is becoming more and more relevant. Now here is one survey that was done and was published, latest in 2020, where they studied which type of role in the pharma industry does a doctor prefer. They saw that medical affairs was a preferred division for most physicians. Division. Globally, because of this rise in the number of drugs, even the multinational corporations are trying to get into the domestic geographies through the local players. That is, they're selling it to the Indian pharma companies, and that's how they're getting into the local geographies. So since there are so many products in the market, they're scaling up, and they need more and more medical experts in the company in order to simplify the data. There is so much of data that is already available. They need a medical expert to simplify the data, integrate it, and to communicate it with the doctors. So this research was done by Bain and Company. So they also found that global pharmaceutical organizations are now upgrading medical affairs to overcome the challenge of integrating data and scientific insights, along with effective communication with the growing array of stakeholders that influence the purchasing decisions. When I say stakeholders, I mean the doctors, clinicians, the hospital setups who are going to buy the drugs. Now, most of you will be familiar with the traditional role of a medical advisor. So I'm just going to briefly highlight the traditional role of a medical advisor. So first and foremost is providing medical information. So providing acute and fair medical information to the doctors as well as internally to other members in the company. Second is creating a scientific database. Basically, doctors or clinicians do not have the time to collect or read all the possible literature that is available out. So the medical advisor does the job of collecting all this data, putting it together, maybe for that particular therapy or that particular drug, and communicating it with the doctor. Third one, and most important, especially in our Indian setup, is review of promotional material. You must have seen, when I say promotional material, I'm talking about those MRs showing some literatures in the hospital to the doctors, those leaflets that are left behind. Those are promotional materials. A doctor has to, or a pharmacologist has to review these promotional materials to ensure that they are all ethical and they are not just marketing gimmicks. The fourth part is the training. So a pharmaceutical physician or a pharmacologist in the company trains the internal as well as the external team. So whenever a new molecule is launched, they train regarding the new molecule, or if there is already an existing molecule, they put together the data, train the MRs, train the sales team, train the marketing team, as well as the business heads. This particular role has been there for a while now, but since the past decade or so, there has been a significant shift in the role of a medical advisor. Much more advancement is seen and much more expansion in the role is seen. Now, this is happening predominantly because of the shift in the business in the pharma industry. So initially, the pharma companies, especially the Indian pharma companies, were focused on marketing the drug or the molecule through marketing gimmicks. So they were more product-based approach. But right now, because of the stringent regulatory authorities, the stringent policies, it has shifted more towards a science-based business. Basically, now they discuss with doctors the scientific data. There is no gift giving. The rules have changed significantly. No gift giving to doctors. It's purely science discussion. So this is the evolution of focus in pharma. Initially product-based, then it shifted towards the disease-based, and now currently is solely patient-based. So one such activity that is carried out by a medical advisor in the pharma industry is patient mapping. You map the patient journey from the time the patient decides to come to the hospital till the time the patient is diagnosed, treated, and goes back home. So this entire journey is mapped, and the insight is taken from different doctors through field work. And wherever the gaps are identified, or if there is an unmet need in any of these areas, these are tried to be addressed by the company or by the medical team. So the medical affairs mission within a pharma company, the medical affairs, in addition to providing a supporting role. So initially, it was more of a supporting role by supporting the marketing team, supporting the business through medical insights. Now it is more of a strategic role. Most of the decisions in the pharma company are taken with the help of a doctor. So decisions like which new molecule they need to look into, which new molecule should be launched, which new strategy should be used, and which doctors should be targeted, etc. So this strategic role represents the real-world clinical needs of the patient as well as the healthcare professional or any other decision maker in the process. This is an example of a strategic role of a medical advisor, especially in a product life cycle. Say a new molecule is being planned or there's a launch. Before the launch, this is some kind of work that is done that is called the pre-launch work, wherein KOLs, or the key opinion leaders, are mapped. Key opinion leaders are those who are experts in a particular therapy area. They are mapped, tracked, and interacted with to provide insights in that particular molecule or that particular therapy area. In addition to initially how there was only promotion, now in addition to mapping, there is also a program wherein patients are made aware of the disease. So this is again a part of patient mapping. All the insights that are gathered are put together, and all the scientific literature put together is formed and communicated to the healthcare professional all over the country, after which there is a launch phase. If any of you join the industry, there will also be something you will come across called the advisory board. It is a very common practice because we as pharmacologists, we do not have the clinical practice or the clinical expertise as our counterparts in the clinics. So in an advisory board meet, we call together a couple of clinicians who are expert in that particular therapy area. They come together and they discuss on the unmet needs. They discuss on the current issues. And they discuss regarding the molecule and how it can be bettered, what all studies need to be done. During the post-launch phase, the main focus is to create real-world evidence, that is by data generation. So all the studies, the real-world studies that are done are post-launch. If I summarize the role, the three basic roles of a medical advisor is one, to provide a strategic input. So this can be a market-based strategic input by insights through fieldwork. And second is to communicate the unmet need and the clinical requirements. Any PG here who knows the meaning of unmet need? No? No, not there. Anyone? Unmet need? Yes, sir? Exactly. So in the patient journey or in the patient's disease course, if there is any such situation, say there is no adequate diagnostic availability, say the particular diagnostic test is too expensive, that becomes an unmet need. Or if there is any such disease that cannot be treated, there is no drug available, that becomes an unmet need. If a patient is unable to reach the particular doctor due to lack of hospitals or health centers in the particular area, that becomes an unmet need. So all these unmet needs are tracked or traced by a medical advisor, either during their fieldwork or via the field force. And this is communicated to the company. The company then tries to see how they can meet these needs. The second major role is communicating scientific evidence. So this becomes extremely important even for existing molecules as well as for newly launched molecules. Like we just some time back discussed that there are about 137 brands of metformin and glimepiride combination. Now, are there that many studies for these brands? There may be the actual molecule studies that are there, but for the brand that has launched out, we do not know whether the testing is right, whether the studies are done adequately. So generating this scientific data and communicating it to the doctor rightly becomes important. The second is leveraging in-depth product knowledge and disease understanding. So the clinician depends on us medical advisors to communicate the entire disease, to communicate the advancements in the disease, the updates in guidelines. Because of their busy schedule and practice, they are unable to track this. So we play that mediator role in communicating all the information that is newly being generated, say on the net, in journals, or maybe through CMEs, through conferences. We communicate this to the doctor. In return, they give us insights on new molecules. The third one, like I said, data production. So generating data and real-world evidence, again, becomes very important, a role of a medical advisor. So in a company, who all does the medical advisor connect with? We have internal stakeholders. So when I say internal stakeholders, they are people or different divisions in the companies that the medical advisor, as a part of the medical team, needs to communicate to ensure that the molecules, the existing molecules as well as the newer molecules, function smoothly, come out smoothly. So one being the marketing team. We work very closely with the marketing team because the ideas, the strategies are given by us. The marketing team works on the designing and on the creative aspect of it. They then communicated with the sales team. So the sales team include the MRs, who then communicate with the doctors. In addition to this, we also coordinate with the business development team. So the business development team ensures that if there is any new molecule which has been approved in probably another country, or if there is a new formulation that they can look into, how we can bring it out in our Indian scenario. So we work closely with the business development team as well. The third or the fourth being the clinical research and the R&D team. This does not require any explanation because we cannot do without the clinical research and the R&D team. Last is the pharmacovigilance team. Among the external stakeholders, when I say external stakeholders, I'm talking about the people we interact outside the company. These are specifically doctors, key opinion leaders, as we say, the KOLs, or any other hospital setups or institutions that our drugs are going to be supplied to. Very rarely, we also interact with patient groups and sometimes also with the regulatory authorities. How many of you have a confusion regarding this? Regional medical advisor and a medical advisor. Only one? Yes, I see some more hands. Okay, so this was a confusion. Even as I was a PG, I had a confusion in this. If I move out of I finish my PG, which company should I join? What should I join as? A regional medical advisor? Is it all travel? Like, will I get free time for myself? So these roles are slightly different. A regional medical advisor involves a more of a field-based role. There is slightly more travel, maybe 15 to 20 days a month, whereas a medical advisor role is more of a headquarter-based role. So you are into strategy, sitting at the headquarters. The field work is comparatively much lesser. When it comes to an RMA, the MSL, that is medical science license, is also used synonymously with RMA. So RMA is given a particular area in the country, and they look after the products or the sales team in that particular area. Whereas a medical advisor takes care of the entire country or the entire geography. Just to summarize all the responsibilities of a medical advisor. So the first one, like I've already covered, generating real-world evidence, interpreting and contextualizing emerging data, engaging with key opinion leaders or the therapy experts or the clinicians in peer-to-peer scientific dialogue, attaining the highest level of scientific knowledge with regards to the current disease. This is key because until you don't know your disease and your drug and your molecule well, you cannot communicate with the doctors or the clinicians, neither will they entertain you, because why should they listen to the information you're bringing in? So as a student, developing the habit of reading and being updated with the newest molecules and in-depth knowledge about the therapy becomes crucial. Facilitating scientific exchange between the industry and scientific expert community. Now, a situation happens wherein a new molecule comes into the market and you want to explain this to the doctor. The marketing team goes to the doctor, but the doctor does not really believe it because it's a marketing team. They think that this person has probably come here to just sell the product. This is where your role becomes very crucial. You have to have a very unbiased opinion and share the information in a very fair manner. And in a way, also help the company communicate what they want to the doctors. So this exchange happens in the form of doctor group meetings, some CMEs, presentations, RTMs. Here, additionally, we have international speaker programs as well, wherein we bring in an international speaker who has studied extensively upon that molecule to come and speak to a group of doctors. Supporting internal functions in the company as a scientific reference point. All the internal stakeholders that I mentioned about, be it the business development team, the marketing team, the sales team, all of them will interact with you because you are the center point to communicate information with all these different teams. Educating healthcare professionals and decision makers on the effectiveness on the new products. This I've already mentioned. And in addition to this, identifying the clinical practice insights. So this is a summary of most of the roles. I could not cover everything, but most of the roles of a medical advisor. Now some fact checks. So these are based on some commonly asked questions. I had these doubts myself when I was a PG. Post-PG, I had a couple of PGs asking me these questions. Do I need an MBA degree post-MD pharmacology? How many of you have this doubt? Yes, I see one hand. Yes, two. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an opinion based on general overview of my experience in the industry as well as my colleagues in the industry, and then we'll go into what literature says. As such, MBA degree is not a necessity to enter into the industry. You will get a job irrespective of whether you have the degree or not. Second point, they will not be biased towards you if you have an MBA degree or not. It's purely based on your skills. But the advantage of having an MBA degree is that you will know how to deal with business. You will get a sort of business mindset or a strategic mindset. You get into that thought process of marketing, creativity, etc. But again, I repeat, it's not a necessity. Second question, actually this becomes slightly invalid because now with the new guidelines that have come, it's mandatory to have internship in the pharma company. As such, no, it's not mandatory to have an internship to enter, but yes, you will be given an upper hand if you're first time giving an interview and you've had an experience in the pharma company. It will also help you decide the company. Because like I mentioned earlier, there is multinational corporations, there are Indian pharmaceuticals. To understand which culture you want to get into, having a sort of short internship will help you understand. So here is a survey that was done across 32 specialties. 197 completed the response, so 48% were analyzed. Answering the first question regarding if an MBA is required. If you can see here, the fourth one, 22% said that yes, maybe MBA training is required, but majority of them said no, it's not required. But regarding industry experience or training, almost 70% agreed that yes, having some kind of industry experience or internship before entering the company is really helpful. Can MBA be critically enabling for a career progression in the industry? Here again, it was a majority said no, 46%. Some of them said yes, it will help you develop the skill set in the industry. Now, how many of you have this confusion? Nobody? Yes, one there, two. Okay. This is again a very general opinion. I will just give you an information regarding the multinational corporation, which is more, the medical material is generally done internationally. It's more of an organizational role here in India. Whereas in an Indian company, if you like innovating, you like to explore, you like to bring about a change, you have your best chances in an Indian company. Again, after you do an internship, you will get a better idea into which company you want to join. Some desirable skills for the role of medical advisor: having a strong scientific background, being passionate for science, loves challenges, developing a strategic thinking and a business mindset, having good communication skills. Even if you don't have it right now, developing it over time will be very helpful. It will take you a long way. Good presentation skills is a must, and overall being a team player. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reshma, for your crisp and interactive session.
Thank you,
It was
ma'am.
really pleasing to hear from you. So the thing is that I think the role of a medical advisor by a pharmacologist is appropriate. since a PG student has all these qualities that you mentioned, starting from research and development, animal studies, that clinical trials, and post-marketing surveillance, because this pharmacovigilance is a part of pharmacology. And I think these pharma students have a very bright future in pharmacological industry, and we can look forward all big companies taking MD pharmacology students as the first choice.
Yes.
I think that would be a great thing that you can carry on to your company, and you can just tell them that pharmacology students have a great future in industry because they have been shaped like that.
You're
Thank you.
absolutely
Anybody
right,
among
ma'am.
the audience would like to ask some questions?
Thank you. Can you take the mic so it will helpful for the others also?
Mic, please.
Okay. What is your opinion about the unmet needs of pharmacology curriculum regarding preparing our postgraduate students for industry? And what do you think can our association and PT can do in future to train the future postgraduates in getting assimilated in the industry?
That's a wonderful question. Thank you for asking that. So right now you can say the wheels are already rolling with the fact that it's become mandatory for an internship. Basically taking an internship in the second year will be very helpful. They may not know much about the drugs, which is okay, but they will get an idea about how things are happening in the industry. So when they come back, they can focus mainly on those particular areas. Because whatever said and done, until you see it, reading it theoretically becomes very difficult to gauge what is important. So having the internship, coming back and reading those topics or reading that area will be very helpful for them.
And
So I think future collaborations with the industry will be the best with NPT, as well as we have a lot of pharmacologists in the industry. So having collaborations such that maybe how we have an event here, we have so many academic staff, professors here. I know myself from the industry, very few others from the industry. I'm hoping if we have much more industry pharmacologists sitting here amongst us, there will be much more sharing of knowledge that can happen. In a way, it will be beneficial for students.
How seriously is the role of pharmacology taken by the business development in the pharma industry? If the role is taken so seriously, why are there so many irrational products available in the market?
So this is again a very valid question that you've asked. Thank you. You can say it's varied according to the different, you can blame it on us in a way, because when I first joined into the industry, I was very new. I didn't know how things function, and the business development and the other teams were more dominating. There were irrational practices, and I almost succumbed to it. So over time, say over 1 year, at least after I completed 1 year, I began to realize where I have to put my foot down and speak for where it is needed regarding ethical practices. So if every one of us pharmacologists puts our foot down and speaks for ethical practice, we can change the future of pharmacology or the future of medicine in pharma industry.
Just one question from my side.
Yes, ma'am.
How many postgraduates do you take from pharma side, from MD pharmacology? What's the ratio? Do you take B pharma, M pharma, or do you take MD pharmacology?
So the multinational companies are mostly, they take MD pharmacologists, sometimes clinicians, and some of them even MBBS, but mostly MD pharmacologists and mostly doctors. Whereas the Indian pharma, in order to cut costs, they end up taking people or, different profession people. But
Do you prefer PhD pharmacology or do you prefer MD pharmacology?
I would any day prefer an MD pharmacologist. But actually this trend is being changing now because the rules are becoming more stringent. The Indian pharma has happening, they're realizing that it's not possible to get those clinical insights as how a MD pharmacologist will provide when they discuss with a doctor. So they are focused on getting in MD pharmacologists. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for very enlightening speech. So it's a very new area for our budding PG students. So I think it will be helpful to all new students.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reshma. And yes, this is one field ma'am was talking about. We should have some objectives for MD pharmacology or association should devise. This is important that MD student, they should have some exposure in industry. And actually this is being taught since I was doing MD in pharmacology, 25 years back, more than that, 30 years back, we were talking like this. But in these 20 years, nothing much has been achieved. So I think now is the time when we should seriously think about this. Thank you very much, Dr. Reshma.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reshma ma'am. It was truly a very lucid and illuminating presentation. Now I would like to request Dr. Praveen Kumar Sharma sir, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, SLBS Government Medical College, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, to felicitate Dr. Reshma S. Quadras ma'am. Now, I would humbly call upon Dr. Professor Amod Kumar Sachan sir to felicitate Dr. Praveen Kumar Sharma sir. Now, I would request Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dikshit sir to felicitate Dr. Rangil S. Raina, Principal Government Medical College, Haridwar, Uttarakhand. Now, I would request Dr. Sarvesh Kumar sir to felicitate Dr. Samina Farhat, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology, Government Medical College, Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir. So now we will start with our next plenary session. Who has the speaker? Dr. Jaren Jose Cherian. Sir is Scientist D in ICMR New Delhi. Chairperson Dr. S.P. Dhaneria, Professor, Department of Pharmacology, R.D. Gadi Medical College, Ujjain. Dr. Naresh Jyoti, Professor and Head, Adesh Medical College and Hospital, Shahabad, Haryana. Dr. Ranjan P. Nerurkar, Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacology, Topiwala.
We have to announce panel discussion. Which one?
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected chairpersons, dignitaries, organizing team, teachers, guide, friends, and colleagues. So thank you so much for having me over here for presenting to you the SWOT analysis of the National List of Essential Medicines. I can't help but mention that this is an activity that I was very closely involved in developing, so it might also be slightly difficult for me to look inwards and find out weaknesses and threats, and I hope that during the discussion today we will be able to come up with many helpful criticisms of the NLM which has been published. Also, I should say that the presentation that I will be giving here will not necessarily reflect the perspectives of my organization. So, what exactly is an essential medicine? We heard earlier from Hota sir that resources are limited. Even in the richest of countries, there is a resource limitation. So when you say the word essentiality, it eventually, in some sense of the word, it also sometimes implies scarcity. But however, in 2020, the United States, which refrained from having a list of essential medicines of their own, since WHO championed this activity in 1977, even the United States decided to have a list of medicines that they decided to call essential from the White House. So things are changing. People do understand that it is important to identify medicines which are essential for various purposes. So coming back to the WHO definition, which is the way we start things, an essential medicine is defined as a medicine that will meet the priority healthcare needs of a population. So then the obvious question is, if the population is the world, then it cannot be contextualized, right? So then how is WHO even developing an essential medicines list? So that's where the debate between having a essential medicines list for the world versus national essential medicines lists or even subnational list of essential medicines becomes very relevant. And to mind you, the essential medicine list of WHO is actually called the model list of essential medicines, and that's actually the full name of it. Now, what are the use case scenarios for essential medicine lists? So one is the most obvious, to try and ensure availability of medicines that a country considers essential. Now, unfortunately, in our case, with NLEM, that has not really been successful, because the NLEM is a list of medicines that is created and then put out in the public domain, but it does not really have teeth with which it can enforce availability. That's one. And on the other side, unfortunately, in India, we don't really have adequate medicine availability information to even feed back into the next revised NLEM document. So for we realized that we are dependent on a lot of imports from many countries, including China, for having a steady supply of medicines in our country. What we did was we took the national list of essential medicines and then superimposed that against the medicines for which we are critically dependent for imports. So that's where NLEM can be helpful. And that's one very recent use case scenario in India. Another use case scenario is the drug price control order, which relies on the national list of essential medicines to define what is called the scheduled list, which are the medicines which get price capped. All right, so this is some of the information on this slide I've already mentioned. It was in 1977 that the WHO decided to come up with its first model essential medicines list, containing 208 medicines. And in the 23rd version, which was released this year, there is almost 3 times, close to 3 times the number of medicines. It's important to notice that the WHO has a revision frequency of every 2 years. They revise their essential medicines list every 2 years. And over the last, let's say, 30 revisions, so over 15 revisions, they have increased the number of drugs by 6 times. Now, the newest list of essential medicines has a complementary versus a core list. The complementary list of medicines is those which require additional, let's say, for example, diagnostic or screening tools, or maybe a certain credential in the prescriber to be able to be prescribed. So that's there. The newest list of essential medicines also has a therapeutic equivalent category, which is an interesting concept, which has come in recently. It also was accompanied by a children's list of essential medicines since 2007. And the aware classification of antimicrobials has also been juxtaposed over the recent essential medicine lists. In India, we've had 5 essential national list of essential medicines. The latest released last year. And for this, in 2018, there was a standing national committee on medicines which was constituted to undertake the revision of the 4th NLEM. Many of the people sitting here today were part of the expert groups that decided which medicines should or should not be on these NLEMs. In addition to the usual mandate of the essence of the revision of the NLEM, the SNCM was also given the mandate to identify which medical devices, consumables and disposables, and health and hygiene products should be considered essential. And that task is actually underway right now. We haven't published it yet. And so the 2002 essential national list of essential medicines has 384 medicines, and you would notice that it's close to half of what the WHO list contains. One unique thing of our NLEM is that we classify the drugs based on which level of healthcare these medicines should be available at, primary, secondary, or tertiary. Yeah. So in India, I was explaining to you about the utility that it had during COVID-19, and when there was a huge supply chain disruption in which we could identify which medicines to prioritize. So besides that, medicines are considered as an essential commodity for us, luckily, under the Essential Commodities Act, within which the provisions for drug price control orders exist from 2013, using which the National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority fixes maximum ceiling prices for medicines. So that's one of the most important use case scenarios of the NLEM. Besides this, there was also there was a huge activity which was undertaken by the government in 2020-21, whereby they created pharma drug manufacturing parks with a total investment of close to around 9,000 crores. The medicines to be manufactured in these units have been again identified using the NLEM. So it has multiple utilities. Now, the interesting thing is WHO was not the first agency to come out with an essential list of medicines, like is popular thinking. However, it was an African country, Tanzania, where they decided that they need to come out with a national list of essential medicines. There was a lot of work which was also championed in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, even in India, which led to the essential medicines list in 1977 from WHO. But Tanzania was the first country to have an essential medicines list. And currently, according to a publication that came out in 2020, there are 137 national list of essential medicines with cumulatively more than 2,000 unique medications, varying between 44 and 983 medicines between these lists. So how is the WHO creating their essential medicines list? So you can go to the EML Secretariat of WHO. There's a website on the WHO's page, and you can look at all of their processes. You can, in fact, even put in applications for if you think that a new medicine qualifies to be part of their EML, or a new indication is to be added for a certain medicine, or if a medicine is too unsafe to be on the EML and it should be deleted, so on and so forth. So it's a very open process. There's a secretariat for the EML, and they accept invitations for membership towards various committees, and they create subgroups, and they also consult with various stakeholders, including industry, including civil society, NGOs, etc. So that's the format with which the WHO prepares the EML, and it's not different how the National List of Essential Medicines is created. But before that, let's go into the criteria which we use to prepare the NLEM. First of all, the medicine which needs to be part of an NLEM has to be approved by the National Regulatory Agency, the CDSU. And there has to be adequate evidence for its safety and effectiveness, which will qualify for its inclusion in the NLEM. The disease should be a disease of public health priority. It should not be, an absolutely rare disease which is not of any relevance to majority of the people in the country. One of the most important things that we consider during the debates, which sometimes goes on for a couple of days for one single medicine, is about its relative cost effectiveness. So now, let's say, for example, if you would look at the beta blockers, we do understand that carvedilol has a position of its own, but then most of the other beta blockers, whether atenolol, metoprolol, many of those beta blockers have a relatively comparable safety efficacy profile, and that's where the holistic approach of looking at the price, looking at not just the unit cost, but then also the entire cost of treatment, all of those things come into play. Another critical thing is if a medicine is in the National Health Program, then it almost always automatically qualifies to be in the NLEM. There are a few exceptions though, but that's the general rule. We've often faced questions regarding FDCs and patents. The general understanding amongst the committee is that if a medicine is patented, but then if it is still considered essential, it should qualify to be on the NLEM, and that's the rule by which we've been working. In fact, there are 4 medicines which are patented and still on the NLEM. This is also the same recommendation of the WHO as well as the World Intellectual Property Organization. So regarding FDCs, unless there is a very clear indication for benefit of FDC, it does not qualify to be on the essential medicines list. cough syrups, vitamin combinations, anti-diabetic combinations. All of those, if you would look at the essential medicines list, is not there. Some cases where we've sort of flexed ourselves a bit and been a bit lenient are ORS solutions. It's meant to be given as a combination. Polyvalent anti-sera, it's meant to be given as a combination, so on and so forth. Yeah, so this is the mechanism for the selection of medicines for NLEM. We have the core committee which is constituted by the government, and then we have subcommittees which are also constituted by the government. But then these committees can co-opt members, and many of the pharmacologists here were on part of many of these committees. So the core committee is the highest committee that looks at the overall activity, and the subcommittees are for each of these 4 domains: medicines, medical devices, disposables, consumables, and health and hygiene products. Now, within each of these, there would be an expert group. Like, for example, in the medicine section, there was an expert group for vaccines, hypertension, dialysis, oncology, immunotherapy. There was innumerable number of expert groups. And we would have a rolling application. We would receive applications in a rolling fashion from all stakeholders, including industry associations, and civil society and NGO, and these would be deliberated with the subcommittees as well as the core committees. And occasionally there were special group meetings, which was either requested by the regulator, the National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority, so on and so forth. All right, so now here comes the meat of the presentation, right? So what was our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the NLEM? Now, I should declare upfront my conflict of interest. I may not be the best judge to make this statement. I've relied a lot on some of the people in this room who have reviewed it and put in very useful critiques in public literature, so that was very useful. So based on that, I've come up with a few points. So one of the confusions that existed in the earlier NLEMs was when we tried to define oral solid dosage forms, right? And we do know that if a medicine is on the NLEM, then it automatically fits for price cap. So one of the trends that we noticed was that many of these medicines began to get a new dose or a new formulation. Like, for example, 500 milligrams of paracetamol is considered essential. 650 milligrams is not. So we noticed that the sale trends of 650 milligrams of paracetamol went sky high and 500 milligrams did not. But is this rational? Is this market driven? I leave that for you to decide. Another trend that we noticed was that modified release formulations such as extended release, mouth dissolving tablets, those began to also pick up pace when it came to sales. So currently what we have done with the NLEM is that we've mentioned, for the purposes of essentiality, this particular dose is to be considered essential. However, for the purposes of price regulation, all strengths, all modified release formulations should be considered. So that's one of the things that we had to tweak. We have also specified the dosages, and I think that was a criticism from the 2015 NLEM that some medicines did not really have the dosages specified. So those have also been done. I did explain about the drug price control order and the ability of the government to cap the prices of medicines which are considered essential. And I think one of the strong points of the NLEM is the irreverence that it has to intellectual property status. And that was something that we debated upon at length, and it was decided that based on all of the recommendations that the WHO, the WIPO, all of those have brought out, and we also found sense in the arguments put across by various patient representative organizations and NGOs. The weaknesses, sometimes I believe that the price control implications lead to a reluctance from innovators to submit their products as essential. Now this is very much in contrast to what happens in the WHO model EML versus our NLEM. Because the usual trend in the WHO EML, some of you also work with the WHO EML, is for industry to be very forthcoming and upfront in submitting their application to the WHO EML saying that please consider my product as essential. And that has been the case for sofosbuvir, the various other antivirals, for the HIV medications, all of those. The implications are very different because the moment something is considered essential by the WHO list of essential medicines, it gets wider notice. The health policy paradigm across the global community when it comes to purchase of a medicine, selection of a medicine, all of that gets slightly tweaked. But in India, it's pretty much the opposite, because the moment a medicine finds a place on the NLEM, then it gets subjected to price control. So the industry is very reluctant in being forthcoming in putting across their applications for NLEM. So that's I think that's one of our weaknesses, but it's something that sort of needs to be balanced, I guess. We have also noticed that there are some inconsistencies, and that this is something that has really been pointed out in literature as well. When it comes to our policy on deciding whether a medicine should be available at P-SNT levels or SNT levels. Now, to give you an example, ARV treatment, anti-TB treatment, all of those have been recommended to be available at primary, secondary, and tertiary care levels, despite of the fact that the diagnosis may not really happen there, right? But this is put in place so that the continuity of the treatment can be ensured, because often the patients get diagnosed in a tertiary or a secondary care setting, but then the continuity of treatment is often in the primary care setting. So that was the philosophy with which we were guided, but maybe a fresh set of eyes looking at these documents may find some discrepancy, and that is understandable. We also do understand that there is probably some inconsistency in adoption of the FDC policy, such as, for example, ORS and dialysis fluids. These were also brought out in some publications, but I think you can see the logic behind the inclusion of these. Opportunities, I'm sure more useful opportunities will come from this group, but some of the opportunities that I see for improvement is the fact that the WHO model list of essential medicines takes 2 weeks to revise the entire the WHO EML. And we took about 4 years to revise our list. It was a strenuous process. There were meetings that went on till 9 and 10, sometimes even later in the night. And I have lost count of the number of meetings we've had. But probably we can improve our processes and then cut short the duration and be a bit more efficient and not really pull this process for 4 years. That is true. Another very useful criticism that I came across was regarding the declaration of conflict of interest of all of the members who are either on the panel of experts reviewing the applications to consider inclusion, non-inclusion of medicines. Also, the conflict of interest of people who are putting in these applications. So that perhaps would be very useful, and putting that in the public domain would invite a lot of scrutiny, but perhaps in best interest. Also, I think one of the deficiencies of our NLEM is the fact that it does not really discuss the reasons for inclusion or non-inclusion of any medicine. It just says that, okay, we deliberated in length about all of the beta blockers that exist, and based on expert consensus, we have identified that atenolol was essential in 2015, but in 2023, atenolol will be replaced by metoprolol. Now, why did that happen? It must have taken, I don't know, maybe a week worth of discussions, but can a summary of that be published in the public domain so that people also understand the discussions that happen and the reasons why such decisions were made is probably an opportunity for improvement. Yeah, so this is perhaps my last slide, and so these are perhaps some of the arguments which are put across often by industry or industry associations as threats which are posed by NLEM to healthcare or pharmaceutical industry in general. Does NLEM impede innovation? Because when you talk about price caps, and I think my colleague from the industry just mentioned that the industry does put in a lot of money, we do understand that, in drug development. But then, how much of the revenue that is generated, and market exclusivity, the entire philosophy of market exclusivity is so that the money generated through the patents, through this market exclusivity is rechanneled into innovation. But how much of it really goes into R&D is a black hole, and we don't really know. So it's difficult to point the role of NLEM or price capping of pharmaceuticals in impeding pharma R&D or pharma innovation. And if at all it does, I would imagine that it's a very, very, very small role. Does NLEM affect antimicrobial resistance? This is again another big, huge debate we discussed for weeks at length. Because essentially it's just two philosophies. If you put an antimicrobial medicine on the NLEM, I've got 30 seconds left, then what happens is it's assumed that it has to be made available in the primary, secondary, and tertiary care level, which automatically increases the use of that medicine. And if it is not on the essential medicines list, then there is no accountability for the government to make it available, in which case it does not get used. So will the inclusion of an antimicrobial on the NLEM and its availability in the primary center and its increased use contribute to antimicrobial resistance? The long shot, but yes. For the sake of argument, yes, that is something that could be considered as a threat. These are my references, and that's my last slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jairin Jose, for a very good presentation. I would like to share a few things with you that our market is flooded with too many FDCs. And most of the FDCs are irrational. There is no scientific justification for combining the ingredients. But that issue has been taken care very well during preparation of essential medicine list. As you have mentioned, that national list of essential medicine that contains only 25 FDCs. And also WHO essential medicine list 2023, it contains 51. But one point I feel that deserves review, that there are 63 medicines which are not present in WHO essential medicine list, but these are present in the national list of essential medicine. Another thing, we have to ensure the availability of quality assured essential medicines at all places in adequate amount, all the time, in appropriate doses form, and at affordable cost. That issues to be addressed. And also there should be a provision to provide an updated and unbiased information of essential medicines. I think sir will be sharing some views.
Thank you, Dr. Cherian, for excellent SWOT analysis. I think some of the audience may have some questions. So if there are any questions, audience can ask.
Sir,
Dr. Jatin, good afternoon. Yeah. Here.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Yeah. There was, while going through the NLEM, a couple of things which I actually noticed is, a lot of drugs have multifunctionality. Like, for example, if you take beta blockers, they could be used in angina, they could also be used in heart failure. Similarly, ACE inhibitors could be used in hypertension, could be used in heart failure. But when you see the NLEM, they are only mentioned in one place, without the mention of its multifunctionality. So does it mean that, like for example, ACE inhibitors are only given under heart failure? They don't find a mention under hypertension. Or metoprolol, for that example, finds a mention only in, angina, not in heart failure. So how do you look at that?
Sir, but I would beg to differ on the facts, sir. There's a factual correctness. There are medicines which get repeated on NLEM, and in fact, there are medicines which get repeated more than 3 times. There's one medicine, I can't really point, sorry, I'm not able to recollect, but there are medicines which repeat based on its utility and its indication. Just to give you a random example, morphine appears 3 times. So there are medicines which are repeated, and in fact, when I say 398, these are all unique medications. But then, if you would look at the list, it's quite a long list. So I would believe that quite a few number of them do repeat over and over again. Yes, sir.
Sir, sir, my one question.
Yeah.
I'm Dr. A.K. Tripathi, Senior Consultant, UP Medical Supplies Corporation Limited, Lucknow. You told me that there are 3-4 national ADL, and you are also preparing for primary, tertiary, and primary, secondary, and tertiary care. So you have told me around 1,000 there is list of NLEP, essential drug list. So you have also prepared the essential drug list for primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. So what are the numbers? Same list is there, or some difference is there? Because in my opinion, there should be 2 lists for which I am also fighting and also trying to implement in my corporation also. There should be essential drug list which should fulfill the 90% requirement of the population, and there should be specialized drug list. Essential drug list should be present at all levels, and apart from that, there should be specialized drug list for specialists, all the specialties. So what is your opinion for primary, secondary, and tertiary? You have how much differentiation in numbers you have made?
Yeah, so if you would look at the NLEM, for each medicine, there are, I think, 3 columns. One is, the name of the medicine. The second is going to be its formulation. Then there's information regarding the strength. And there's also a column which specifically mentions the level of healthcare. So for each medicine, we have specified should it be available at the primary, should it be available at secondary, tertiary, so on and so forth. Just to give you an example, an antibiotic like amoxicillin should be available at all levels of care. And perhaps the injectables should also be available at all levels of care. But if you would take a medicine like meropenem, it perhaps need not be available at primary level.
I want to know the numbers. What formulary you have made at national level? What is at present time, what is the number at primary level, secondary level, and tertiary level? You have told around 1,000 there is a total number of medicines. But what is the number of medicine at primary level, secondary level, tertiary level? Have you ever a list of that?
So we have not done. Yeah, I think there is a reference in our report which has come out, not in the NLEM per se document, the core document.
Because I have not seen that different list numbers. No? That's why I want just for my knowledge.
So when we say NLEM, most people actually only see the list. Okay. There is an accompanying report which is, I think, around 200 pages. Which mentions the number of medicines in each primary, secondary, tertiary, how many was deleted from all the way from the first NLEM onwards. So you can perhaps take a look at that. I'm sorry, I do not know the exact number.
Okay, thank you, sir. And one more question related to this. Just I want to know, DPCO level, why it is not for all drugs available in the country?
Sorry, sir.
DPCO level. किसी भी
DPCO.
ड्रग, हाँ, DPCO rates जो है, DPCO rates of why there is not DPCO rate for all drugs in the country?
Yes, sir. That's a very tricky question to answer, because the moment you would start rationalizing all prices of all medicines, forget all medicines. I mean, using your argument, if you would rationalize the prices of all commodities in the country, think of what would happen to the manufacturer. Think of what would happen to the revenue which they would want to gather, right? So there are other market implications because of which the drug price control order is applicable to only the scheduled medicines. This is just the broad argument, but that, from an economic point of view, it looks to be very unfeasible to take a blanket price control or a price capping approach towards all medicines.
Because there is submission ki no controlled medicine above the DPCO rates. So that is help for community also. So by mutual understanding with the manufacturer as well as for public, can there be one list for DPCO rates?
Then so we will have to actually relook at our entire economic foundation on which we are working, because then we will be questioning our patent regimes, then we'll be questioning international trade agreements. All of those will have to change accordingly, because once an innovator or a manufacturer is given a market exclusivity because of the virtue of the patent that they hold, then it's on them to actually identify the price. And in India, you would like to know that the price negotiations that we are able to achieve with manufacturers is far better than the price negotiations that are available elsewhere, because of the substantial role that insurance and pharmaceutical managers play in between.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So thank you so much, Dr. Jaren Josh, for beautiful presentation. You beautifully told us what is NLEM and what the ingredient, the definition, and what the selection process, how we include the medicine, different drugs in this essential list, and that you SWOT the part, it was excellent, the beautifully you described. And one point was, I was thinking that the national list, essential medicine, how can it, enhance the antimicrobial resistance? It's the prescriber and user, they are responsible. List is not responsible for that. How we can use it? So if you know it, yes, yeah. So it was a beautiful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enriching session. Now I would like to invite Dr. Naresh Jyoti, sir, to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Jaren Josh, sir. Now, I would invite Dr. R.K. Dikshit, sir, to felicitate our chairpersons. Dr. Anil Nisha, sir, please, I humbly request you to felicitate. To Dr. S.P. Dhaneria, sir. Sir, to Naresh, sir. Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir. Sir, to Naresh, sir. Sir, also to Dr. Rajan P. Nerurkar, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, esteemed pharmacology colleagues. There's an important announcement. I have been ordered by the organizing secretary. In the Indian culture, turban, pagdi, is the symbol of the responsibility. And we have started it very successfully over here. We have taken some of the tradition, Indian tradition, old traditions. Whenever a person in Indian culture is given some responsibility, there's a tradition of putting a turban over his head. So there are two turbans. One is the organizing of the next NAPTICON are aware of. So soon after the panel discussion will be over, we will be having turban, our cap ceremony or turban ceremony. One is for NAPTICON. Next NAPTICON is being to be organized by All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur. So Dr. Ganesh Dhakle has taken, professor and head of the Department of Pharmacology, has taken the responsibility for it. We know it very well. After putting the turban, there is a development of the pressure, a lot of pressure. So turban creates pressure, and pressure creates result. You know it, and you are all, this is quite evident all around. And it is a reason of the success of this conference, National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, NAPTICON. So there are two turban. Another turban is for the next president. We all know that next president has been declared, Dr. R.K. Dixit sir, and there will be a cap ceremony. Our president, current president, will give a responsibility, turban of responsibility to the head of the Dr. R.K. Dixit sir, and after that turban ceremony or cap ceremony, R.K. Dixit sir will take the oath of the office, and the other executive members will also be taking oath of the office of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. Soon after taking the oath, all of the office bearers will be considered to be in their chairs. So please keep on being with us, keep on here, and be an spectator of these magnificent events. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I welcome you to today's panel discussion on the topic off-label use of prescription medicine, ethical or unethical. I would like to invite for this session our moderator, Dr. Sushil Sharma, sir. Welcome you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. We all know that, let's have the slide of panel discussion. Just take this out. Panel discussion slide is there. Yeah, that's fine. We all know that when a drug is approved by regulatory agencies, it could be the FDA or it could be the DCGI, whenever such drug is approved, it comes with its own specific set of conditions and guidelines for its usage. And these guidelines are given in the form of a package insert, it could be a drug information leaflet, or it could be any other written information that comes along with the drug. These written informations, these drug information leaflets are broadly named as label. And label gives out all the essential information that is needed for the safe and effective usage of the drug. It gives out what indications the drug should be used for. It gives out what patient age groups should it be given for. It gives out the dosage, the duration of treatment, the route of administration, everything, including the adverse effects and precautions that need to be taken while taking this drug. And doctors are expected to use this drug in accordance with these guidelines given in the label. But sometimes there are instances when doctors can use a drug which is different from what is mentioned in the label. They could be using it for a different indication. They may use it for a patient population that is not approved. They may use it for a different dosage or different duration, anything. These uses which are beyond the label are called off-label uses. And off-label uses has their own pros and cons and even come with its ethical issues. And today we have an eminent panel of experts who will be talking to us on various aspects of this off-label drug use. So may I just welcome the panelists here. I request we have got a mix of pharmacologists and clinicians with us. Firstly, can I just call Dr. Anil Nischal, sir, who is a psychiatrist here at KGMU. Please welcome, sir. And I welcome Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar, madam. Please come, madam. I welcome Dr. R.K. Dikshit. Dr. Atul Jain, please. And Dr. Sukanta Sen. Sir, this is for the moderator. We can have one or two more chairs. Two mics, one for me, one for the panelists. Two mics. उसको हटा देते Okay, so without wasting much time, I'll just get on with the topic here. And my first question is going to be to Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar, madam. Madam, we all know that off-label medications are very, very common. In fact, the literature says that almost 20% of all drugs that are used for off-label indications. Why do you think this is so? What is the reason behind widespread use of such off-label medications?
Okay, thank you, sir. It's just right that we use, as you were describing what is written on the label, it is not possible to write all the indications of a drug on the label. And it is not possible for a drug to go through all the clinical trials for every use that could be described. And since physiological systems are the same almost throughout the body, if a drug is used for one particular indication, a doctor can decide or say at least guess that it should be useful in another particular indication or related indication. Therefore, using drugs off-label for in particularly certain group of individuals will go a long way. It will reduce the time required. You know, we know 13 years are required for any drug to come to the market. Or we know the length of the clinical trials, the time required for clinical trials, the money that is required. So it is just right that a physician uses his discretion and uses drugs off-label.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. I think nicely put. My next question is going to be to Dr. Anil Nischal. Sir, you are a practicing psychiatrist, and I'm sure you must be using drugs in an off-label manner. So can you please share with us a few examples where you actually use off-label medication in your practice?
Okay, like in psychiatry, off-label use of drugs is quite common. And I'll give you few examples. Like one of the examples is that we use ketamine orally or IV, and the indication for that is resistant depression or acute suicidality. It's one of the simplest things, and it responds so well to oral ketamine. Then another example I can give you is that of long use of benzodiazepines or buprenorphine in substance use disorders. That we use for harm reduction. Though every guideline says that you should take off benzodiazepines within 4 weeks. But to maintain the person abstinent from alcohol, we use benzodiazepines for up to 3 months. Similarly, in oral substitution therapy in opioid-dependent patients, we use buprenorphine for quite a long time. Then the third kind of usage could be special groups. Like in pregnancy or for children, we do not actually have the right kind of drugs and the trials. Sertraline uses, SSRI uses. These are the most common examples I can think of right now.
Thank you, sir. So as you rightly mentioned, you are probably using it for a different route, and you're also, maybe going beyond the label as far as the duration is concerned with benzodiazepines. Thank you, sir. Thank you. My next question is going to be to Dr. Sukanta Sen. Dr. Sukanta, we just heard the two panelists who spoke about widespread use of off-label medication, and we also, saw a few examples. But do you think that off-label uses do not have strong scientific support, and many of them are being used with very little scientific support?
This is a very pertinent question, sir. Majority of the off-label medicine, they are not being studied properly. Even if you go to the index journal, high index journal, they don't publish articles, evidence in support of off-label use. So that's why whatever for 30-40%, there are different articles says 30% drugs are available in the market which are being used off-label, and some says up to 60%. So there are drugs available in the market. People are doctors are prescribing this, and this is a common practice.
Okay, so you have mentioned that probably this scientific literature that is available backing the off-label use is not maybe adequate, and even many of the journals also don't mention it. Yeah, my next question is going to be to Dr. Atul Jain, sir. So, going further from what we discussed with Dr. Sukanta, do you think that are we putting the patients at a higher risk when we're using the drugs for off-label medication as compared to FDA-approved users?
Yes, sir. I will tell you by the statistics data.
Is the mic closer? Close. Yeah.
I will tell you by statistics data an example. In one study published in JAMA in 2017, it has shown that off-label use of drugs was associated with 44% higher likelihood of adverse effects in adults, while in children the relative risk of adverse events for off-label versus on-label prescribing is reported to be 3.44 times. And there is a serious concern because of this, especially when these drugs are used in vulnerable groups like pediatrics, patients with mental disorders, elderly, pregnant women, which are actually left out of the research study. And so they are always vulnerable. The study has not been done, and when the drugs is prescribed, the adverse drug reaction occurs. The example of adverse drug reaction is fenfluramine. There is fenfluramine and phentyramine. When was combined, there was a 1/3 of the patients got their lungs and heart disease, and surgery has to be done to them. Another example is quinine sulfate, which was approved for malaria, was prescribed for off-label use for to treat leg cramps, and then it produced life-threatening bleeding. So there are lot of adverse effects was noticed when these drugs were used, and so risk was more. So there is a need for, this aspect has to be taken care of.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So you've mentioned that the adverse effects are probably higher when these drugs are used in an off-label manner, and you quoted some good data also. So my next question to Dr. R.K. Dixit, sir. So we have seen the speakers talking about higher risk of adverse effects.
Nice, sir. There. मैं थोड़ा बैठने में कंफर्टेबल नहीं।
Yeah, please. We have heard the.
सर आप इधर आ जाओ, इस पे बैठ जाओ, मैं बोल नहीं पा रहा था।
So we have heard the other panelists talking about higher incidence of side effects, lesser scientific support. So even then, if a physician is using drugs in an off-label manner, what are the implications you foresee?
Thank you, sir. So this is the actually debate or panel discussion which can go throughout the day, throughout the night, and next conference will come.
Yeah, but then,
and next conference will come.
But we needed to be short, sir. With 2
Next
minutes.
conference will come without any conclusion. First thing. The catch home, the message is that here comes the importance of the pharmacology. If the pharmacology...
So my question is, what are the implications for
बता
a
रहे
physician?
बता रहे गुस्सा नहीं हुई गुस्सा नहीं हुई मॉडरेटर बहुत गुस्से वाले हैं so
I've got pressure by the organizers.
yeah, I know I am also so what is there are two terms. The audience should remember one thing. One is off label and second is off the track. A physician can prescribe off label medication, wonderful, but he should never go off the track. And here comes the importance of the pharmacology. And that's why we teach pharmacology and all this, so that the clinicians and all, they can correlate whatever the prescription they are giving, whether that fits into that particular indication or not. It is just like bus में सर लिखा होता है 2 स्टेशन, but आप 10 स्टेशन में उतरते हो, but आपको पता होता है कि वो स्टेशन उतरने वाला है. आप यहाँ से कलकत्ता जा रहे हो तो गया में उतर सकते हो, that is off label, but कलकत्ता जा रहे हो, you cannot go down at the Bombay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. My next question is going to be to Dr. Anil Ishal, sir. We have heard the panelists who are not very happy with the scientific support. They spoke about higher adverse effects. All these things are there. But do you think that if physicians are not allowed to use off-label, that will hamper innovation? And off-label use, in fact, improves innovation in medical practice.
So your first question, if physicians are not allowed off-label use, so we will be then reaching end of options in clinical practice. There are guidelines, there are exactly the labeled uses, but you cannot just treat all the patients with labeled uses. What do you do when a patient is not responding to, say, the highest dose of fluoxetine, which is 80 milligrams? So you have to go higher up. There are 4% cases where, because of enzymes and other things, they might be fast metabolizers or slow metabolizers, other things are there. So there are multiple things involved where you need to go beyond that dose, and that becomes off-label. Then this has been talked about, the special groups are never included in trials. So what do you do with them? A pregnant lady might have an episode of psychosis or depression. Will you not treat her? You have to go off-label. So the point is that we'll reach end of options. Your second question was about whether it drives innovations. Yes, it does. I believe so. Because it is not like this, that research comes only from theoretical aspects. There are some theories which are based on your academic knowledge of drugs and receptors and other things, and then you plan targeted drugs. But then that is not the only way how drugs are developed. Many a times, simple incidental findings, simple clinical observations lead to some case reports. Those reports lead to some small studies. They lead to better planned RCTs, to meta-analysis, and then to guidelines. I'll give you 2 examples. One is of duloxetine. So duloxetine is a drug which was in market and was tested for another additional indication because there was observation that TCAs and other SSRIs help in neuropathic pain. So it was tested for that. So that is a under-patent drug. So the company spent money on it. But what about a tricyclic antidepressant? No company is going to spend on that. So that is an example where we still use it for neuropathic pain, And that comes from this reporting and other things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And my next question is to Dr. Sukanta Sen. Dr. Sukanta, whenever a doctor is prescribing medication in an off-label manner, he probably, there are a lot of implications as we just discussed. So what can he do to ensure that he is protected and he is not blamed for medical negligence if something happens to the patient? So what are the things we can do to protect himself when he is using drugs in an off-label manner? And what is the role of informed consent in this?
So we all know for clinical research or clinical practice, there are 4 pillars of bioethics. One is beneficence, do something good for the patient. Non-beneficence, don't do any harm to the patients. Third is autonomy, which is freedom for taking decision. And the last one is justice, fair selection. So when you are having no option without using off-label, first you look after, you have taken care of all standard care available in the market. So if standard care treatments is not available or the patient is not comfortable with the standard care of treatment, in that case, you have to counsel the patients. If necessary, you search what are the informations available in the scientific journals. You counsel the patient, you increase their knowledge, and then only you can decrease your chances of litigations.
So I'll just come back once to Dr. Anil Nischal. So do you take informed consent from your patients when you are prescribing off-label? Or do you explicitly inform them?
See, there are 2 things. One is, it is not legally binding to take an informed consent. It is not an illegal thing we are doing. Second, it also depends on the literacy rate and the intelligence of the patient. At times, you might ending up increasing his anxiety unnecessarily. So you have to decide from patient to patient. And if you feel that the risk is higher, you must at least tell the patient, informed consent can be taken, but taking it in paper, it becomes a problem. So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. My question to Dr. Padma Chaudhary, madam. Sometimes whenever we are using drugs in an off-label manner, does it fall under research? Can the patient say that you are doing research on me because this drug which you are using is not approved? And is IC approval needed whenever you're using drugs in an off-label manner?
No, when a physician is using it, when he is using his prudence and using it on in a related indication on a patient, like how sir said in psychiatry, it does not have to take regular approval. But if it is used for research, as said, if I am doing a study on off-label use of drug A on a particular disease, then it has to go through regular routine research process of whatever a new drug undergoes. So otherwise, it does. If a physician is using it, it does not have to undergo the regular research, the drug that it has to undergo.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. One question to Dr. Atul Jain, sir, please. So one question, we just discussed that doctors may have a little bit of freedom to prescribe off-label. But is it possible that this freedom may be misused and it may discourage evidence-based practice? I might just feel that this drug is useful, I read it somewhere, and I start using it. So does it discourage evidence-based practice?
Yes, sir, it definitely discourages this type of practice. And this is actually off-label use is quite common and legal in many countries. However, it is not legal in our country, but it is risky. And doctors must be cautious. They should check if it is really needed, and they should only prescribe when it is supported by good research. And evidence, it should be evidence-based. Otherwise, it can be harmful to the patient and can produce adverse effects. So examples are venlafaxine, which is given for OFLU, off-label use in fibromyalgia or even in attention deficit hyperkinetic syndrome. It produces GI complaints and sexual dysfunction. Similarly, domperidone, which is used for enhancement of lactation enhancement, produces cardiac arrhythmias and sudden cardiac death.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. One question to Dr. Sukanta, please. as a pharmaceutical company, can I promote off-label use of drugs? Can I go to the doctor and say, this drug has been found to be, even though it is not approved for this indication, it has been found to be useful, please use this drug for that condition. Can they do that?
At this age of consumerism and legal implications, no pharmaceutical company at this stage takes a risk for promoting off-label medication with advertisement. Because if you promote any ad of off-label use, that will be called as a misbranded medicine. According to US FDA Act, this is a unlawful act. So pharmaceutical company, they don't promote directly this off-label use. They are taking lots of precautions.
Thank you very much. One question to Dr. Anil Nischal, please. So what about speakers? If you are called as a speaker to some psychiatric conference, can you discuss off-label use of drugs? Is it permitted?
So before going to this question, may I make a comment on what Dr. Jain said about that not being allowed in India? Sir, we are doing it daily. Legally, I'm telling you the legal position also. The legal position is not this, that the court is going to catch you for using the drug off-label. Court will only catch you when the duty of care is established and you have breached that duty and the negligence has been caused. If the use of the drug has been in keeping with GCP, good clinical practice, and is approved or is agreed to by your colleagues in general, the court does not interfere in this. So this is the clear situation, sir.
So there should be balance.
Yes, you have to maintain a balance. You can just not go on rampage writing anything to anybody. You have to do what other colleagues are doing, what even the guidelines of our societies do mention off-label use, that this has also been found useful. Even textbooks mention those things. Not everything is FDA approved, but then we use it, and if there is a problem, there is this committee of psychiatrists or somebody who decides whether it is in keeping with the general clinical practice and is it okay. So that is how it is. Because that message, if it goes that it is illegal, nobody will use it.
At least, legally speaking in India.
If you use, like, it has to be good clinical practice. That should be adhered to. Second, coming back to your question.
Speakers.
Yeah, the speakers. I think if you have some good clinical data and you have found some good results, whether it is from your own clinical practice or from somebody else's practice, some teachers tell you something, and you are convinced in yourself that this works, you have tried, then you must share it. It can be shared, it should be shared. I always share it with a disclaimer that this is off-label. This is not an indicated thing. So the disclaimer should always be given. That is what I think about it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And
just
yeah,
to
please, Dr.
add
Dixit,
to this,
yeah.
we can call it off-label itself. So we say it is off-label when you are giving in a speech.
Yeah.
This is scientific forum, and this forum should not give a wrong message that off-label can be used freely. First thing. Reason is, what is the difference between the quacks and the qualified physicians? They have level of evidence and they have everything in record which can be utilized for their safety also. And if you start giving everything in the name of off-label, then clinicians will also be in the trap, number one. Number two, how these labels come. The labels come with the evidences. So rather than giving off-label, frequently produce the labels and create the label, create the evidences, and then use judiciously. Every time it cannot be promoted the best example is sometimes you don't have any medicine, then you can be escaped. Like hydroquinone during the pandemic. Now this was used off-label. Nobody was caught. But now you use No, so that is how, because when there is no option,
Point taken, sir. I
when
think,
there is no option.
Yes, yes, point taken. I think Madam
Yeah.
wanted to say something.
Yes, when there is no option, then it's okay.
So now it becomes a discussion.
So what? Sir, I think based on that, one question I think most of us will have in mind, like if they are so useful, why are not they converted into on-label use? Why you don't do a small study and convert them into on-label use so that everybody is happy and safe?
Right.
Yeah,
So,
that's the question, sir.
I'll start from this side. Like, as I said, rampant off-label use is not being advocated at all. You go for off-label use only when you are not able to manage a disorder or a problem within the labeled use drugs. So one thing is that. Second thing, why they are not being converted to on-label uses? Who is going to conduct a trial which satisfies FDA requirements for propranolol to make it okay to be used in vascular headaches? No company is going to spend that kind of a money. No money. They will spend money only where they have patents, they have business interests. So what happens then? You do trials, multiple RCTs are collected, systematic reviews are done, meta-analysis are done, and then they are absorbed into guidelines. And those guidelines stand in court. I'll give you one example. I just remembered and I have forgotten. I had used some drug for like this, and I was called to court, but then the guidelines, Indian Psychiatry Society guidelines was enough. That is it. Over. Enough.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very
and
much.
then one thing I like to say, last line, sir.
Yes, sir.
Long time back, I read somewhere, medicine is an art. It is the most scientific of the arts and most artistic of the sciences. So you have to do that rope walk, maintain the balance.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, one last example is of this off-label use is of thalidomide, which is now used in multiple myeloma and lepra reaction.
Yes, yes.
So that is ethical. So why not to do repurposing rather than going for off-label use without doing that?
True, sir.
But I think
like sir says,
their companies are...
repurposing needs money and
Yeah,
nobody's willing to
companies
come
are not
forward
willing.
to do that money.
Yeah, they are not
Yes.
interested.
Madam, you want to say something? Madam,
But last, madam, labels with evidence, good. Suddenly somebody thought that this should be given, that is not rational. And that off-label, rational and irrational, one should catch. And that is the gravity of the clinician.
True, sir. Thank you, sir.
On the way, I'll speak something. So, he reminded me of that example. It is not that you use a drug off-label without any thought. So, when I was doing my SRship, I read that dopamine pathway is the reward pathway which is involved in addiction. There are many patients जिनके family members आएंगे कहेंगे कि alcohol पीता छोड़ता नहीं है, आने को भी तैयार नहीं है. So I thought, okay, a dopamine pathway, why not block the dopamine pathway? I started using low-dose antipsychotics. You know, others must have also observed it. I published a case report. Others also. Now we do actually use it.
Yes.
So that is what. Yes, that is useful. That brought down the frequency.
Yeah, madam wanted to say something. Yes, madam.
Yeah, yes. Just
It took a long time for the mic to come to you.
just an example, like what sir was saying, off-label use is not just when you have a right drug for that, for a particular indication, you are not going to use an off-label off-label drug. But when there are no available drugs, we had a situation of one Crohn's disease patient where there were no drugs which are available on the regular protocol, whatever they are. They were not effective in this particular patient. So they wanted to try the biologics which are used in rheumatoid arthritis, which are likely to be of help in this patient, and the use was justified. It went to an ethics committee and there was argument, and this use was justified, and that patient responded also. So only in that situations where you have no other drug, no other approved drug or drug with approved label use, if you cannot use, only then we go for off-label use.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I think we can all agree that off-label medication is a double-edged sword. And if used appropriately, it can be really beneficial to the patient. But at the same time, we should be aware that there could be a little higher incidence of adverse effects. So I think as physicians, we have to strike a balance somewhere and do what is best in the interest of the patient. So I think, yeah, we will take.
Tagline will be rational use of off-label.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Off-label. I think we can take one or two questions, sir, if possible. Yeah, any questions, please? Yes, madam. Yeah, I don't know, can someone give her a mic or something? Madam, we are not able to hear you. Somebody can maybe hand a mic to her. Is it a comment or a question, madam?
And ranibizumab, both are the anti-vascular epithelial growth factor inhibitor. So it is the biggest example over wide world that the bevacizumab, which was used for the colorectal carcinoma, for the same vascular endothelial growth factor, it is used globally off-label for the treatment of the diabetic macular edema. Being it is for the 1,000 to 2,500 per injection cost, while the ranibizumab, which is 25,000 per injection. And this is the example of the biggest off-label drug, and the US and every authority, they just don't want to do the research on that, because after that their insurance system, which is the Medicare 2 में जिसमें वो B में आती है, they will have the lot of lapse in the monetary incentive.
Yes,
and it is used off-label for the in the world globally. Because everybody is using, but nobody want to talk why they are using, because, and so many ranibizumab, so many biosimilars are there, and billion are spent on that. But nobody want to do the trial on the bevacizumab, which is used everywhere.
Yes. I think, madam, the bottom line is the companies will do trials when it suits them, when there is money to be made.
Because
and
moment they will put according
sure,
to
ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you.
DCGI
Thank you.
and, et
Yeah, I
cetera.
think one more question, please. Can we just hand over mic to sir?
Secondarily, sir, secretary wale sir, they have coined that we can increase the dose and other with, for some indication, and that is again a off-label thing. You have cited example of fluoxetine. So for that we can simply do a trial and we can put a paper to DCGI and they can permit us. That is
Madam, the DCGI
for any indication, for any rise and fall, we can put, that is easier. But in case of bevacizumab, nobody want to do the trial.
Yes, madam. Yeah.
Madam, I have been a member of subject expert committee for neurology and psychiatry, DCGI, Government of India. Their applications from individuals are not entertained. It is from the companies. These regulatory authorities are concerned with bringing the drug into the market, not controlling prescriptions, which are controlled by NMC. So you have to understand that thing. Secondly, when you are talking of this kind of a use, you must understand that if some molecule is cleared by FDI, say olanzapine, the safety has been tested, the efficacy has been tested for some 2 or 3 indications. When you are using it off-label, the safety is still tested. It is the effectiveness which is doubtful. So there you give a try after rational thinking.
Yeah, I think we had a question here, sir. Yeah, mic please somewhere.
Actually, I have the mic.
Please, sorry.
So, Dr. Shruti, AIMS Patna. So I'm so glad that there was a talk of evidence-based medicine along with off-label use. And as sir rightly pointed out, evidence needs to be created anyhow. So literature, research needs to be done. So my query here is that when we talk about evidence-based medicine, it rests on 3 pillars. One is best research evidence, the second is clinical expertise, and the third is patient values. So when we are trying to give off-label medications to our patients without informing them or without the appropriate informed consent in place for fear of the fact that they might get too anxious. So don't you think we are at some point, not practicing EBM?
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you. So you want to answer that?
See, madam, it depends on the patient profile. and also the kind of medication you are using. As I mentioned, when we were using ketamine, we took consents. But then, if you are going to prescribe propranolol for migraine, which is an off-label use, is actually informed consent required. And then, there will be patients जो आपको आके ये कहते हैं डॉक्टर साहब आप ही देखिए कुछ लिख दीजिए, ना तो उन्हें पढ़ना आता है ना उनको समझ में आती है. तो अभी the model practiced in the West is very different from the paternalistic model which we are still practicing in government hospitals. In Bombay or Delhi, where educated people are there, they are literate, they need to know their rights. Need to know is for everybody. But then, यहाँ पे patients many a times they don't care. They say, you decide. So, it is not okay to complicate things unnecessarily. For every prescription of propranolol or every prescription of 10 mg of tryptamor, which is given for headache by every physician across the country, or for insomnia, will you take an informed consent? What happens to the OPD of 150 which you have to see in 6 hours? You cannot. Practical issues are also there.
There is a very simple rule for off-label use.
Sir, I think you're not audible.
Please.
I think maybe this
Sir,
is
hold the mic closer to your
This is the last
mouth.
question we can take.
There is a simple rule for off-label use. When all available options are exhausted or no specific treatment is available, then it is the clinician's prerogative to ask the patient whether he will look for a new treatment option because there is no specific treatment available as of now. Number one. Then a consent is always for the safety of the prescriber, not for the patient. If tomorrow becomes educated or he has been poisoned by another person, kaise khila diye tujhe. Okay, so it is for the prescriber's safety point. Then you are in the SEC, I am also SEC. SEC also accept this individual trial permission. Like in COVID time, I think it is PGIMS Rohtak has submitted a proposal that is sofosbuvir daclatasvir for COVID infection, moderate to severe COVID infection, and DCGI was kind enough to permit that because we don't have a choice. Yeah. So they have given the permission to conduct a study. And the most common off-label use is like in क्या होता है लड़कियों में PCOS.
PCOD, metformin.
Metformin देते हैं, it is not recommended. और क्या देते हैं वो?
Sir, commonest to amitriptyline. Every physician writes it. ये जो flufenazine or melitrazine combination, D-Angit, 1-TDS, everybody is giving it.
Thank you, sir.
If some risk happens and you are pointed a finger at, how will you defend yourself?
Sir,
it is for your defense,
true.
not for patient.
Sir, now I am not sort of antagonizing you.
No,
you are very right. You're very right. It is for the good of the physician. It is for the good of the physician. The only issue remains here is that how practical is it? And then if it is in the guidelines, like propranolol use is in the guidelines, there we really don't need to worry. We need to worry where we are giving ketamine or maybe some other drug which is not very well used. Yes.
So last line.
Yes, sir. But not through regulatory authority.
Sir, majority of the cases, clinicians are taking verbal consent, which is not documented. And second challenge is the component of the informed consent. Because when you are using off-label, standard care is available or not available. So drafting a consent, that is also a real challenge for the clinician.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think we have discussed the length and breadth of off-label medication, and maybe we'll continue it during tea time or maybe during dinner today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the panelists, and Dr. Dikshit wants me to repeat the tagline. Tagline is rational therapy of off-label medication use. Rational use of off-label indications. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I would humbly invite Professor Anuradha Nishal ma'am to felicitate our panelist. Ma'am, to Atul Jain, sir. Ma'am, to Sushil Sharma, sir. Ma'am, to Padmaja, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now, now I would humbly invite Professor C.M. Kamal, sir, to felicitate Dikshit, sir. To Sukanta, sir. To Anil Nishal, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, dear friends. So soon we are organizing the cap ceremony of National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. So there are two caps. One is for the next president, Dr. R.K. Dikshit, he has been already declared. And next, for the organizer of the next NAPTICON. I would like to invite all the executive members to come forward because they will be taking the oath ceremony along with the newly elected president, and this oath ceremony will be performed under the supervision of our election commissioner, Dr. Rangil Singh Raina, Principal, Government Medical College, Haridwar. Thank you, Raina sir, for being with us and for taking this responsibility. For this evening, you are a very, very important person. Otherwise, all the chairs will gone. I would like to invite our Honorable President, Madam Dr. Padamja Uday Kumar, for this first cap ceremony, and our newly elected President, Dr. R.K. Dikshit sir. Congratulations, Dr. R.K. Dikshit sir. We are confident that Madam is handling over her responsibilities to a very worthy person of the country. You will agree with me. Thank you, sir, for on your selection. I would like to, yeah, please. So first there will be felicitation. Dr. Rangil Singh Rana, please. Sir, please honor sir by giving this shawl. I would like to request Madam Honorable President, Madam Padamja Uday Kumar, to hand over the cap to Dr. R.K. Dixit, sir. Sir, आप भी हाथ लगाइए. Madam, हाथ लगाइए आप भी. Yeah, sir. You're looking good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And next is the oath ceremony that will be performed. I would like to invite all the respected executive members to come forward for the oath ceremony. You probably have got the copy of the oath. Please come to the dais for this oath. All the executive members are requested to come to the dais for the oath ceremony. Dr. Rangil Singh Rana will be completing the oath ceremony. All the executive members, newly elected executive members of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics, please take the dais for the oath ceremony, and it is immediately after this oath ceremony that you will be assume your responsibilities. Yeah, please. Yes. You are a part of executive team. No. Yeah.
Okay, I am going to start. I think all are here. Okay. So you will.
Yeah. So I would like to introduce all the dignitaries on the dais who are the executive members. Name and designation and institution.
Dr. Chitra Khanvelkar from Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karad, Maharashtra.
Professor Supriti Bishwas Mondal from Kolkata College of Medicine and Shakardatta Hospital.
Dr. Diptimoy Devi, Guwahati Medical College, Guwahati.
Dr. Rakesh Kumar Dixit, Pharmacology, KGMU, Lucknow.
Dr. Ganesh Dakle, AIMS, Nagpur.
Dr. Praveen Sharma, Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Government Medical College, Mandi at Neer Chowk.
Dr. Samina Farad from GMC Srinagar, Kashmir.
Dr. D.D. Gupta, KM University, Mathura.
Dr. Rajkumar, Guru Gobind Singh Medical College, Faridkot, Punjab.
Dr. Naresh Jyoti, Adesh Medical College, Shahabad, Kurukshetra, Haryana.
Major Dr. Jitendra Singh, Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik.
Dr. Atul Jain, Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow.
Dr. Chaitali Chindalore from AIMS, Nagpur.
Usha Kiran, RMC, Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh.
Dr. Dinesh Naidu, Zoram Medical College, Mizoram.
Dr. Pramod Kumar Manji, AIMS, Patna, Bihar. Dr. Ratish, KMCT Medical College, Kozhikode, Kerala.
Dr. Kapil Hazarika, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Medical Sciences and Dr. RML Hospital, New Delhi.
Dr. Reshma Quadros, Medical Advisor, Sun Pharma.
Thank you all. And it is really a matter of proud for National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. All these are the eminent people of the country, eminent pharmacologists of the country. Please give a big round of the applause. They are taking the responsibility. In my opinion, the future of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics in their responsible hand is quite bright, and I would like to request Dr. Rangil Singh Raina, our election commissioner, to perform the oath ceremony.
Okay, before starting, I will just request to raise your hand horizontally. Okay. Now I'll start and you'll follow. I solemnly pledge to fulfill my role as of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics of India with unwavering dedication and commitment. I will uphold the values and mission of our association, striving to advance the field of pharmacology and promote ethical practices. I commit to fostering collaboration among our members, encouraging the exchange of knowledge and ideas, and working towards the betterment of healthcare in India. I will represent the interest of our association's member with integrity and transparency. I pledge to act in accordance with the highest ethical standards, always putting the welfare of our profession and healthcare of our nation first. In this capacity, I will work diligently to contribute to the growth and success of the National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics of India. We fellow pharmacologists collectively work to shape the future of pharmacology and therapeutic in our country and around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Raina sir. I feel this is again a remarkable event. Those who are very experienced pharmacologists will agree with me. I don't feel it is happening elsewhere also. So we are really proud of all of you. Thank you for taking your responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rangil Singh Raina sir.
This opportunity.
So one responsibility is completed. Thank you for bearing with us in this late evening. It is really quite late. So the next responsibility is a mammoth task that have been first record created by Dr. Padamja, Honorable past President Dr. Padamja Uday Kumar. A big record she has set, and she has set an example how to organize conferences of a great level in the country, and that have been followed by our respected Professor Sachan sir. Also, he has again created a new milestones, and I am sure that for the newer team of the Nagpur, it is again a very, very mammoth challenge, because every year we have to raise the status of the NAPTICON also, along with raising the status of pharmacology and therapeutics through National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. I proudly inviting the next organizing secretary of the next NAPTICON, Dr. Ganesh Thakle, Professor and Chairman, Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacology, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur. And I would be proudly inviting Chairman of the current NAPTICON, Professor Amut Kumar Sachan sir. This is we call pink cap ceremony. And Dr. Sarvesh Singh also, the organizing secretary. They both will be jointly handling the cap of responsibility to Professor Ganesh Dhakle, sir. Cap, please. First, I would like to request Professor Amod Kumar Sachan, sir, to honor him by shawl presentation by giving this. Congratulations, Dr. Ganesh Dhakle, sir. And our best wishes for the next NAPTICON 2024, going to be organized by All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur. Time to hand over the pink cap of responsibility. Yes. Now you are a responsible person. Congratulations, sir. Please give best wishes to him. Yes, you can say a few words.
Good evening to all. I know that this is not the easy task because last conference which was held in Bangalore and this at Lucknow, they have given us a one limit and standard which AIIMS Nagpur has to be adopted. As far as my institute is concerned, it is just 4 years back, established in the year 2019, and presently having courses like MBBS, MD, PhD, MSc, Nursing, MD, DM, as well as MCH. In my department, we are only 4 faculties. As compared to Lucknow, it is very less. But I know my 4 candidates are just like 40 if we all work very hard. And I promise you, I will do everything possible, whatever my senior as well as all executive committee give me the feedback. Regarding Nagpur, Nagpur is well known for 3 to 4 issues or things. First, it is called the Orange City because oranges are very sweet. Second, it is also called as Tiger City of the India. Nearly 5 to 6 places are there, about 150 kilometers, which you can go for tiger safari. Then it is also famous for Diksha Bhumi, a monument, which can gather lakhs of people during the Dashera festival. And one more attraction of Nagpur is Zero Milestone, called as Geographical Center of the India also. And lastly, Nagpur is connected very easily to the air as well as rail, and road connectivity is also good. Nearly 30 cities of India are directly connected by the flight. So I wish and I request all of you to come to the Nagpur with all your colleagues. We will be there to welcome you. Thank you, NPT, for giving the chance to host the 3rd National Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dhakle, sir. I would like to request our, he is the first man who wear the pink cap, first pink cap person, because he has taken the responsibility to organize the this NAPTICON 2023 at Lucknow, Dr. Amod Kumar Sachan, and second cap is being handed over to the Ganesh Dhakle, sir. I would like to request Professor Amod Kumar Sachan to say best wishes to Dr. Dhakle, sir.
Dr. Padmaja Uday Kumar, Dr. R.K. Dikshit, Dr. Kamal, and Dr. Dhakle, Dr. Sarves. First of all, congratulations to Dr. Dhakle that he has got this responsibility, turban of responsibility. And the way the NAPTICON has evolved in last 2 years, I hope the next conference should be much better than these previous 2. And the cooperation and the association of this NAPTICON is very good. I don't think there's any problem which you're going to face in organizing the 3rd NAPTICON at Nagpur. Wish you all the best, and whatever help you need in organizing the 3rd conference, whatever experience we had, we can keep on continuously sharing with you so that for easy planning and designing of the conference. Thank you very much. All the best.
Sir, I would like to request to give strict instructions to the organizing secretary to please cooperate to Dakle, sir. Because
Without request, I have already communicated that whatever help they will require, he will get help from each and
Thank you,
every
sir.
member
Yes.
of Lucknow department,
Thank you, sir.
Lucknow KGMU.
Yeah, I would like to invite our past president, Dr. Padamja Uday Kumar, and our current president-elect, Dr. Dikshit, to say best wishes to Dr. Dakle and have a photo session. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm respected pharmacologist and dear friends. I am sure it is going to be a tough task for Dr. Dakle, but I am definitely, I can pledge that he is going to do it well. Given his enthusiasm and his, we know him, the charisma and the enthusiasm that he has. As we know him today, he is going to do very well and he is going to do better than the first two NAPTICONs. All the best to Dr. Dakle. I also want to wish all the best to Dr. Dikshit and Dr. Dakle. Dr. Dikshit as president and Dr. Dakle as secretary. I have handed over my responsibility, and both DD and DD, Dr. Dikshit, Dr. Dakle, will do DD. That is, they will work with determination and dedication, and I'm sure they will take NPT to greater heights. And as I complete my tenure, I have two suggestions to make, humble suggestions. One is, first of all, before the suggestions, I want to thank my entire team. If we have delivered something, it's all 100% because of your support and help. I thank you sincerely, my entire team. And then coming to the suggestions, number one, I would be happy if you can start state units. In every state, there should be NPT units so that they can involve more members from each state and so that you can conduct more activities. And also, now that, second one is, now that NAPTICON is a stable organization, you should look for financial stability. You have to look for ways to get more funds to the association so that you can perform better, so that you can do more. So all these days we have worked with almost bare minimum or nothing at all, but now you have to look for better funds. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Dr. Padamja Uday Kumar, please. I would like to request Dr. R.K. Dikshit, sir, to just request Dr. Padamja Uday Kumar that she has been relieved only from the duties of the president, but we need her blessing, we need her support for National Association of Pharmacology and Therapeutics. So we will be requiring her continuous support for the organization, and a big round of applause for this iron lady. Dr. Dikshit sir, please request to Dr. Padamja Uday Kumar to continue her support for the organization.
There are certain traditions, and there is one truth. So traditions are that the seats are being transferred. ये tradition है मैडम कि आप मेरे के बाद फिर कोई दूसरा बनेगा. But the truth is that you will be there, are here, and you will be everywhere when we are there. So that is the thing, and that truth will be there. And nobody will, no conference or anything will be, complete without your presence, ma'am. So, and second thing is that I am proud of having Dr. Dakle in my team, because I am knowing him, his working style and all this during 3-4 years. He is so enthusiastic, proactive, and always ready to come forward. And thank you, sir. And I hope that we will have a good company as well as the good teamwork and to go in the positive direction. And I thank my honorable HOD sir, who is actually has supported me, Dr. Amos Achan, and Dr. Sarvesh, who he has given each and everything to make this conference a mega event which can be remembered for years to come. Thank you very much.
And
Thank
I
you, sir.
also would want to thank Dr. Kamal for giving me the opportunity of the president. In fact, I was not very keen, but I should also thank my husband. He was the one who forced me into it. He said, you must take up. And then I thank Dr. Kamal for all the faith he had in me. That too, it was initial. You know, after some time you can at least manage, but the initial level itself, he had the confidence in me, and thank you very much.
लास्ट में मैं मैसेज दे रहा हूँ मैडम, आप सबसे ज्यादा जो नजदीक होता है उसको आप सबसे पहले भूलते हैं. ये दिस इज द नेचर्स लॉ. हम बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो नेचर बताती हैं, आपके जो सबसे नजदीक होता है उसको आप सबसे पहले भूलते हैं. तो मैं जब थैंक्स बोल रहा था तो इनको भूल गया. थैंक यू डियर, थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you, madam, for accepting our request. And your requirement will be for always. Please have a photo session over here. Esteemed friends, just in a lighter mode, people have most of the time, many times people have asked me, what is the coordinator? When there is a president, there is a general secretary, what is the coordinator? So I told them that in Bahubali, there is a Katappa. For every successful movie, for every successful organization, Katappa is needed. So maybe K for Katappa, K for coordinator. And I'm just to serve the office for my office bearers, to serve my president and for the general secretary. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sir. Thank you, Professor Avod Kumar Sachan, sir.
Good evening, everyone. There's an announcement. We are about to start a YPS session in few minutes, and short session is scheduled for tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sharp. So please be there.
The short sessions have been scheduled for tomorrow, and young pharmacologists speak will continue. House is open for the young pharmacologists to speak. Thank you, and please be prepared for the gala event of the dinner at 7 o'clock. Thank you all.
A very good evening to everyone. I hope you all are enjoying the conference and you all are ready for the next session. I, Dr. Vaktika Shri, extend a warm welcome. Today we shine a spotlight on a vital initiative, Young Pharmacologists Speak. The presentation is scheduled for 8 minutes, followed by a 2-minute question and answers. A timer will be visible on the screen. Your cooperation in maintaining discipline and adhering to time schedule is highly appreciated. Let's move on the initial segment of YPS. Our focus will be on the topic of pharmacovigilance, challenges and countermeasures. To preside over this session, I am pleased to introduce our first chairperson, Dr. Veena Verma, currently serving as Director Professor at the Department of Pharmacology, VMMC and Safdarjung Hospital. Our second chairperson is Dr. Chitra Shri Khanvelkar, ma'am. Ma'am holds the position of Professor in Department of Pharmacology at Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karad, Maharashtra. Welcome you, ma'am. Now I hand over the session to the chairpersons to take forward the proceedings.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Tushar Chandrakant.
Slide. Introductory slide.
Dr. Tushar, we welcome you for your talk on pharmacovigilance, challenges and way forward. So you can please start.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So good evening to all chairpersons as well as all esteemed pharmacology faculties. The today's topic for my talk is pharmacovigilance, challenges and a way forward. And challenges what makes the life interesting, but overcoming them what makes the life meaningful. As all of you know that pharmacovigilance is a science which is related to the detection, assessment, understanding and prevention of adverse effect or any other drug related problems. And we are well versed with the pharmacovigilance program of India which is running from 2011. But still, as we know in everything, there are some challenges, but we have to find the solutions or the way forward. Before actually going to the challenges or way forward, just a glance to the history of pharmacovigilance in the world as well as in India. The first case of the that happens in 1848 of the ADR, and after that the incidence of that is with a diethylene glycol, the tragedy we know that 107 persons died in USA. After that, there came existence of Federal Food, Drug and Cosmetic Act in 1938. But the major, whatever the promoting activity for the existing pharmacovigilance, that comes after the thalidomide disaster, which happened in 1961. And we know that thalidomide, when given to the pregnant females, more than 10,000 babies, they are born with a phocomelia. And after that, the serious route for this pharmacovigilance system, and in 1968, we have a WHO program for international drug monitoring with a Geneva as its center, which get later shifted in 1978 to Uppsala Monitoring Center, Sweden, which is a current center. As far as the journey of pharmacovigilance in India is concerned, there are various attempts to start the pharmacovigilance right from 1986, then in the 89 with the help of ICMR, but the real boost comes when the India joined the WHO program of pharmacovigilance in 97. But unfortunately, that didn't lasted too much. And in 2004, the National Pharmacovigilance Program of India was started with a funding from World Bank. And that run for 5 years. But in 2009, the program again gets stopped due to the funding problem. And after that, the brainstorming sessions between various experts, and then we came to the existence of Pharmacovigilance Program of India, what we are witnessing today, that is PVPI, with AIIMS New Delhi at its center. But due to the technical and other problems, for the smooth functioning, the center gets shifted in 2011 to the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, IPC Ghaziabad. And after that, we can see there is a successful journey by the IPC Ghaziabad. In 2012, apart from pharmacovigilance, there is a program called Hemovigilance was launched due to the blood product. In 2013, toll-free helpline was launched, as well as there is a collaboration with anti-tuberculosis program to report the ADR to the anti-tubercular drug. Then in 2014, there is a collaboration with AIDS program. In 2015, there is a material vigilance program. In 2017, the IPC is recognized as WHO Collaborating Center for Public Health Program. And in 2021, we are the 9th largest reporter of ICSR, that is the Individual Case Safety Report. But now coming to the main topic, what are the challenges in implementation of PVPI and ADR reporting? And you all will agree that it is under-reporting of ADR. Though in these last 3 years, drastically, we have witnessed the increased reporting of ADR, but still there is a lack of knowledge as well as awareness among the various stakeholders, as well as the lack of proper training in pharmacovigilance. One of the points which I want to mention, that most of the ADR monitoring center which are still existing, they are in the government or private medical colleges, but we are not focusing on private healthcare sector. And unfortunately, the 62% of our healthcare services, they are provided by private sector. So why not to include the private hospitals or the private institutions among pharmacovigilance program of India? Okay. The second challenge which we came across, the challenge at the level of ADR monitoring center to the various stakeholders. One of the recent study, which actually got published today only, I have conducted the study among the nurses. Probably this is the largest study with sample size of 527. There are the various studies which were taken the references from Dakle sir study, from Padmaja ma'am study. So this study when I conducted in the nurses, what are the main barriers for reporting the ADR? You can see graphically, first is a lack of knowledge or training to report the ADR, then difficulty to diagnose the ADR because they are not able to diagnose. We are talking about nurses. Then lack of time to report the ADR, non-remuneration for sending the ADR, legal or confidentiality issues, concern that extra work is required to report the ADR, then lack of promotion, reminders and motivation by authorities, then feeling that previously known ADR reporting is not necessary, non-availability of ADR reporting form at that place in the wards as well as in the OPD, and single unreported case may not be beneficial or may not affect the ADR database. कि मेरे एक ADR से क्या हो जाएगा? Okay, this type of attitude may be there. So another problem is lack of quality in reporting the ADR. Though as far as the completeness score of ICSR is concerned, we are far away from the from other countries, but still that needs to be improved. Lack of knowledge or negligence in attitude toward other aspect of pharmacovigilance, like medication administration error, drug-drug interaction, drug-food interaction, and less attention paid to the another things like material vigilance, adverse effect following immunization, which are witnessed after the COVID vaccination. Then there are certain challenges in implementation at the level of regulatory authorities, like lack of adequately skilled and trained manpower. And we obviously came to know that how much we have to fight for getting the junior pharmacovigilance associate at our AMCs. Then inadequate infrastructure, insufficient budgetary provisions and administrative support, early detection of signals, lack of stringent guidelines. But we don't have to stop here. There is a way forward in pharmacovigilance journey of India, and we can say promoting pharmacovigilance rationally is equally important. And what is more important? To change the attitude and the behavior among the different stakeholders. So awareness, sensitization and education of all stakeholders, right from patient, nursing staff, pharmacists, paramedical staffs, PG resident, UG, and then last I am taking faculties because it is most resistant to change the attitude of some senior person in ADR reporting. So to create the awareness among the general public and patients visiting the OPD, especially in the waiting areas, we can do certain things like role play, then mass communication like a talk on the radio. You can see the patient waiting in the OPD areas. There are the Marathi ADR forms, and obviously we know that ADR forms are available in the 10 regional languages. We can distribute the ADR form. We can make them aware. We can involve the UG students in the poster preparation as well as the placing them at appropriate places at your hospital area. Then educational intervention is very much necessary. Be it is a hands-on training session like you can see for the nurses which are conducted in our institute, for the dentist I have conducted the session, for the resident, for the student these are the seminars. Then meeting some senior person directly face to face, it will give a bigger impact for the ADR reporting. Then obviously for interns, we have internship orientation. We can include the pharmacovigilance session and session to fill the ADR reporting form there, as well as in the PG orientation program. And thanks to the CBME, we have on various competencies also. What are the various innovative methods for awareness about the pharmacovigilance? And that is which we have witnessed in last 3 pharmacovigilance week celebration, which we are conducting from 17 to 23 September. These are all ideas and most of us are conducting in our institutes. But the thing is that we don't have to conduct only during the pharmacovigilance week. We have to be little bit regular and consistent so that when we are giving the consistent inputs or some training sessions to the various stakeholders, they will be probably beneficial. Like a walkathon, e-poster or poster competition, quiz or debate competition, reflective writing, slogan making, short films, animation video competition, just a 1 minute ma'am, Facebook and Insta Reels, Rangoli competition, then ADR Hunter. This is something Dr. Singh and we have started in the medical colleges that create a group of some UG students who are really interested and they can visit the wards and OPD and they can find out the ADRs, and that will be a really enthusiastic task for the UG also. Then PVPI again is doing various tools. A toll-free number is there. Then ADR app is ADR PVPI app is there on an Android phone. And we have witnessed a session on artificial intelligence in workshop, and we can certainly introduce that in our pharmacovigilance awareness campaign. Then the thing is that when we are asking the physicians or clinicians to report the ADR, we can reciprocate them by circulation of the drug alert or the newsletters which have been distributed from the PVPI. And I have created a group, and whatever the drug alert and are getting from IPC, I am circulating them. I am reminding them that this type of the ADRs, these signals are generated or these drug alerts are generated, so that the senior person feels that they are not just demanding the ADR, they are giving the scientific inputs to us also. After then the case report, SMS, email, pamphlet distribution among the patients, ADR forms distribution. We have created the ADR form handbook, and that has been distributed to the various wards so that there is no question of asking the pharmacology department about the ADR forms. Then like a CBME, we have various competencies, and we are focusing on our UGs also, and probably most of the departments have included how to fill ADR reporting form or the spots, how identify the particular ADR among their practical assessments also. So thanks to the CBME. And last but not least, we have to give the motivation, positive feedback and incentives to the ADR reporters. Maybe it is nursing staff, maybe it is a PG, simply saying a thank you, or just like giving us some certain plans in various college gatherings or programs or committees. That is a right move what have taken by the PVPI. Top 10 performing AMCs, they have been felicitated during the National Pharmacovigilance Week celebration. So that is really feeling something that what we are doing we are getting something incentives or motivated for that. So that is very much necessary. Some strategies at the level of regulatory authorities, skilled and trained manpower by conducting the skill development program, which is currently going on, but that should be increased. Adequate budgetary provision, use of friendly software for ADR reporting, use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and real-world data. Some stringent guideline and mandatory setting of AMC in every private and government hospitals as well as medical colleges. And last but not least, frequent communication and discussion with various stakeholders to enhance the faith in pharmacovigilance and ADR reporting and to develop the robust pharmacovigilance system which will effectively address the various challenges. So your 5 minutes can help us to ensure the safer medication. So that is all about my today's talk. Thank you for your patience listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Tushar, for your nice and informative talk. As I am also coordinator of AMC at my college, one of the challenges I face, there is very few spontaneous reporting by clinicians. So, can you give me some...
Actually, ma'am, that is not a your center problem. It is a universal problems because that is a something indifference attitude maybe. Or maybe they, just like I mentioned in my study, about the nurses, that same applies to the physicians also, that they think this is an extra work, they are not getting some incentives. So what I think that it is required to meet that individual department frequently and with one-to-one, and there should be some sessions. And apart from physicians and clinicians, we can focus on nursing staff, paramedical staff, and residents. Once we starting reporting from these peoples, then we can certainly say to the clinicians, sir, there is a lot of reporting from these peoples, and we are getting a lot of good feedback. So we also request the support from your side, and then we can arrange training sessions. I think the one-to-one communications with the clinicians and frequent communications as well as handing over of drug alerts, some newsletter alerts, that what is required for the making the clinicians also to report the ADR. Actually, it is their duty, but still in the setup of our colleges and consisting the exact current situation, we have to motivate them by this frequent things.
Thank you, Dr. Tushar. The house is now open for questions from the audience. So, any questions?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Tushar, good presentation. Yeah, you said that India is now growing and is one of the top, reporting of ADRs is happening from India. But what about the quality? Do you think the quality of our ISCRs is up to the mark, or is it just numbers that are increasing?
Yes, sir. Actually, I mentioned that as far as the quality or completeness score of the ICSR is concerned, India is actually far better in these recent years as compared to other countries. But still, we have to improve the quality also. And the quality gets improved whenever the ADR comes towards us. Our responsibility does not merely end. We should have a follow-up with that reporting person. And certain loopholes are there which we should be clarified. For example, exactly when the drug was taken, exactly when the ADR happened, what are the other possible drugs which may be there, which may be associated with this ADR. So, getting back to the reporter and trying to fill the loopholes in the data or ADR reporting form, that is very much essential. Whenever I have a query or I get the ADR reporting from the various department, I usually call them telephonically, and if there are some queries from my side, I mostly clarify them, and then and only then I fill that ADR reporting from in VisiFlow and forward to the IPC. So that is, I think, we should need to do as far as the quality of ICSR is concerned.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Dr. Tushar Baheti, for the elaborate talk about the pharmacovigilance. What is the status of pharmacovigilance in India? What are the hurdles we have to come across? And on the positive note, I would like to say that so many efforts are being taken for last 2 years. I think that particularly about the pharmacology department, they are enthusiastically taking all the responsibility of this pharmacovigilance, creating awareness also. But the basic problem, I think it is from the clinical side, because they say that when we can control so many side effects, even the serious side effects, why to report? We are already controlled. We are controlling it. We ask them, why you have not reported? We have controlled it. The patient is already discharged. We need not report. That is the experience I got from them. And another thing is, if we ask our PGs to collect the adverse effects, they even collect nausea, vomiting. That means about the quality, what we want to say. Nausea, vomiting can occur anywhere in most of the drugs. And only nausea, vomiting is reported, on some skin rash is reported. We are not going beyond that. And if some very serious side effect is there, it turns into the case report only. But it is not reported to the ADR center. That is the problem, because we are more after the publication and not for the ADR reporting. Therefore, obviously, if we elaborate the importance of adverse drug reaction reporting amongst the clinician as well as in the pharmacologists, then it will be, definitely we will be increasing the quality as well as quantity of the number reported. Thank you so much.
Only one line, ma'am. When the clinicians are saying us that ADR report, we are already treating that severe ADR. But my explanation is that we have to create our database,
Yes.
and we have to prevent the another future patients
Yes,
from the same
sure.
ADRs. So we
I
can
totally
convince
agree
them
with
little
that.
bit, not to a great extent, but little bit.
We are already short of time. Therefore, if there is no
Yes,
other
yes.
question, we will stop the session here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening session. And sir is also alumni of KGMC only, and sir started his journey 2009 in KGMU. And now I kindly request Dr. Veena Verma, ma'am, to please present memento and certificate to Dr. Tushar Baheti, sir.
Yes, sir, please. My pleasure, sir. Sir is my teacher, PG teacher.
Now I would like to request Dr. D.D. Gupta, sir, to please come on the stage and felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Veena Verma, ma'am, and Dr. Chitra C. Khanvelkar, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Transitioning to the second segment of IPS, our attention now turns to the compelling topic of ferroptosis, a promising therapeutic strategy for several diseases. Leading this session, I am delighted to introduce our first esteemed chairperson, Dr. Rihana Tabassum, ma'am. Ma'am is professor in the Department of Pharmacology at GMC and Associated Hospitals, Karan Nagar, Srinagar. We welcome you, ma'am. Our second chairperson is Dr. Vipul Chaudhary, sir. Sir is the professor and head in Department of Pharmacology at GCS Medical College, Ahmedabad. We welcome you, sir. Our third chairperson is Dr. Neeraj Agarwal, sir, professor and head of Department of Pharmacology, with an additional charge of Superintendent, Chief Medical Superintendent at Virangana Avantibai Lodhi Autonomous State Medical College, Etah, Uttar Pradesh. We welcome you, sir. Now, I hand over the session to the chairpersons to take forward the proceedings.
Good evening, everybody. So our speaker for the session is Dr. Arpita Mehta. She will be talking on pharoptosis, which is a new modality. It's a new therapeutic intervention, a new therapeutic strategy for the treatment of various diseases. You can go ahead.
Dr. Arpita Mehta. She's an assistant professor, Department of Pharmacology, Burdwan Medical College, West Bengal. She is also a coordinator, AMC, Burdwan Medical College, and member of scientific committee. She has published multiple research work in Index Journal and presented the research work and received bursary at World Congress of Pharmacology. Ma'am, you can start.
Okay. Thank you, chairpersons, and good evening, all of you. Without delay, I'd like to start my topic with mentioning cell death. Cell death can be accidental death and regulated cell death. So far we know there was apoptosis, pyroptosis, necroptosis, and autophagy as regulated cell death. But that is not the end of story. In 2012, in the journal Cell, there was mentioning an article with an iron-dependent form of cell death, which they coined the term as pharoptosis. With this introduction, I like to start my topic with the title Pharoptosis, a promising therapeutic strategy for several diseases. So in these 8 minutes, I would go by these topics step by step. Now, what is pharoptosis? Pharoptosis is an iron-dependent, non-apoptotic form of cell death. So there is an imbalance between intracellular lipid reactive oxygen species generation and degradation, which resulting compromised plasma membrane integrity, as well as cytoplasm and cytoplasmic organelle swelling, as well as there is affection of the mitochondrial membrane and disappearance or absent mitochondrial cristae eventually. So in this picture, it is shown that pharoptosis is the newest addition in the regulated cell death, which is in 2012. So what is the mechanism of pharoptosis? If we summarize the mechanism, there is lots of pathways that are going on, but if we summarize the mechanism, it is actually there is increased intracellular iron, which will lead to increased reactive oxygen species formation, which ultimately overuse of glutathione-dependent antioxidant mechanism that will lead to unchecked membrane lipid peroxidation and loss of membrane permeability, which ultimately causes cell death. So here what we remember in pharoptosis, there is number 1, increased intracellular iron, which causes unchecked membrane lipid peroxidation, ultimately causing pharoptosis. So in this diagram, this is happened when iron goes into the cell cytoplasm, which is as ferrous form. If there is accumulation of, by any means, if there is accumulation of ferrous form within the cell, that will lead to produce by Fenton reaction several reactive oxygen species formation, which ultimately leads to pharoptosis. And how it does? In this picture, there is a system Xe is a transporter which transports cysteine within the cell, ultimately formation of reduced glutathione. Now, reduced glutathione has been used to prevent the reactive oxygen species because it is an antioxidant. So, reduced glutathione with the help of glutathione peroxidase, this is an enzyme which converts lipid peroxide to lipid alcohol. So lipid peroxide is a knotty molecule which ultimately leads to pharoptosis. So here, if we combine the previous picture, if there is increase in iron accumulation within the cell, that will produce by Fenton reaction loss of reactive oxygen species formation. And the reduced glutathione will be used up to prevent this reactive oxygen species. And what happens if reactive oxygen species, to prevent that reduced glutathione is used up, the glutathione peroxidase cannot act. So lipid peroxide stays, and that will produce ferroptosis-induced cell death. So if we target the system XC subunits or the glutathione peroxidase or any iron metabolism, iron entry pathway, that will lead to induce or inhibit the ferroptosis. These are the some inducer and inhibitors of ferroptosis. I will come later on. So ferroptosis has been found in several articles, that is, has been found has role in different diseases, in the brain, in the heart, in pancreas, in intestine, in bones, in liver, and in lung, as well as in eye. It is attributed some role in this type of diseases. Now, what we take from it? Ferroptosis, where we increase the ferroptosis in the cancer cells, because there is lots of accumulation of iron. Cancer cells are continuous proliferating. So they needs for their survival, they have to use lots of glutathione to prevent those reactive oxygen species formation for their survival. If we target this antioxidant mechanism by any drug, that will lead to ferroptosis-induced cell death in those cancer cells. So it can be a promising strategy for different cancers like hepatocellular cancer, renal cell cancer, thyroid cancer, etc. And here we need to induce the ferroptosis. And where we reduce the ferroptosis in mouse models, in preclinical studies, it has been seen that Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, or Huntington's disease, there is a pathway, ferroptosis-induced degeneration of the motor neurons, as well as in kidney injury in mouse model, that is also found that ferroptosis is taken the role of the kidney cell damage. And it is also have some role in diabetes mellitus and its complication like diabetic nephropathy, diabetic neuropathy, diabetic cardiomyopathy, etc. So here, what happens, there is ferroptosis-induced normal cell death. So we have to decrease the ferroptosis in these cases. So here are some ferroptosis inducer and some inhibitors. These harm molecules are on the preclinically tried, but deferoxamine has been proved in different articles. It has been mentioned that it is ferroptosis inhibitor, and it has been tried in various diseases, but it is under trial. And now, sulfasalazine, it is already approved drug, but later it was found that sulfasalazine has a potential role, anti-cancer role in therapeutic ferroptosis inducing. So these are the target. The anti-cancer target has been classified in 4 classes. Class 1, this is FIN, is the ferroptosis-inducing molecules, inducing compounds. And the class 1, actually, they inhibit the glutathione, reduce glutathione synthesis. The class 2 and 3, they directly or indirectly inhibit the GP-expo, that is glutathione peroxidase, and induce lipid peroxidation. And the class 4 molecules, they induce lipid peroxidation by increasing iron pool within cell. So from here, sulfasalazine is already approved for lymphoma, pancreatic cancer, lung cancer, but after that, it was found that it has potential inhibition of system XC. So it can produce anti-cancer effect in those patients by targeting the ferroptosis. So what are the unsolved issues? Details of the ferroptosis mechanism is still unknown. So more specific target therapy yet to come and need to metabolic checkpoints, that is modulating oxidant antioxidant reaction during ferroptosis. Key regulators also have other type of regulator cell death. So we have to think about either we will produce the combined drug effect or the single ferroptosis, specific ferroptosis inducing or inhibiting drug. And tissue specific and cell type specific intervention to be needed. So research needs more to identify, regulate, inhibit or induce, apply the ferroptosis. So what are our take-home messages? It is iron-dependent, non-apoptotic cell death. There is imbalance between intracellular lipid reactive oxygen species generation and degradation. Two main mechanisms, there is increased iron pool as well as unchecked lipid peroxidation. There are some inducer, some inhibitors. And nanomedicine is the most recently added therapy. So to conclude my session, the discovery of ferroptosis has opened a new platform, but still it is in infancy because it's only has been discovered in 2012. So more research is needed for its role and prospective effective highly targeted therapy. So it is a long way to go, either fast or slow. These are my references. So a positive quote from my side, more than 50 billion cells die each day to help you to see a normal tomorrow, but you still start thinking about those humans who no longer play any part in your story of life. With this quote, I like to end my session. Thank you.
Arpita, it was a very nice presentation.
Thank you,
so
sir.
We know the apoptosis, we know the necrosis, but you have taken some new topic, that is ferroptosis, iron-induced death, and
Yes.
that is still in the infancy. I mean, how it affects the cancer and how the different drugs in the future will modify this and will be helpful to the for cancer.
Yes.
So it was really good, and I really thank NAPTICON also to that they are giving the stage to the budding pharmacologists. So
Thank you,
now
sir.
with that,
Yeah, that is more. Also, I like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity for this presentation. Thank you so much, all the organizing team and the KGMU.
So, Dr. Arpita, I would like to ask one question
Yeah.
about this.
Yes, sir.
So, there is combined modalities used in as an anti-cancer therapy.
Hmm.
So, this ferroptosis, you have mentioned about some ferroptosis inducers and the inhibitors.
Yes, sir.
So, these drugs, these are adjuvant role with the other combined modalities, or?
Actually, ferroptosis, what they found, that recently there is very surge of multi-drug resistant cancer. So the cancer chemotherapy is targeted towards apoptosis, but not ferroptosis. So if you induce apoptosis, so that anti-cancer drug will act definitely. But why there is so much cases of multi-drug resistant in cancer chemotherapy is finding. So to find the answer, they came with this conclusion that is maybe another type of method of regulated cell that is occurring, which has been coined to ferroptosis with increasing iron pool as well as lipid peroxidation. They are occurring simultaneously.
So, this
Yes.
ferroptosis inducers, they can be combined with other modalities like
Yes, yes,
immunotherapy,
because
radiotherapy?
in the ferroptosis pathway, there are so many modulators are there, like P53. P53 gene also induce apoptosis, but it also have role in ferroptosis. So if we combine these two type of drug, that will give a more challenging or more promising drug that yet to come.
So, it's a unique topic. So, I think audience has definitely they have some questions regarding this new topic. So, this house is open for all the questions. Yeah.
Sir, can you use the mic, please?
I am very happy with this topic because 25
Thank you,
years
sir.
ago, I did a research on desferoxamine-induced myocardial reperfusion injuries
Yes.
protection.
Yes.
And I found that desferoxamine is a better desferal
Yes.
oral and oral chelator. L1 was better than this myocardial injury. And that time, this ferroptosis was not known to me.
Yeah.
But today I'm very happy that you brought out this thing. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am. Sorry, ma'am, I couldn't hear you. Please, ma'am. Yes, there are several biomarkers.
Regarding ferroptosis, how do you diagnose that ferroptosis has occurred? And so you can use the treatment, or you can apply
They are
this.
actually finding it retrospectively how the iron pool is getting. So inside the cell, biomarkers specifically that is not, but several enzyme proteins as well as like glutathione, that is an inducing or inhibiting ferroptosis. This is the thing. If there is iron pool, it is ferritin. If there is more ferritin, can also be a biomarker for this ferroptosis diagnosis. But still, it is in research that how.
I have one question. There's a condition when there's increased hemolysis, due to a patient, for example, increased transfusion has been given, increased iron, whatever, even that hemoglobin is not increasing, yes?
Yes.
And they are now they are thinking about this. Might be there's some injury due to excess iron, which
Yes.
is causing the damage. Yes, so
Yes,
the
yes.
biomarker, whether there is some biomarker to diagnose, so that you can, I think you can use some chelating agent to prevent this.
Yes, that is what I have already shown in my slide. Deferoxamine and deferriprone, they had been tried and it has potential role in preventing, inhibiting this ferroptosis. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. I kindly request Dr. Vipul Chaudhary to give memento and certificate to Dr. Arpita Matra. Now I invite Dr. Rahul Kumar sir to felicitate Dr. Rehana Tabassum, Dr. Vipul Chaudhary and Dr. Neeraj Agrawal sir. Moving on to the next segment, topic is Artificial Intelligence in Pharmacovigilance, a leap forward for future reporting. Taking the helm for the session, I am pleased to introduce our first chairperson, Dr. Ruchi Baghel, Professor in the Department of Pharma at R.D. Gardi Medical College, Ujjain, MP. Welcome you, ma'am. Our second chairperson is Dr. Santosh Kumar Jivangi, Professor and Head of the Department of Pharmacology at MR Medical College, Kalaburagi, Karnataka. We welcome you, sir. Our third chairperson is Dr. Rashmi Singh, Assistant Professor and Head at GMC Badao. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, and hand over the session to the chairpersons.
welcome Dr. Shobhik Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir.
Is going to talk about okay. Sir is Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacology and Deputy Coordinator for AMC in Bardhaman Medical College, West Bengal. Published multiple research works in index journals, co-author in 2 books, Pharmacology and Biostatistics. Presented research work, received bursary at World Congress of Scotland, and delivered talks in many states and national conferences.
Dr. Shobhik will be speaking on artificial intelligence in pharmacovigilance, and we all are looking forward to know how helpful this will be in the reporting of ADRs and what are the practical and ethical implications of AI in pharmacovigilance.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, everyone. So good evening, and I will start my session on artificial intelligence in pharmacovigilance. I'll leave forward for future reporting. What we know that what is the pharmacovigilance? This is a very common, well-known topic, that it is the science and activities relating to the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effects or any other medicine or vaccine-related problem. So the main motto of this pharmacovigilance is to do no harm, and we observe Medication Safety Week each year. But now the burning topic in everywhere, what is artificial intelligence, how will it act, where it will do, in every aspect of our healthcare or anything. So artificial intelligence, if we go by the simplest definition, that it mimics and simulates human intelligence by using informatics. And in parts, artificial intelligence, which is used in pharmacovigilance, that the terms we should know that the machine learning, how the machine learning will help, that it is the ability of the computer to learn without being explicitly programmed. So algorithms are developed and they will predict by their own, and they will decide whether it is a potential risk or not, whether it is a signal or not. So everything will be done by themselves. Coming to the another terminology which is under the ML, that is the deep learning. They act based on artificial neural networking system. So multiple neurons are there, artificial neurons in each layer, and they will transmit the information from one level to another level. And by this way, the rectification and recurrence accuracy will be much better. Another is the NLP, natural language processing. It is the ability to understand and analyze the human voice. So it will be transcribed, automatically that it will be transformed. What we do now, the traditional way of pharmacovigilance reporting, what we do, first we get a case, we do the assessment and validity, then there is data entry and narrative writing, expectedness of the event is assessed, causality assessment, seriousness assessment is done, and finally it goes under the medical review. But why we require AI in PV? Because there are mainly 3 terms or 3 problems, that the huge volume of the data and complexity, it is a huge time-taking problem, and obviously the cost factors is also there. So ADR detection, coding, everything depends on human interface, and it is a very time-consuming task. Vast global data cannot be analyzed manually. Now we are doing not as a part of the India, everything is going on globally. So UMC database is collecting ICSR from all the countries, so everything cannot be analyzed manually. It's just a small example, FDA has approved only 321 drugs in the span of 10 years, but AE was reported was more than 10 million, which includes 1.1 million death also. So you can understand easily what is the volume of the data regarding this AE and ADRs. In India, if we give the latest example, in October 2023, 12,867 ICSRs were reported to NCC PVP, and this trending is going on in every month. So this task is not humanitarian. Where AI can be used, automatic execution of the tasks associated with case report entry and processing, conduction of pharmacoepidemiological studies, identification of the clusters of adverse event, identification of unreported cases, browsing by the social media also, and assist in signal detection and automate the data entry. So everywhere AI can help. So by this way. So if we allow AI to do any programming on the social media, they will just collect the ADRs from there. There is no need to identify and report by each ICSR, because we do not get this data from everywhere from the social media or outside the hospital. We only focus in the ICSR, but there are lots of data, lots of talking, lots of everything is going on without outside this hospital campus. These are missed. They can also improve in many ways, that they can do the triage function that identify the better effective cases and serious adverse event to ensure they are reported on time and only real cases are processed. The previous session where Ma'am was talking, there's only nausea, vomiting was reported. So they can actually identify the real cases. Ensure the consistent medical coding rule, they aggregate the reporting and official signal detection, ensure the identification of the suspected drug, which are the concomitant medication and suspected medication, determine faster expectedness and causality, assist in quality assessment. By this way, they can improve the data quality. Now, India, we mostly focus on the ICSR because this is the most commonest practice of reporting ADR. So in ICSR, they can help in two ways. One is the insertion of the structured and unstructured content, whatever it form it may be, that may be XML form, docs form, image form. This natural language processing and machine learning are used to extract the ICSR data in a regulatory manner, and they will input the data in structured or unstructured way. And they can also be helpful for decision making also. They play an important role in the unlisted random A's, which are not looked very cautiously, drug classifiers. So they will, the main thing is that they will reduce the time, they will extract the very accurate information also, and they will reduce the human load. So what are the AI-based useful tools? We are already using that. Yes, we know about the term Vigibase, that is the PV database all over the world. There are 20 millions of data recorded there already. Vigi Access is the publicly accessible application. They can try it. Vigilize means this is the database where the Vigibase data are analyzed. Vigiflow that we use to enter the data in ICSR management system. Vigigrade is also there to measure the completeness of the score and mainly used as for the communication with in between countries for data quality. Vigimatch, there is an algorithm to detect the similar individual report, which some report is coming from India, some is from a similar report from the Germany, but they will automatically catch the similar type of reports all over the world, which may be a potential signal in next few days. VigiRank, it is a novel method to detect the statistical signals, which is not just for disproportionate reporting pattern, but for also the complacency, recency, and geographic spread. So these are the already useful tools nowadays, and new tools are coming day by day. So this is the way the AI will act. So we do not need to write the ICSR everything, but this is the most time consuming and the most neglected part from due to the reluctance or whatever it may be. So they can easily transcript automatically to the digital text and they will report it. So to summarize the advantages, definitely they will reduce the cycle time, reduce the human burden, they will improve the quality and accuracy, increase the consistency of the reporting, handles diverse type of data, easily scalable, and enables to reanalyze the already previous reported reports. But definitely there are potential challenges and barriers. Data privacy and security issues are a big challenge. Reluctance among the healthcare professionals to adopt this AI, fear of replacing human that we face every day, that AI will reduce the job opportunity in every field, lack of interoperability, cost factor, data exchange, continuous use of data and device-related health issue, laws, regulation, continuous training required for the personnel who are using it, rapid software upgradation day by day, so we have to match this upgradation also. In reality, yes, there is an example, definitely WebRadar. That was an European project launched in 2014 in 9 countries. So these are the mobile apps to enable the patients and healthcare providers to report ADRs and find the new information. They act through this NER method, named entry recognition, and WebRadar 2 was also launched in 2018 to exploit the outputs, what is found or noted in WebRadar 1 phase. What can we do in Indian scenario? Definitely there is a requirement of collaboration between medical and technical institutions, because technical help is a must in case of AI. Government funding accelerate to implement the electronic health records, current status of the medical records to be known every time real-time data is required. So these are some other possible advantages also. So to conclude, awareness of artificial intelligence uses PV is still not matured completely in our country. AI techniques will be useful in identifying and processing these ADRs. Case information to reporting can be automated, which will reduce the cost, time, and improve the quality. Automated data are harmonized widely, and UMC Sweden is capable to monitor easily. More researchers are needed, and much easier tools to be developed in the field of pharmacovigilance. To summarize this, in this cycle, we can help that AI will help in pharmacovigilance. So these are my references.
Thank you. To end that, predicting the future is not magic, it is the artificial intelligence nowadays. So we need not to fear from AI. AI will definitely reduce the humanitarian, Herculean humanitarian effect that will not reduce the human opportunity. Because the brain will be always from the analytical brain part, will be always been from the human part, but AI will help the reduce the Herculean tasks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shovik, for a nice presentation and such an informative task.
Thank you, madam.
Informative talk. Aspects of this artificial intelligence and this pharmacovigilance. And definitely it's a great tool which will shift this pharmacovigilance strategies from the reactive to the proactive high-risk management. So I would like to ask just a question. You have told us so many challenges in this artificial intelligence and the pharmacovigilance. Which one is the biggest limitation or the biggest challenge?
Madam, first is we have to remove the barrier, the fearness and reluctance from the healthcare provider or every field that if AI comes, that it will affect the human, our job or our prospect future will be in danger. That is not the problem. AI is not using any humanitarian means. They actually need the information. They will take the database and information, but the manual job which we are doing nowadays to report all the ICSR, then putting in the VG flow, this NCC will revert back. So this job will be a very streamlined and very easier to do. And to find out the potential signals, those the cost factor, humanitarian job factor, time factor, that will be saved. But analysis, if there is any doubt arises, yes, there is chance of false reporting. Yes, there is chance of similar reporting which AI cannot diagnose sometimes. We are using AI from many days in many fields, but the term AI we are using nowadays as a burning topic. But AI related many things are here in our daily to day, from the smartwatch to the mobile phone, everywhere. We take the photo with the AI. But the problem is that AI will definitely help to reduce the work, but this reluctance, this fear has to be first removed. Then the cost factor in our country, that if our people here, they are not, in the rural people, not used to use this app or mobile-based app, so they are not able. So training, awareness is definitely required, the second point, I think.
Okay, thank you. Now the house is open for discussion, and I would like to invite questions from the audience.
So, wonderful presentation. Just I would like to update that AI is already introduced in a pharmacovigilance, and currently AI is used that segregate the patient information, terms of adverse event and other thing. Still, manual intervention and final conclusion is definitely by the doctors only. So that portion is not covered by AI. But I think definitely in 4 or 5 years, that will be done. But again, always all conclusion, all the diagnosis and all the relationship need to be done by the AI. Not AI, need to be done by the physician only. Because this AI is basically a IT.
Yes.
So IT is not going to take this responsibility. The final role of physician will always remain in a
That is definitely, the final decision will always be from the physician or the...
because this AI is developed by the IT person, and IT will not take any
No,
responsibility
sir.
for the pharmacovigilance activity.
Yes, sir. Definitely, the IT person or technical person will only help to make this web-based applications or the this system, this technological help. But the decision, definitely, the final decision, accuracy, whatever the result AI is giving, that is to be checked, or to be the final decision will be from the physician only. And this is not a new one. FDA Sentinel system is, they are using this AI-based algorithm from 2001 or 2002. They are actually, what AI do, they are in Sentinel system, they will find out the potential signals if there is anything in the ICS. Private websites are also there, like Vigilange. Vigilange, they are developed in 2004. So they capture the real-time data, they send it, they process it, and they find out if anything is there. But then the decision comes to definitely to the physician.
Yeah. And second thing is follow-up. So AI will not, they may trigger for 1 or 2 questions for follow-up, but how the physician decide this many questions need to be asked to the reporter, 5 questions, 20 questions, that AI will not.
No, sir.
Means AI will not interpret the manual human intervention or
No, sir. Yes.
human intervention regarding the case.
Definitely, sir. AI will not replace the traditional everything, but AI will help to reduce the humanitarian job.
It will only just reduce the workload of the human.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Souvik sir. I kindly request Dr. Santosh Kumar Jivangi sir to give memento and certificate to Dr. Souvik Chaudhary sir. Now I extend my request to Dr. Hitesh Mishra sir to felicitate Dr. Ruchi Baghel ma'am, Dr. Santosh sir and Dr. Rashmi sir, ma'am. Sir, group. Moving on to next session, the topic is recent advances in management of NAFLD and NASH. I would request first year person, Dr. Asha Pathak ma'am, Professor UPUMS Safai. We welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Anand Patil, sir, Associate Professor, D.Y. Patil Medical College, Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Alok Dixit, sir, Professor and Head, University of Medical Sciences, Sefai, Etawah. We welcome you, sir. Handing over the sessions to the speakers. Thank you.
So, thank you. I think this is the last session, if I'm not wrong, for the day. Yes. And we heard two young pharmacologists speaking from the same medical college. It's now the head of department, the senior pharmacologist from the same department, Dr. Abhijit Das. He will be speaking. And the topic is recent advances. Ideally, the audience should have been the PG students more in the room. However, nevertheless, we also are interested to understand what are the recent advances in the NAFLD, because there are not many options. In fact, the only option is weight reduction, maybe some insulin sensitizers or lipid-lowering agents. We would be eager to understand from you what is recent in the field, and over to you to speak on. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. At the outset, I must thank to the organizers of the second NAPTICON to giving me the opportunity to be here. And as well as I just inform you to all, not only these two faculties, we are total 16 delegates, and mentioning it, with proud that there is no hall in the NAPTICON where there is no BMC presentation.
I think Bardwan Medical College needs a round of applause.
So, apart from this joke, today my topic of discussion is recent advances in the management of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease and non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. So, the 12 minutes of my talk, the flow of my talk will be like this. And going to the topic, the definition. The NAFLD. N means non-alcoholic. What do you mean by non-alcoholic? That is amount of alcohol consumption. For male, it is less than 21 units per week. And for female, it is less than 14 units per week. Now comes the fatty liver. What does it mean? The liver fat content should be more than 5%, and it is confirmed by imaging or histology. Then the disease. Disease is the spectrum. It starts from the just fat deposition to steatosis, then ballooning and inflammation. That is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease to resistance is an intricate factor of this NAFLD. Now the prevalence of the disease, that is elephant of the room. The global prevalence is 25% among all the populations, and prevalence in India is alarming. It is 38.6%. Those who are practicing, they should know it, that when you are doing ultrasonography for any other reason, there is one line at least there that fatty liver grade such and such. It is, most of cases, it is accidental finding. So, and the risk is much more in prevalence is, in children is also 35% because of the obesity is nowadays a major disease in childhood. Now the mechanism of NAFLD is a little bit complex, but to simplify this, definitely there is energy intake that exceeds the metabolic needs, and the dietary carbohydrates, the fructose, glucose, sucrose are there to do the hepatic de novo lipogenesis, as well as fat, adipose tissue fat storage is capacity stressed, and there is adipose tissue inflammation and bring down to insulin resistance. And what happens, there is fatty acid, free fatty acids is much more in the liver, which ultimately leads to production of lipotoxic lipids, and that will do the oxidant stress, mitochondrial stress, inflammation activation, ultimately leads to inflammation, which will ultimately do a vicious cycle. Some phenotype of NASH will do develop NASH, some phenotype that may do progress to fibrosis, to cirrhosis, and there may be damage to DNA that may lead to hepatocellular carcinoma. The major modifying factors are genetic polymorphisms, gut microbiota, environmental or social factors, and dietary saturated fat versus the PUFA. The major challenge whom we suspect and how to diagnose, because mostly we diagnose it accidentally. So there should be some guideline, and guideline from the American Association of the Study in Liver Disease 2023, they guides us that suspect NAFLD and NASH and determine in patient of risk of advanced fibrosis for all type 2 diabetes patients. An increasing number of metabolic diseases is equal to increasing risk of progressive liver disease. And Indian National Association of Study of Liver 2023, they described or recommended the screening in persons at high CVD risk, that is cardiovascular risk, and including the type 2 diabetes, metabolic syndrome, and obesity. And ADA 2023, that is American Diabetic Association, they also recommend the screening for NASH and fibrosis in persons with type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetes, elevated ALT or fatty liver, obesity, CKD, and older age. So with all these recommendations, it is clear that nowadays it is very much clear that NAFLD or NASH is very much associated with metabolic dysfunction. So the nomenclature is nowadays changed to NAFLD to MAFLD, that is metabolic dysfunction associated liver disease. Now how to diagnose? There is a FIF score, FIF4 score, there is FIF4 calculator in the Google, and you easily can done. The factors are age, the platelet count, AST level in unit per liter, and ALT level. With these factors and this calculation, a data come, and we interpret it like this. If the factor is less than 1.3, the FIF4 score is less than 1.3, it is low risk zone. If it is between 1.3 to 2.67, it is moderate risk zone, and more than 2.67 is high risk zone. There is another score that is called NAFLD activity score. It is actually the histology. If there is steatosis score is 0 to 3, lobular inflammation again 0 to 3, and hepatocellular ballooning score 0 to 2. And total score, if it is 5 to 8, with diagnostic of NASH, it is diagnostic of NASH. 3 to 4 is borderline, that may be positive or negative value, or 0 to 2 definitely negative, that is not diagnostic. There is another score called NAFLD fibrosis score. It is somehow complex to calculate, but the factors are age in years, BMI, impaired fasting glucose or diabetes, then AST-ALT ratio, the platelet count, and the albumin in gram per DL. If the score is more than 0.676, it predicts fibrosis. There is another blood test that is called Enhanced Liver Fibrosis Test, or ELF. The test measures tissue inhibitor of metalloproteinase, amino terminal of propeptide of type 3 procollagen, and hyaluronic acid. And the score is less than 7.7, it is low risk. 7.7 to 9.8, it is intermediate risk. And more than 9.8, it is high risk. This is a most modern non-invasive technique to diagnose as well as to assess the prognosis of this NAFLD or NASH, the fibroscan or vibration control transient elastography. And they measure the liver stiffness measurement. Less than 8 kilopascal is low risk, 8 to 12 is intermediate, and more than 12 kilopascal is high risk. Then staging of fibrosis, histology, F0 means normal, F1 or F2 means perisinusoidal plus minus portal fibrosis, depending on the grade. F3 means there is bridging fibrosis, and F4 means cirrhosis. So now comes down the management algorithm of NAFLD, an overview. There are two aspects. One is prevention of cardiovascular disease, because most of the patients of the NAFLD or NASH will die due to cardiovascular disease. So prevention of cardiovascular disease is one of the most important aspect to treat NAFLD, and another is prevention of cirrhosis. So management of obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and atherogenic dyslipidemia, which are more common associated with this NAFLD, that is prime importance. Then we go for the fibrosis risk stratification along with the different tests that I have already discussed, and gradation of low risk to intermediate and high risk there. And then comes the cirrhosis prevention and FLD. Definitely we do the fibrosis risk stratification first with the FIF4 index. That is very easy to calculate. Stratify the risk factor. If it is intermediate risk, then we go for the liver stiffness measurement by elastography, that is fibroscan and or ELF blood test. And again categorize the patient as per data I have already mentioned, the low risk, intermediate or high risk. The intermediate risk and high risk definitely we have to treat actively, and low risk we go for the lifestyle modifications. Now what are the current therapies that are available in the NAFLD and NASH? That is the vitamin E, the pioglitazone, the liraglutide and tirzepatide, the saroglitazar and bariatric surgery. But all the drugs are definitely, there is improvement of NASH dissolution or fibrosis improvement, but saroglitazar, it will do all the improvements factors in the NFLD NASH. That is, it decreases the liver enzymes, it decreases the FIB-4 score, it decreases the NFLD activity score, it decreases the atherogenic dyslipidemia, as well as it decreases the liver stiffness on fibroscan, and there is NASH resolution. Bariatric surgery is selected patients, especially if the BMI is more than 35. And the drugs in phase 3 development, there are so many. The criteria is at least 1 point improvement of fibrosis with no worsening of NASH, or NASH resolution with no worsening of fibrosis. And the drugs are the FXR agonist, that is the farnesoid X receptor agonist, the obeticholic acid, the targeted thyroid beta receptor agonist, the resmetirom, the pan-PPAR agonist, that is the agonist for both PPAR alpha, gamma and delta, the lanifibranor, and the GLP-1 receptor agonist, the semaglutide. All are in trial, but obeticholic acid 25 milligram and resmetirom, the results are already come out. There is NASH resolution as well as the fibrosis improvement in case of resmetirom. But in obeticholic acid 25 milligram, there is fibrosis improvement but no NASH resolution. Other trials are going on, and there is very much impressive results with that of the pan-PPAR agonist lanifibranor. And these are the drugs in the phase 2 development targeting the various pathophysiologies of the NASH. That is the cyclophilin inhibitor, the rencophilus, the deuterium modified thiazolidazine. This is actually the R enantiomer of the pioglitazone, the DAG2 inhibitor, the fatty acid synthesis inhibitor, the denifanstat, the fibroblast growth factor 21 agonist, the efruxifermin and the pegozafermin, and the GLP-1 receptor analog or GIP-1, as well as the glucagon receptor agonist, the tirzepatide, pemvidutide and cotadutide oral in trial. And this is actually the therapeutic landscape for the NAFLD and NASH. So many drugs are under trial, and the pharma companies are jumping on this hot topic because the rising population of NAFLD and NASH is alarming. So there you are seeing that they're targeting the glucose metabolism to anti-fibrotic, anti-inflammatory drugs, the thyroid receptor beta agonist, the FXR agonist, the FGF analog, PPAR modulators, and other metabolic factors. There are so many drugs that are actually ongoing trial is going on. And as the time is up, so that's take-home message: rising trend in metabolic acidity disorder like obesity, dyslipidemia, acidity, rising burden of NAFLD, and the terminology is now already changed to muffled. In current scenario, NAFLD has become a leading cause of HCC as well as the liver transplantation. NAFLD disease staging, that is the fibrosis score 1 to 4, is better predictor than NAFLD disease activity. Sequential FIB-4 score is very helpful to diagnose as well as for the to assess the prognosis. And weight loss is the key in the management. Any amount of weight loss is welcome, and more than 10% would do wonder in NAFLD management. Management of comorbidities, especially the metabolic response, under the prime importance. Among the therapeutic options, anti-diabetic drugs, especially the pioglitazone, liraglutide, semaglutide, tirzepatide, and saroglitazone are effective. Obeticholic acid, resmetirom, and lanifibranor are promising effect. So many drugs in the pipeline, and many more are failed. And I again repeat, the lifestyle modification is one of the key modifier for the prognosis of the NAFLD and NASH. More than 7% should be our motto. If you reach more than 10% weight reduction, that do the wonder. No drug can reach so many heights of reduction of fibrosis score if we reduce the 10% body weight in such patients. So thank you all, and for patience hearing, and thank you to my supporting faculties as well as the SRs and PGTs who actually inspire me to do some work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das. It was an enlightening presentation and a burning topic also, upcoming topic, as obesity is also increasing, and FLD, obviously you have mentioned that we should look for FIB for scale also, and obviously it's a growing problem, and it's nice to learn that many new drugs are in the pipeline, and in future we may have certain treatment for this NAFLD. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Is there a question in the audience?
Very good presentation, Dr. Das.
Thank you, ma'am.
I know that the disease you have discussed is evolving and is becoming very prevalent nowadays.
Yes.
That's why this topic, from my point of view, is very important topic, and lifestyle modification is very essential, and it will help in the improvement of the condition. Thank you.
I think there could not have been a better speaker than Dr. Das, because I would have read this CV before his talk, but I understand why he selected this topic, because he's a member of Endocrine Society of USA. And,
Yes, sir.
And you have literally scared the audience because of two reasons. Number one, the prevalence is 38%. Sitting here, every third person has this disease. If
Definitely.
you screen.
Definitely.
And secondly, the scare is more because there is no approved drug for as of today, and everything relies on whatever is available in terms of prevention. And we'll have to wait for those 2026 and 28 new drugs to come, and you are scared. Furthermore, many would have failed. So we do not know how many of them actually will come into the market. So with this, we open the forum for any questions from the audience. Anybody has any question?
I have one very, sir.
House is open for questions.
Actually, the recommended dose of vitamin E for these patients is more than 800 milligram. And the chances of prostate cancer is very, very less, and it is not fully documented or convincing that vitamin E will do the prostate cancer. There are some flaws in the studies. I am not going into details about this topic, but definitely vitamin E has some role. But nowadays, the saroglitazar, when it is approved by the DCGI in the few months back, it is in the front stage to treat the NASH, forgetting about the vitamin E as well as the pioglitazone that were two drugs in our hand before that. And there are some good results also coming with semaglutide, but the trial is not yet completed. That's why that is also even actually the weight reducing anti-diabetic drugs, all the weight reducing anti-diabetic drugs, they have promise. Their mechanism of action is there, and they do another effect actually by reducing the body weight. I have already told that reducing of body weight is much more effect than any other drug. If the drug is doing also body weight reduction, that is much more helpful. That may come up within 2024 or 2025. There will be, I think, at least many more drugs are there in the market, officially approved, US FDA approved, DCGI approved, will be there for the NASH.
Dr. Das, I have just one single thing to ask. You have mentioned so many tests and scales there are available. Which one will we consider gold standard? FibroScan?
Gold standard test is definitely the histology.
Histology.
That's the problem and challenges for development of new drugs in this. There is a criteria, no? Fibrosis reduction 1 point. How it does? That is through histology. And there is also fallacies, because there is study that there is huge interpersonal and intrapersonal variations to study the histology. The gradation, even the ballooning is present or not, that is also creates sometimes confusion. Either we staging it as NAFLD or NASH, there is also confusion because there is interpersonal variation in reporting the histology. Ballooning is present or not, yes or no? But there is also confusion.
But I think
there is a study.
But I think ballooning If it is too evident, then it is ballooning.
But for all practical purpose, sir, FIB-4 score and the fibroscan, these two are very, very good predictor as well as prognosis predictor for these patients, and it is non-invasive.
So I think after fibroscan, if it is there confirmed, then we should go for biopsy and then liver biopsy.
This is ideal, and for the all study or research purpose, we go for biopsy till now.
Yeah.
But for practical purpose, if we confirmed by these two tests, we may apply drug, and you just do the prognosis test. If it is helpful, then
I think prevention is better than cure.
For all patients, biopsy is not acceptable till you suspect that patient is suffering from cancer. Many patients, even for FNAC, for tuberculosis diagnosis, we felt some.
I understand. Patients, you. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Alok Dikshit, sir, to present a memento and a certificate to sir. You go. Now I will request Dr. Syok ma'am present a memento to chairpersons. Okay. To Asha ma'am, to Asha ma'am, to Asha ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Moving on to the next session, resurgence of thalidomide. I would request Dr. Alok Dikshit sir, Dr. Anand Patil sir, and Dr. Syok ma'am to chair the session.
Good afternoon, all. I'm sorry that I'm just delaying your time. Just I'll take very few minutes.
Yes.
So, respected chairpersons, dignitaries on and off the dais, and friends and colleagues. So today's topic.
Just 1 minute. Let us introduce you so that they know who you are.
Okay, okay.
although everybody knows you.
No.
I know
Okay.
Lopamudra madam through slide share.
Yeah. I'll just introduce myself. I'm Dr. Professor Lopamudra Chaudhary. I'm Professor RG Kaur Medical College, Department of Pharmacology. And I'm author of 2 books, yes. And a psychiatric drug handbook and drug of pharmacology for anesthesiology. And it's lifetime, it's all about lifestyle. It's in Amazon. That's a few recognition parts of me.
And I think introducing you.
Yeah.
So,
No,
so you know,
just a brief introduction.
Okay. So I think last four speakers have some or other relation to BMC.
Yes, I've done from BMC and I've got the highest marks also from the university. Just like our Pita.
And the topic is so important. I think sitting everybody would have seen the picture of Phacomalia on the first page of every book. Probably we studied Satoskor and there was a book. So I think it's a high time to revisit this. And we've opened the session. Ma'am, over to you to speak on the thalidomide again.
Yes. So today we are going to discuss about a very controversial drug. Yes, a drug which was in the headlines long back. Okay.
Apologies for the interruption. The chairperson for this session are here, actually. Okay. Dr. Nitin Gaokar, sir, Professor in Head, Department of Pharmacology, AIIMS, Raipur. Dr. Rajkumar Sir, Professor and Head, Guru Gobind Singh Medical College, Faridkot, Punjab. Dr. Vinod Kumar Chipa Sir, Associate Professor and Head, SP Medical College, Bikaner, Rajasthan. We welcome you, sir. Apologies for the inconvenience.
Thank you, sir. Respected chairpersons, our dignitaries, often on the dais, and the friends and colleagues. So today we are going to discuss about a very controversial drug, thalidomide, which was in the headlines long ago because of its very tragic event of phocomelia. All of us know regarding that. But today we are going to discuss about the positive effects of thalidomide, and it's back again, just like an old wine in a new bottle. So I think all of you know about this, and I won't go into details because they've just given me short time. And this drug was introduced in Germany in 1956 and with a very positive effect of, it has a very good hypnotic, sedative, anti-anxiety, and also so many effects that it was also used as a morning sickness pill in the pregnant also. It was also used as an over-the-counter drug even, and people did not know what was going to come after a few years after. And in 1960 it was banned because about 5,000 to 7,000 children were born without limbs. And not only that, throughout the world, it was about more than 10,000 pregnant women affected. And not only that, after that, though it had this effect, it had a positive effect that it led to the birth of pharmacovigilance. Because US did not allow this drug to enter. And Kelsky, Dr. Kelsky, she was the heroine of the day because when the entire world was affected, US was not affected. And now, from that day, the pharmacovigilance event was given birth. Now, it was first market, so we have just given the drug profile, and now it emerged again in 1998 due to its use as anti-inflammatory and anti-angiogenic effect, and it was very useful in ENL. Yes, erythema nodosum leprosum. It was cure in those patients, and not only that, it was of very help in multiple myeloma. So the newer horizons of thalidomide were unfurled due to the research which was going on. Even after it was banned, research was going on very cautiously, taking extra precaution in pregnant women, and also not only pregnant, but all those men and women in the childbearing age. So what were the new horizons which were detected due to research? It was very effective in recurrent aphthous ulcers, in Behçet syndrome, various types of mucocutaneous syndromes. Yes, in tuberculous and non-tuberculous ulcers, myelodysplastic syndromes, this primary malignant ulcers, brain malignant ulcers, Kaposi, sarcoma, thalassemia. Yes, I will just discuss a bit about this. This refractory GI bleeding. When there was no treatment for this GI bleeding, there's no treatment, and this thalidomide was seen to be effective. Graft versus host disease, inflammatory bowel disease, including Crohn's disease, SLE, DLE, sarcoidosis, and various types of skin disorders. These are some of the references. Yes, effective treatment GI bleeding. It has been seen that thalidomide is effective in preventing GI bleeding of unknown cause, especially when this angiodysplasia is present. Now, this thalassemia, it has been seen that children with beta thalassemia improved. They require less number of transfusions because of the cause is that it improved this gamma globin, and though it improved the synthesis of fetal hemoglobin, the patients improved. You might be wondering how the patients were improving, because the ratio of this fetal hemoglobin and adult hemoglobin, though it was altered in this thalassemia, because of the increased fetal hemoglobin, the symptoms improved and there was better oxygen delivery to the tissues and they required less oxygen delivery. Thalidomide was said to be very effective in inflammatory disorders as well, including various Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis. And what are the current thalidomide? I have just already discussed, yes, and I'm just, this graft versus host disease, you see it's in the various studies have shown that they are very useful in this oral and genital ulcers, in treating the oral and genital ulcers of Behçet syndrome, though uveitis was not corrected. This thalidomide current, what are the other potential uses which it has been shown to be very useful? So we see most of the diseases which are autoimmune or inflammatory in pathophysiology were very much effective, especially the mucocutaneous disorders. So this erythema nodosa, it was already established, ENL, it was already established in multiple myeloma. The additional was aphthous ulcers, Behçet's, which I have already discussed. These were seen in the review studies as well. What is the mechanism? How did it act? How does it act? So it decreases the synthesis of tumor necrosis factor alpha, it decreases the leukocyte chemotaxis, as well as this leukocytic activity, neutrophilic activity, modulates the interleukins as well as interferons as CD4 cells, and inhibits angiogenesis. So what was the basic mechanism? How is it useful in multiple myeloma? So it has been cells, they are excess of myeloma cells. They are being synthesized, and this, what does this IMID, it is not only thalidomide, the analogs of thalidomide as well. It prevents the cell growth, it prevents the tumor necrosis factor alpha, it prevents the growth factors, and this vascular endothelial factor, these fibroblast growth factors, prevents angiogenesis, and not only that, the NK cells, the killer cells, they increase the apoptosis of the myeloma cells. So these are the various mechanisms by which this is very effective in multiple myeloma. Now, not only that, the research brought about why this thalidomide, teratogenicity of thalidomide occurred. It was due to the anti-angiogenic activity. It prevented, this anti-angiogenic activity prevented the limb formation. It also affected the organ deformities, also caused the various organ deformities. Even children who were born not only with focomelia, they were born with various organ defects as well, including blindness, deafness, all due to this anti-angiogenic activity. Now, so pharmacokinetics showed that it was orally effective, though the absorption in the GI occurred, it was slow absorption. This plasma concentration was well maintained. The half-life was 5 to 7 hours. And though at the end of the day, when plasma concentration was seen, that it maintained at the end of the day, the plasma concentration was maintained still. So it's given once daily dose, and in the basic is 2 milligram per kg body weight, starting with 100 milligram, 200 milligram is a dose, it can go up to 400 milligram per day. Regarding there are some other clinical from these studies we can get the pharmacokinetics, and another the flip-flop phenomena, because the absorption is slow and the excretion is normal. So this leads to a flip-flop phenomena, it has been seen that even in the renal failure patients, it was not altered. The excretion of thalidomide was not altered. It was just like the healthy people. So all these studies show that it is safe even in the kidney renal failure patient also. You can give. The pharmacokinetic is not affected. So what are the adverse effects? We all know teratogenicity, which has been explained just now. Peripheral neuropathy is of concern, because the sensory neuropathy as well as the proximal muscle weakness is very much common after use, and it often is irreversible. Studies have shown that of the exposed patients, 25% of patients, it was reversible after 4 years, and even 25% had some, not full recovery, but some type of recovery. The rest, it was irreversible. So this is a problem. This peripheral neuropathy is of concern. This was detected even during the research. When this teratogenicity was detected, neuropathy was also detected, but it came into oblivion because of this wildfire of this focomelia. That finding was suppressed then, but gradually it was released that peripheral neuropathy is one of the very common, very limiting adverse effect which limits the use of thalidomide. Venous thromboembolism is another factor. Though it is central hypnotic sedative may cause drowsiness, especially in the elderly patients. Constipation, the hypotension, as well as hyper or hypoglycemia may affect, and neutropenia, thrombocytopenia is of concern, especially in the patients with AIDS. Now, So other other adverse effects regarding cardiovascular system is myocardial infarction. These are all the findings, though they are occasional, but they have been reported. So MI can occur, stroke can occur, bradycardia can occur. We have already seen that increased thromboembolism, that might also be responsible. Endocrine factors, there is hypothyroidism or this amenorrhea, as well as hypoglycemia, liver, there is jaundice, increased liver enzymes, and fulminant hepatitis has also been reported. Lungs, sorry. So I'm of the time. Just quickly I'll cover CNS drowsiness. We have so dose related. There might be sexual dysfunction as well. These are some of the studies. Drug interactions can also occur. We should be cautious about the drugs, not only corticosteroids and other neoplastic agents, all those drugs which may cause drowsiness like barbiturates, yes, alcohol, and we should be cautious about chlorpromazine. They may cause interaction, including reserpine. They might cause interferons may cause increased neurotoxicity. Just to conclude, this evolution of this thalidomide shows that not only it was banned, but gradually its use increased. Not only it improved because of its Yes, that we see that initially it was used in Germany as a sedative hypnotic. Then it was, though it was banned, it was found to be effective in ENL, and it was also in graft versus host disease, and also this because of its angiogenic properties, it was also very much effective in various diseases, including various types of carcinoma, including brain neoplasms, various types of neoplasms. And so this effectiveness in thalidomide is ongoing research, because the analogs are found to be better compared to thalidomide. The other analogs, which are lenalidomide and pomalidomide, we will just discuss. So the future holds that thalidomide, not only thalidomide, the better analogs, the lenalidomide and pomalidomide, they are much more effective, with much more potency and lesser adverse effects compared to thalidomide. To conclude, so the future holds for much more research, and much more avenues will be unfurled and for the other uses of thalidomide in future. And lenalidomide and pomalidomide-based combinations are a focus of future clinical research for its good tolerability, better efficacy, and lesser adverse effects. Thank you.
Hello. Dr. Lupma Mudroj Chaudhary. It was a good presentation, and it is a thought-provoking presentation developed by you, because you have highlighted so many things related to the thalidomide and its new derivatives, and its different new uses. And I think it is a double-edged kind of medicine, because you have mentioned a large number of side effects related to the thalidomide and its derivatives, and the importance of pharmacology again came with the use of this medicine.
So depending on the risk-benefit ratio, for example, it's bleeding, the patient is bleeding, you have no way out, you can try thalidomide, because other than losing the patient, you can try. So these cases has been done in that way, and it has been found to be effective.
Use of thalidomide is like old wine in new bottle. You have very nicely put it, ma'am. That's nice.
Okay.
One interesting thing is thalidomide disaster. When disaster happened, thalidomide, after the disaster, FDA activate. They made strong regulation for their safety, for their efficacy, and informed consent. Drug which causes amelia or phocomelia because of inhibiting the angiogenesis. Now using in the cancer because of it inhibiting angiogenesis.
Yes.
And so many uses are for thalidomide, and thalidomide drug is an example of if doing good research, or we are always a safety profile, we research on safety profile, there is always another indication of drug. Thank you, madam. And any question from audience?
I can't hear. Can you come forward, please?
You said that any side effect which is more with lenalidomide as compared with thalidomide? Any specific toxicity which is less with, which is more with lenalidomide and less with thalidomide?
It's always, it's better. I'll just show you. Just slide, it's given that, you see. So regarding here, the properties have been given. Even it's written that the cumulative toxicity, which has thalidomide has, is less. So they are much more used. With multiple myeloma combinations, lenalidomide, they are used.
Okay, thank you.
Birth defect phocomelia is obviously diagnosed accidentally, but more severe side effect is there is a neuropathy, which is commonly or nowadays the thalidomide using trafficking drug in South America and Africa for sedation purpose like opium. It's used like opium for sedative purpose, for analgesic purpose, and more serious side effect like constipation, neuropathy, myelosuppression, thrombotic. They are very serious side effects which are not obvious. After the thalidomide disaster, these all discovered side effects. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Rajkumar sir to present a memento and a certificate to Lupamudra ma'am. Dr. Bhavna ma'am, please come on the stage. I request Dr. Anand Patil sir and Alok Dikshit sir to come on the stage. I request Dikshit sir to felicitate all the chairpersons. Dikshit sir. I request Dr. Savesh sir. Anand Patil sir. Rajkumar sir. Vinod sir. All of you are requested to come on the stage for a group photo. Everyone, please come on the stage. All the delegates, faculties, come to the stage. See you all at gala dinner.